Hello. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Internet, and welcome to day number 2 of the Australian Flesh and Blood National Championships. My name is Matt Bramwood. I'm joined this morning by Spencer Horton as we are going to be jumping into our classic constructed. Spencer, how are you?
I'm doing absolutely amazing. How are you doing?
I'm very good this morning. Thank you, Spencer. My voice a little bit sore, which I can only imagine yours is probably even worse after yesterday, but that's okay. We got plenty of amazing flesh and blood to come. And Spencer, day 2, the day that everyone sort of hopes that they're playing in, and the day we're going to try and see a bunch of people make it through to those finals. Yesterday was an absolutely banging day of flesh and blood. We had some incredible classic constructed rounds, followed by some pretty intense draft rounds as well. And I think today we're gonna be in for an absolute show.
Absolutely. The stakes are higher today.
Mhm.
The games are just going to keep getting better and better. And it's 3 rounds of CC into top 8. It's gonna be a wild ride today.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Now we are just waiting. Pairings are just getting paired at the moment, but I just thought we should take a bit of a moment. Let's go through a couple of our standings. So currently there are 3 players that are 8-1. So we had no 9-0s yesterday, which, in fairness, incredibly hard format to 9-0, particularly with sometimes how the drafts go and that sort of thing. But Robert Piper, Joel Gibbons, and Sable, who we had on stream yesterday, are our 3 players that are coming in at 8-1, which is, it's how you want to be starting the day.
Absolutely. If you're 8-1, I feel like you're super confident, and being 8-1, being confident helps you, keep pushing forwards, because you're almost locked for top 8, and it's an incredible feat to go 8-1 as well through Zens and this draft format. It's such a tricky meta, and it's also really rewarding.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a bunch of people at 7-2. A couple of sort of key names to shout out. Hayden Dale, some we had early on, at 7-2. Nick Butcher as well, sitting there. Quan Lee, also 7-2. But then, of course, a couple of other people as well. 2 Zacks, Couchy and Gardner, sitting at 7-2. One of my locals, Jackson Casanova, coming in, as well as William Bucknell, Vincent Lynn, Sam Sutherland there as well, and Igor Brickick, I believe, are all sitting at that 7-2, which again, if you are coming out of day number 1, 7-2, you're very happy. You've got the confidence to go through, understanding that there is a chance that you make it into that top 8. And, that's our top 10 players. Overall, that's 13 players that are either 8-2 or 8-1 or 7-2. So heaps of opportunity for them. And, at the start of the day, we are going to be slogging through 3 rounds of Classic Constructed, and we're sort of getting to that tail end of it. What's the meta do you think that we're going to be shaping like?
Well, especially at these top tables, this is the meta that the players have been preparing for this entire time. This is what it's all been leading up to. The tech will be relevant. Everything has been prepared for. I think the meta's going to be that there's got to be a few Zens that squeeze you through. There'll be Zens. I think there's a few Enigmas up here still prevailing through the Zens, which is incredible to see.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about the other heroes, but I know there's at least a new and maybe one Victor.
Yeah. So speaking of, let's actually just real quick, I'm just going to cut to, this is what our representation looked like yesterday. So as we were sort of explaining what we were guessing yesterday, lots of Zen. 25 Zen being the most represented deck in the room, followed by Nu, which, to be honest with you, I knew Nu was a powerful deck. I didn't expect it to be the second most represented deck of the format, though.
Nu being the second most represented deck, it just makes sense, right? It's the natural counter to Zen, and in a meta, there's always the natural counter, and Nu is also just like a good deck in general. The amount of disruption Nu can provide to any hero it faces
Mm,
is actually pretty up there. So Misfell showing its true strengths as a set here,
mhm.
with all three heroes dropping immediately, becoming super powerful and showing the meta what they can do.
Yeah, and with disruption being the name of the game here, we also have 12 Azalea being our third most represented deck, and Azalea is in my at least in my brain is like the disruptive deck. Obviously, Newt has the ability to disrupt the hand, but Azalea has the ability to just completely shut turns off. So another deck sort of I guess targeted towards beating this top meta.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything in this meta is attempting to, knock down Zen. That's that's what Azalea's doing. That's what Nu's doing. That's what Victor's doing.
Hmm.
And all the picks have been thought about. Like, Victor is good into Azalea and Zen, and I think it's also good into Nu. So it's a bit of a real wild pick. Um, I know Teklo is good into Nu because Teklo is banishing equipment. I'm
Yeah.
not sure if the Teklo made it through today. I hope he did, but we'll we'll have to see what we see today.
Yeah, I'd love it if the Teklo Vossen was there. A couple of other sort of like interesting stands out. One Fi in the room as well. There's definitely reason for why a lot of people are playing Zen. It has that explosive nature. It's very consistent. But if you want to talk about, I guess, the pillar of consistency for Ninja, it is that Fi deck just being able to present 14, 14, 14 every single turn. It doesn't block as well, I think is like one of the major drawbacks of the deck, but I absolutely see if you just want to consistently be hitting people as hard as you can, Fi is definitely great.
Absolutely. Fi is also just a really consistent deck.
Hmm.
It's just Cheerios, which means area attack costs 0. So, it's 0 into 0 into 0. And there's also on hits, which
Hmm.
could be a good thing into Zen because, Zen doesn't want to block. No ninjas want to block. And if you're forcing the other ninja to block, well, you're obviously winning and you might be running the mask of the pouncing links, which is an on hit, or the other mask, which if you hit 3 times in a row, you draw a card, which could almost probably edge you past what Zen can do.
Mm.
Just hoping that the consistency is there, that Zen, might brick a hand or something like that.
Yeah, I will say in general it feels a lot less likely that like you're bricking hands in ninjas these days. Like I definitely feel like overall they're a lot more consistent. They can always sort of present something. Um, but we're just setting up for our round number one, and we've got a bit of a treat here. We're going to be having Will Bucknell going up against Nick Butcher, which is very exciting.
Oh yeah. Will's a local of mine, so I'm rooting for him. And against Nick Butcher, a big name right now. We can see it's KO versus Nu.
Mm,
So this is, if you're on the Nu side, you're happy. This is an aggro deck, so that's what you're looking to do. Nu is looking to disrupt KO, and KO is just looking to, do KO things. He's ready to roll. He's ready to start swinging big into this Nu and hopefully get past all the disruption this game.
yeah, and I think that's like one of the big things as well. We not a matchup that I'm personally super familiar with, but on paper it definitely feels like um, if Nu can get things going, then it's going to be really hard for KO to string together anything super powerful. But it's KO. That deck can just absolutely explode.
Yeah, absolutely. KO was the old meta deck, and it's still rocking. It's still good. It still puts out numbers, and it can still beat Zen. So I think people are sleeping on KO a little bit
Hmm.
because obviously Savage Sash has released since, and this deck can just go through the roof when it wants on demand with that Sash, and it's gonna need that into this new matchup right now.
Absolutely. We see players sort of getting ready as well. And yeah, a couple of little shout outs as well. Shouts to Fluke and Box for, obviously hosting the stream right here. If you don't know already, 5,000 subscribers, Fluke is actually going to be doing a Alpha Welcome to Wraith booster box giveaway. So if you're not subscribed, definitely do that, because that's something that I don't know about you, I definitely want one.
Absolutely. Who doesn't want a box of that set? That set is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it has some of, like the key sort of cards when it comes to, I guess, building your collection. Enlightened Strike being a big one, Fendel Spring Tunic, and, not as relevant, but the Heart of Fendel as well. Just a card that in the right deck is absolutely incredible.
Do you say it was first edition?
Yeah, Alpha.
Alpha, dude. You know what that means? That means cold foils.
Yeah.
That means all these extra shiny cards, and I love shiny cards.
Me too.
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I definitely have double sleeved every deck that I have, just to make sure, essentially, that I can run the shiny versions of all my cards.
Yeah, absolutely, man. If I ever pulled like a shiny card, it's again double sleeved instantly, and probably gonna play with it.
So an interesting sort of deviation that we have been seeing from a lot of these KO decks is actually Cast Bones is a card that appears to have been getting cut. Why do you think that is?
Well, Cast Bones, I'm just gonna say it. It's not a 6 power, right? Like,
Yep.
you can't discard it. If you have it in your hand, your turn almost doesn't work, right? Like, it's a great turn 1 play, don't get me wrong, but if you try to draw this card and you hit the Cast Bones, your turn could just be over. So
Yeah.
it's now used more as a fatigue tool to get over the top of blocks, and that works super effectively. But it's just, if you're trying to make a KO deck, you want it to be consistent, you want everything to be like 6 power, and that's what the carriers have to do in this meta.
Yeah, speaking of starting off really aggressively here, is going to be the side of Will Bucknell, just making 2 tokens turn 0. And yeah, it's likely going to just pass it back over to Nick. Just really sets himself up for the future.
Yeah, that's 2 might tokens and an agility. So whatever he's doing first, it's going to be big. And I hope it's a CNC.
Agility is sort of like the deck the token that's really turned these decks into these powerhouses. Just being able to provide go again on attacks. And Nick going to start off with probably one of the scariest cards that you can face, which is going to be that Bonds of Agony. So it's a stealth card, attacks for 1, and if you've activated 3 or more attack reactions this chain link, it gets +3, and then when it hits, look at their hand and choose a card, and you banish all the versions of that card they have in their deck. So, I'm not really sure what is in Will's hand at this point, but if there's a card like Bloodrush Bellow, for example, that's probably the most terrifying thing that you can have, because it just sort of gets rid of all of your power cards. Interestingly, as you can kind of see on Nick's side, he actually has both pieces of equipment that aren't legendary. And this is sort of common, but he's running the Undertow Stilettos, as well as the Arousing Wave, and that allows you to create a Fang Strike and a Slither in reactions, but also it's 2 reactions that you can just use immediately for a card like Bonds.
Absolutely. Them sitting there allows Bonds to be turned on, or Double Trouble. And the double reaction is pretty valuable. And we can see he does have a Blood Rush, and it might have to be blocked with here, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It's something that has to happen.
And that's sort of like the power of Bonds here, is the fact of, like, it's forcing action beyond what, I know that Will actually would want to do. Will wants to just slam that Blood Rush here. Yeah, you set up with the agility token, you have the 2 mites. The little thing you would just love to do is just slam the Blood Rush, but it is too risky. And to be honest, I would not be surprised if Nick just, he might try and push a bit of damage here, depending on the context of his hand, and it looks like he is. But the important thing is he doesn't need to commit into actually trying to activate it. But yeah, the Venomous Bite's going to come through, which is going to give it +3. He's pitched a blue card, so a Fang Strike in hand, and as well, he is actually going to pop the equipment, turn 1. The Arousing Wave is going to create a Fang Strike in hand. And look at this. Yeah, so it's actually hit. The
Oh my
bonds
god.
has hit, meaning, and 3 reactions were activated. He has the Slither and he has the Fang Strike. And essentially means that he can rip all copies of Swing Big, if he would like, out of his deck. Not just like out of hand, out of deck. But no, he's actually just going to go with the Wild Ride.
Mm. I believe this might be a yellow wild ride, so there could be more wild rides in the deck, probably red ones.
Mhm.
These are the extended cards in the deck. Most people like to call them cheaters, and the cheaters allow you to play 2 cards in a turn, right? Which
Mhm.
is why KO's so aggressive. So taking this means, you know, you have less cheaters in deck to go wide, and
Yeah.
you're probably forced to play 2-card hands, which is what the new wants to do. You know, the new wants to mid-range, block a bit, send an attack with an on-hit, and disrupt you a little bit.
Yeah. And like the really important thing about the text on Bonds of Agony is that it doesn't specifically mention it doesn't specifically mention that it has to be of the same color. And look at this.
That is
What a
sense off.
turn from Nick Butcher.
Dude, Nick Butcher just hitting all the disruption cards and Sensor, which is an include I actually haven't thought about in new right now. Like playing this, he knows exactly what's in the KO's hand, so he can pick the swing big, and then what can KO do? Just swing claw? It's
Yeah.
now KO has to block this.
And this is, again, we're sort of talking about the power of information as well. Like, it's one of these things where it's like, it's a little bit understated, but because the bonds actually hit, Nick not only was able to go through and banish those cards, but he was actually able to go through Will's deck, and you actually saw him do it as well. He went through Will's deck just to completely understand what the composition of his deck looks like. He knows if there's running swing bigs in their deck. Or sorry, not swing bigs, if they're running reckless swing. So that's something that, you know, Nick might not need to be worried about playing around now, or what that sort of process looks like. And, you know, it's a small thing for a lot of players, but for someone of the caliber of Nick Butcher, who is able to go through and get perfect information of your deck, it's a huge advantage.
Absolutely, just being able to see how many reckless are left in the deck, how many blood rushes are left in the deck, and like, you know, the amounts of cards and what could possibly be in the deck, any secret tech, maybe if there's only one weakest link, it's just invaluable to the new player.
Absolutely. So choosing a block with a surgical extraction and the second copy of the sensor, but I want to talk about new cards, weakest link coming through here, and it's an interesting decision here in regards to running it in this matchup, but there definitely into Brute is a lot of cards that don't block. So it's obviously tech specifically designed for, oh my god, is that a yellow venomous bite? No, sorry, that's
a Fang Strike.
Yeah, Fang Strike.
He arsenaled the Fang Strike from last turn.
Yeah.
And Will might have forgotten about it this turn, and it's here to punish him.
Yeah.
I believe it did hit, and he did discard, which is actually huge.
Yeah, it was a Bear Fangs in hand. And this is like, yeah, one of the reasons why the piece of disruption is run. I'm sure that Nick doesn't run the weakest link into every single matchup, but just having the ability to run it here, I think is really smart. Just because there are some incredibly powerful cards on the side of just Brute in general, but KO that just don't block. And in fairness, it's a lot less common these days. You know, there's so many, particularly in KO. But cards like Pulping, Bear Fangs, and Wild Ride are the 3 that sort of come to mind.
Yeah, absolutely. The weakest link is such a tech card this meta.
Yeah.
You're running it obviously for Zen, Nu, Enigma, all the Transcend heroes, but it also just accidentally hits KO, Levia, and just other decks that you wouldn't think of, and the flexibility is just huge in this card. Here we see an Enlightened Strike.
My assumption is
for 7.
For 7, you think?
Yeah, I think Nu would want an Arsenal, but it hasn't been displayed, so we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get that updated now as well. But yeah, I think he has 2 cards in hand.
Oh, you think he does have 2 cards in hand?
Yeah, considering a Scowling Flesh
Okay.
Bag block here, which sort of indicates to me that potentially,
Mm.
potentially we're looking at a Blood Rush turn.
Hmm. Yeah. Whenever you see a new without any disruption, I think you just got to go for it. Like, if it's just an E-strike, great. I have a full hand. I'm going to send back as much as I possibly can. It doesn't matter how much damage the new is doing. New usually doesn't deal a lot of damage. So here we go. Cheetah from Arsenal. I think it's a Wild Ride. Drone. And let's see if this thing can gain go again. And it does. Discarding, creating that Might token, which is such a powerful thing in KO. It's basically doing what Ira's doing, an extra damage every turn.
Yeah.
And if you can just keep it up, that's great right now. Coming with
Yeah.
5 with go again, seeing what New wants to do here.
Yeah, but you know, if you're Nick, it definitely is probably a good sign when the Scowling Flesh Bag has been used very early on. We sort of talked about it a little bit yesterday, but that piece of equipment is incredibly powerful. You do notice as well, Nick constantly flicking through his graveyard. It's probably a thing just so if he does pull that Codex of Frailty, he doesn't look too sussy. And Mandible Claw is going to be coming in. Does have go again because the equivalent of a 6 attack has been discarded this turn.
Very nice. The Mandible Claw is so good at being the middleman of the chain link. Just 3 damage go again, uses all the spare resources, and we're seeing the block on the legs. So maybe that's an indicator that he might use the Stilettos next turn.
Ooh,
And just wants to get the value out of it.
pulping.
Here's a pulping.
I was going to say drew the CNC, but discarding it. So it does have Dominate and go again. 1 card in hand, no resources. My assumption is we're probably not going to be seeing any just an Arsenal here. But, you know, if I'm Will, I really would have loved to have kept that Command and Conquer for the Arsenal zone.
Yeah, that CNC with the My token is quite the attack. Especially if New has an Arsenal and decides to not use it, or Arsenal a different card.
Yeah, and really aggressive in regards to the blocks on equipment. So taking 3 here, and just like that, KO is sort of even up this life total now. Nick did keep a 4-card hand. So there is 3 cards in hand plus the Arsenal. So there's definitely going to be some sort of crackback. But we sort of talked about it, Spencer. You really want to be disrupting these turns over and over again if you can.
Absolutely. If you're New, you're looking to chain disruption turn after turn after turn, and really just shut down the KO until, you know, it's time to shine with the hero ability and play all the blues, or just dwindle them down to a point where, you know, they can't do much, and you just slam them.
Yeah. Speaking of blue cards, that's a blue Art of Desire Mind. So it's just one of the new stealth cards. If it banishes a blue card, you gain a life. But you know, that's not really why we're playing it, because yeah, we've probably got some reactions. So just a Nick coming out here from Nick Butcher, played as well, as going to crack those stilettos as well. So it is a stealth card, so it's going to give up +5 because it is base 1. So it's now coming in for 6, and then as well it will banish a card. So taking 4, banish the top card, which is a swing big as well. Ooh, interesting.
Riled up.
Yeah. Guess just one of those cards that, you know, just plays really well off of the resources that you have. So Nick definitely going to be happy with that one there, and boots were popped as well.
Just another card closer to decking out, which is always a possibility, and it can be scary getting a thin deck, but that's the whole point of aggro, you know, go crazy before you deck out and use your deck as a resource.
Yeah. So, yep, gave it go again. And then it's going to Codex here.
Okay, Codex with no cards in hand, so not having to discard here is the prime thing to do. And he's finding another weakest link.
Yeah, so he overpitched. He overpitched for the dagger there by just pitching the persuasive prognosis as the second card to pay for the spider's bite, and then yeah, this weakest link coming back in trying to force interaction once again. And if you're thinking about it, and it's a little bit interesting when it comes to this card, because if Will doesn't block, it's likely that he does not have the 0 defense card in hand. But we talk about it constantly, but once again, it's information for Nick. So he's going to reveal the hand. He's going to be able to take either the Wild Ride or the Bare Fangs. My assumption is going to be the Wild Ride, as that's the card that sort of lets you go wider. And then, once again, now has like perfect information of what was inside the hand. Ponder's going to trigger. That's going to be an Arsenal card for Nick Butcher.
Absolutely. He may have taken the Wild Ride, but he does have Scabbies still open to him. So if he feels like cracking that Bare Fangs and rolling Scabbies, he does have that option to him. It is obviously a very risky play, but it is a play I do like.
Yeah, so speaking of Wild Ride, there's going to be one from the Arsenal. Nick also opting not... Oh, no, he did Arsenal off the Ponder.
I think he drew... Will just drew a Send Packing here, and it's instantly getting discarded. So, Noo's still knowing the entire hand.
Yeah.
Just information, knowing what's next is huge. Knowing it's not an on-hit, meaning you don't have to block much of this, and if you have Disruption in hand, you can just, full send it next turn.
Life total definitely in favor of Nick Butcher here. An interesting fact is we haven't actually seen a defense reaction yet coming out from the new deck. No defense reaction, and also no Transcend currently.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the mask, and he hasn't activated it this game, so I wonder if he's on the little chi list here. The little chi list uses lots of value, whereas the big chi list is just trying to mask as much as possible. And this is particularly good into aggro decks, but we see next list is just working, it's just doing its thing, and it's dealing more damage than the KO is doing right now.
Yeah, and this is sort of something that we talked about, where you're not really afraid to block in the new list. Like assassins traditionally work very well off of small card hands. Banishing off the top. Ooh, does that trigger Beast Within actually? No, it has to hit the graveyard. Hit the graveyard, not the banner.
Yeah,
that would have been very funny.
Unfortunately, yeah. Whenever I banish a Beast Within, I get sad that it's not the graveyard.
Yeah, fair.
But it's okay, because we're coming in with a Pulping. The 6 would dominate. Taking 3 here, going into the next attack. I do see a Bare Fangs in hand, so that might be the follow-up to this Claw. This is a lot of damage.
Yeah, this is sort of like that strength of KO, just the ability to consistently just deal damage. And it's like it's kind of like the Fi thing. It is just consistent damage constantly.
Absolutely. Just the cheaters allowing go again here and discarding to give the Claw go again. This is just the KO thing that KO wants to be doing right now. 6 damage into 3 damage into, here we go, like 7 damage. I believe that was a yellow here. It's just so above rate and value.
Nick forced to block with those Command and Conquers as well, but KO, and this is I think the big thing as well, is the fact that this KO deck is just operating off of 4 card hands. It's not even taking a turn off to set up. It's just able to consistently present 6 Claw, and then between 6 and 10, depending on the secondary attack as well. The Might token really does just add that little bit extra. That's that chip damage that makes this matchup hard.
Absolutely. The funny thing about KO is that while he is angry and he does want to just smack face as hard as he can, the longer the game goes, the more Might tokens he's generating. So he's actually just generating lots and lots of value here. And another thing to think about is the life total is 21 to 15, but KO still has like 6 armor block left.
Yeah.
Which is, so it's still a really close game so far. And we see another Pulping. Just Pulpings are really nice because they can guarantee that Might value, and even if it whiffs, your opponent has to give 2 cards to it to turn your turn off, which is pretty fire.
Yeah, and it's once again, it's one of these cards that just allows those wider turns, and we haven't seen, like I said, we haven't seen any defense reactions out of Nick Butcher's deck thus far. So it's just kind of being able to consistently, and with the KO hero ability, it is so frequent that they are able to discard that 6 cost as well.
Absolutely, the hero ability just works wonders for this carry deck. It's like unlike anything we've seen before.
Mm.
But yeah, I wonder why Nick doesn't have any D-Reacts in the list. Maybe he's just
Ooh.
looking for more flexibility in the cards. He's pitching a Blood Rush.
Yeah, and this is one of these things where the life totals are at the point where you don't really, one, need to play a full big on Blood Rush turn to kill, and two, you probably don't have the time to set it up, because this new deck can just, rip the hand apart, rip the arsenal apart, and this is a really interesting sort of thing, which I'm not sure if it's an intentional decision by Will, but he's keeping off the
He
arsenal.
drew it off the pulp.
Oh, yeah, but it's more the fact of, like, he's like, because he absolutely could have just swung Claw and Arsenal there, but I think he's trying to keep himself off Arsenal to turn off, these cards here. They'll leave no witnesses in this Command and Conquers. They are so valuable when you have the ability to be able to, rip something from Arsenal.
Yeah, absolutely. Staying off Arsenal makes a bunch of cards from the new deck just become textless almost. It's just a 0 for 4. It just turns it into a wounding blow, still banishing a card. But you don't have to think about losing a card. Like, it's always going into something. You're always getting value out of every single one of your cards. And that's what you want. You don't want to just lose cards for no reason.
Is this the 4th turn in a row that it's just been pulping into something?
I think so. I think you're correct there. That's hilarious.
I mean, hey, we talk about a pillar of consistency, and absolutely Will Bucknell just showing the consistency of the KO deck, and the reason why it's come to so much, it's been so successful in the short period of time it's actually been available in Classic Constructed.
Absolutely. I believe this is a yellow pulping, so I think he could be on yellow pulpings, red pulpings, red wild rides, and he's just on every cheater imaginable here, just to get the full value out of his hands, just as a good carry deck should.
It's the exact same turn again.
Is he? I'm
pulping
having deja vu.
Yeah, Pulping Claw, Bare Fangs, 3 turns in a row.
Is it the exact same color as last turn as well? I believe he did have a Bare Fangs for 7 last turn.
Quite possibly, and just like that, the KO deck has won this tempo back. It's keeping off the Arsenal once again, and here we go. Weakest Link going to come out now for Nick, pitching the Levels of Enlightenment.
I believe this is the second weakest link. I think we got one back from Codex.
Yeah,
so
correct.
Possibly another one left in deck, which is super scary. Like four swings of this card into a KO deck can be like absolutely traumatizing.
And with how things have been going, the weakest link should hit either a Pulping or a Bare Fangs here, considering how many times we've done it.
Will's deck just seems to be absolutely loaded with these wild rides and pulpings and Bare Fangs, so it's super likely he does have armor block, so he might be able to just give a card and some armor here. Thinking about giving a card here.
He has a pulping in hand.
See what he does.
He unironically has a pulping in hand.
Unironically has another pulping. How does he do it, man?
I don't know.
Always draw the pulping.
I mean, if I had this luck, I'd just be playing Kano and always drawing the Aether Wildfire whenever I need it. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, exactly, man. Just opt your whole deck at the start of the game. It works quite nicely. We can see there's an extended Levels of Enlightenment on the board. Can we take a second just to acknowledge how pretty that damn card is? Dude, oh my god.
This entire set's so pretty.
This set, absolute banger of a set. I mean, the artwork is there, the theme is there. I mean, who doesn't love ninjas and assassins and auras and all that good mist veil stuff that we haven't seen in a while?
I definitely know a lot of people who don't like auras. I can
Yeah,
absolutely tell you about. I can give you probably a very long list of people who don't like auras, particularly spectral auras, and yeah, that's going to be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 block.
7 block. And a
Ooh,
Siren's Call on top of it.
yeah. And so an interesting thing with Siren's Call, yeah. So it can actually, yeah. So it pulls the blue, so Nick gets to draw a card. But you can actually
Yeah.
pull cards onto the combat chain that don't have block value, and it's the only time you can do so, which is very interesting.
Yeah, I think someone pulled an Eye of Ophidia from my hand once. That was very sad.
Oh my god. Well, at least they didn't, force you to Arsenal it or anything like that. And, this is, in fairness, we did know about this pulping. This pulping is coming in for 8, I believe, off of the 2 Might tokens because of the Apex Bonebreaker.
Yeah, we knew it was coming, but nothing coming after this. That's okay. This should be coming in for 7, 8 damage here. That is the life total. We are going to require a block on this one.
Yeah, and I think this is really when the information that Nick has of the contents of Will's deck is super important, because going to 2 versus a brute is always scary. Reckless Swing is a card that is, for most decks very hard to deal with. But yeah, the Sync's going to come out from Arsenal this time. He's going to just take the 4. Has no go again, so it doesn't really matter. It's just going to pass the turn back. And yeah, that Sync probably really important here. Keeps his life total relatively healthy, but also able to keep 4 cards in hand.
Yeah, 4 cards with the Sync. That is the first Sync. That is the D-React we have been looking for.
Second.
Floating here.
Second Sync.
Oh, it's the second? Oh, okay.
Yeah, first one from Arsenal, though. And it's been in the Arsenal for a while, so there's been a lot of turns where Nick could have just played it. But yeah, once use this as a pivot turn, and if you're playing a Surgical Extraction, keeping 2 cards in hand, this math is not just for 4 here. And Surgical Extraction is definitely a terrifying card.
Dude, it's been a flexible blue that deals 4 damage on a breakpoint. It could basically say 6 damage. You're always giving this thing 2 cards, whether it's armor and a card from hand or just 2 cards. It's like always demanding something.
Yeah, it was also really scary in the Azuru decks of late, where you could sorry, reveals off the top because of the blocks there, and guess what he revealed? Revealed another pulping off the pack call. But
did he?
Yeah, Nick's finally going to transcend here as well. And this is, one of those kind of scary things. It has a Slither token in hand, I believe. So I can give this go again should he choose.
I believe it has hit, so I'm not sure about the go again right now.
Yeah, did Nick use the Slither?
No, I think he might just activate New and Arsenal.
Gambler's Gloves? Oh, it's going to be for copper.
Very, very, very confusing, but it is a copper.
Yeah.
Gambler's Gloves with a Runechant token on it.
I'm surprised here. Oh. Yeah, so activating the new ability here, so must have given it go again somehow. He's going to look through the graveyard. I don't believe he's banished anything. Oh, no, he has banished the blue. Interesting. Yeah, so it's one of these. Yeah, so it's going to just play the blue riled up here. So it's going to come in for 5, but it's free. He's going to activate the Slither, I believe. Oh my god, yeah, because of the ability of new, it doesn't say you can only play 1 card. And so he kept the Slither, so he's able to play the second. He's able to play the second riled up here for free. So from a measly 4 damage now to being able to present 14, rip the entire hand because of the ability with the Surgical Extraction, and yeah, it's just going to be claw for 5.
That's it. That's the thing Nu's been waiting to do all game, and the blues were there, and it's just free damage. Everything costs 0 for Nu to play, so it doesn't matter how big the cards are or how big the cost is. They're getting played.
Yeah. And so now claw for 5. I wouldn't be surprised to see, depending on the context of Nick's hand, a block with the mask. Just to sort of maintain these cards, because they're at a point now where there's no equipment block left, and just being able to present a dagger into something it demands cards. And as well, the more, and this is one of the things I guess with Dorinthia and warriors in general, as well as assassins, is the more cards that you have available in your hand after you throw the attack, the more they have to think in regards to like what could they have and that sort of thing. And a card like, in this sort of situation, a card like Spreading Plague, it has to be running through your mind.
Yeah, absolutely. Just who knows what the Nu could have after they play your cards. Like, if they're holding 3 cards in hand, it could be dagger, dagger, pass, or it could just be dagger into surgical into anything else. It's quite free reign.
Yeah, and Phil confirmed there as well that the reason why the surgical extraction had go again was the path well traveled was the transcend card. So it gives the attack go again, which is why the transcend wasn't instantly played.
Absolutely.
Nick.
Very, very clean turn from Nick there.
Yeah, and is that an Enlightened Strike in hand? So Nick has the ability to go E-Strike for 5 into Codex here. Yeah, so he's going to block for 5, block it all out, just keep the life parity, the life total as high as possible. And yeah, Enlightened Strike coming in for 5 with go again into the Codex is my assumption here.
I believe that is the line. I feel like it's just such a clean line. 0 for 5, go again into probably 0 for 4, and they are both on breakpoints.
Yeah, and the Blood Rush Bellow is going to be present here. And this is one thing as well. He has to get a card. So he is going to discard a card. Because neither of them, and this is, I guess, the one sort of downside to when you are running it the way that you are, trying to keep yourself off the arsenal so some of the disruption doesn't matter. But as a result now, has to discard.
There's a lot less life left for both players here, so this might just have to be a full block. Letting this hit could be disastrous, and we might even see the Savage Sash just being used for blocks right now, depending on what the hand looks like.
In particular, because I would not be surprised to see Nick if he pulls out Leave No Witness, because obviously the carrier has to have an arsenal card, so just being able to disrupt that as well and force them off that. Yeah, the Leave No Witnesses is definitely an option here.
He might also have Tunic available, so Sensor could also be an option.
Yeah, and it looks like it is.
It is Sensor. We don't know what's in the hand, but it is certainly more damage than 4. So usually it would be a card from hand and Savage Sash, but now it's going to have to be maybe 2 cards from hand.
Oh, he's not going to have 2 cards in hand.
Oh my god, he's going to have to discard.
Yeah.
Interesting. Pulping. Oh.
Ooh.
Playing risky.
Okay, goes to 1.
This is wild.
Yeah, so it's pretty. It's gonna have to double block with the sensor. I mean, how many non-attack actions do the carrier deck actually run though? Because he's seen all 3 Blood Rush at this point, and I don't believe that they run a huge amount more than that. Maybe the No Fear, but
I think No Fear is more of a Kano spec. They run very little non-attack actions because they just want that consistency with the go again, and that's what Ko's all about.
There's another Codex in hand as well.
Another Codex, and it's also the Marvel. Such a beautiful Marvel.
I love
annoying Marvel to see.
Yeah, but I also love how unique a lot of the Marvels are too. Like consistency-wise. Spider's Bite on hit death. It's definitely pretty strong here. And I was going to say, has piercing. Nick very kindly lets Will know that that it has piercing, and that the second dagger is going to come through. And there, this is sort of like that ninja Kadachi lock now, where just going to be
doesn't have piercing.
Yeah, Bond's coming out. Sorry, that is the persuasive prognosis here. So it only attacks for 1, but it is going to demand a card. And if you look at this, it's going to force some blocks here. And we don't know what's in the arsenal for Nick Butcher currently. It is going to be the Justin Nick pushing it up to 6. Yeah, so pushing it up to 6 there essentially just wants to clear that arsenal here. Like if you are Will, you kind of have to play around the idea that could be there at any given point, but it's going to have the pulping come through now with Dominate. There's a Codex and Arsenal as well, so it's going to be 6 Dominate, technically with Go again, but it shouldn't really matter here. It has a Stir the Pot available, so Nick definitely could Transcend again and then force out some more interaction using the new ability.
Yeah, the no blocks in these Mystic decks can be very, very interesting late game. Just it doesn't force blocks right now, but when you are on 1 and you do have a Chi in hand, it can feel real bad.
Gonna gain a life and then play Codex. And he's just gonna concede. And that's going to be game. So yeah, gaining the life, doesn't use the Chi. So it definitely had some Chi in the deck available, but yeah, didn't need him. Being able just to play these really strong stealth cards, as well as having the ability just to, have all this interaction when it comes to like attack and defense react. Well, not as huge amount of defense reactions, but there's attack reactions, means that you don't need to be transcending. And, the one time that he did transcend and use the new ability was absolutely devastating.
Yeah, all you need is 1 activation from New and play a couple cards, and you just pull so much value from it. I'm not sure if there's anything else you could play from the Banished, but just the back-to-back disruption, the discarding from Codex, and then the Beast within discard was absolutely clutch. Going to 1,
yeah,
that could have been death there, but I don't believe there's any other non-attacks like you're talking about. So I think he was okay to do that.
Yeah, and it was one of those instances where I actually think it just dies if you didn't do it. And that is the thing with Codex, is because you have to announce it first as, the active player, what card you're getting. It does give you a little bit of information as how to play around it. So I think, if for whatever reason it was just like a Leave No Witnesses or something like that, he probably would have just discarded the card, blocked, and then used a piece of equipment, not put himself to 1, because again, that Kadachi lock style of assassins where you can just swing the daggers, in particular, as we saw it was relevant here, daggers with piercing means that you can't just put a piece of equipment in front of it, and it makes the matchup a lot harder for a deck like, let's say, Kasai, who's using those Valiant Dynamos.
Absolutely, it's just value on value. The piercing is relevant. It's I know it's a little text box on the card, but every word in Flesh and Blood, it matters.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, I think, why Fab is so good, because there's a lot of people talk about Flesh and Blood as a numbers game, but there are so many like relevant on hits these days that make it so much more than that. And we saw some really great usage of the equipment from Nick Butcher in that game, really early using some of that equipment just to sort of get on the back foot. And that's a completely different game if that initial Bonds of Agony doesn't sort of threaten there, because it was a Blood Rush Bellow that he had to block with turn 0, and he didn't resolve one at all throughout that game.
Yeah, that's something that you don't want to happen as a brute player. Not being able to play your Blood Rushes it can spike that inner brute in you and make you a little bit angry, but it's okay.
Yeah, we've definitely seen. Oh, sorry, go on.
Just not being able to see a Blood Rush, really. If you saw a Blood Rush, the game would be a lot different. You would have done an extra maybe like 5 damage, and that could have almost won the game there for Will.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen sort of both ends of the spectrum. We've seen, the ability to play no blood rushes in a game, and we've seen the ability to play 3 blood rushes in 1 turn. So there's definitely a large variety when it comes to Brute, but we are going to take a bit of a break as the players are finishing up round number 1. But don't go anywhere, as we'll be right back with more Flesh and Blood right after this.
Okay, fixed.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Australian Flesh and Blood National Championships for Australia 2024. I'm joined this time, this way, by Mr. Phil Nagel. Phil, how you doing?
I'm doing great. It was a wonderful day one.
Yeah.
Playing all those 9 rounds, very long day plays, and now we are set for day 2. Right at the pointy end of this Australian National Champions 24. But yeah, I'm doing amazing and can't wait to watch and cast these last few games.
Yeah,
today.
it's definitely talking about the pointy end of the stick. And we've got a couple of players we've had on the stream already, but they are towards that top echelon when it comes to sort of the top echelon of the standings. Which we're gonna have Hayden Dale going up against Sable Wang Willis, and both these players, I believe, Sable came into the day at 8-1. Hayden was 7-2, I believe. So again, definitely both players in contention for that top 8.
Yep. So Hayden Dale playing that dash, and I believe Sable Wang Wills is on Prism.
Yeah.
So it will be an interesting matchup. I do believe, having played a bit of Prism, the dash matchup isn't the greatest. The mechanologist can do quite a bit of damage and get those extra action points. So, but we'll see how a Sable will navigate this and play it out.
Yeah, absolutely. Just sort of figuring out what we can do.
How are we? Is that good?
So they're just getting the equipment sorted, getting the sideboarding done. We have to see Hayden Dale playing something a bit spicy, playing a Hanabi Blaster, I think I saw on Twitter.
Yeah. Sorry, go on.
Thank you.
Yeah, playing the Hanabi Blaster. So probably playing that against the Zen. Neither hero really wanting to block, so being able to play those 3 boost cards, getting a counter on, and then when you have 2 counters, you may remove them, and it's a 0 for 5 with overpower.
Yeah, and would you be deciding boarding that in here, or would you want to have the pistol just in case they are playing like auras as well?
I honestly don't know. I think either or is a reasonable option, but I think the pistol does give you, in the industrial chamber, does give you more flexibility to be able to just kind of use that high octane and be able to clear maybe a couple spectral auras that Sable might be running.
Absolutely. And yeah, this is a matchup where, you haven't played this matchup much because you've played both of these heroes a lot.
Yes.
Phil.
Yes.
These are your heroes.
Both these heroes are favorites of mine. Started with a Dash of Innistroganair when I first started playing the game, and then as soon as Heavy Hitters spoilers releasing and I saw that new Luminaris Angel's Glare, I'm like, oh, I think Prism might be a contention now, might be a good deck, and I've been playing that quite consistently. So yeah, both two very comfortable and familiar heroes to me.
Yeah, and we were sort of talking about it yesterday, but Prism kind of being the deck that you would take if you were playing in this Nationals, you think?
Yes, I believe so. I think I'm a big fan of Prism. I think she's in a good spot in the meta. Does some very strong stuff with those angels and ward heroes. So I think if I was playing a bunch of it, so it would probably be a very comfortable pick. But Dash also a very, very strong choice as well. But yeah, I think just for the comfortability and what I've been playing would have been Prism if I would manage to qualify.
Yeah. And we see the traditional Spectral Shields there as well on Sable's side, which I'm a big fan of. I really do like those traditional ones.
Yeah, it's nice that we got two different types of Spectral Shields. One for the new Mystic Illusionist hero Enigma, and then of course the classic Spectral Shields that came in Monarch when the original Prism released.
Yeah, both of us big lovers of OG Prism. A hero that definitely on the power scale was towards the top end. But the new Prism here that we are seeing is definitely I don't know. I don't know if I'd say it's more interesting, but some of the lines that you can take with this deck are pretty wild.
Yeah, definitely. And starting with that 32 health, so that 8 health deficit really shows that it can do some quite powerful things with those, being able to toot out those angels and play them out.
It is always scary for, like, if you're a newer player and you don't fully know the decks. If you, you sit down from an opponent and they start, 8 life less than you, like, something's up. Something's sus here.
Yeah, definitely. Not sure if they've rolled to see who's
Hayden will be
starting.
Hayden's playing. Rolling. Hayden's on the play.
Hayden's on the play. All right. So, likely looking at possibly get an item, or maybe if he's running those evos. Plenty of turn 0 plays that Dash can really utilize quite well.
I'd be curious to see if Hayden's on the Evo plan, like, just because, if he's presenting Hanabi Blaster, he probably just wants to be smacking and, like, doing as much damage. I don't think we actually saw any of the Evos yesterday when we had Hayden on stream. But in fairness as well, he was also running pistol when we did see him on stream yesterday. So
yeah, that is true. Yeah, I do think he's probably just gone a more aggro base plan, not really blocking, not really in the kind of game plan that he wants to be doing this weekend.
Yeah.
Been enjoying the format? It's alright. Okay.
Just listening to the players talking a little bit.
I think there's a lot of things that play at least. I like the drop on it.
Ooh, okay. So yeah, Hayden, after we flip up the equipment, taking a bit of a look. Interesting. So yeah, Hayden presenting the pistol, but is actually starting with the pounder, so we know he wants to pressure damage. And other than that, the Goliath Gauntlet and the regular equipment suite. Halo of Illumination, the Empyrean Rapture, but Dreamweavers for Prism, so really wants to just try and force it through one specific attack.
Yep. Dash does have a few of those 6 power or greater attacks with the maximum velocity, the throttles being present. So yeah, just want to make sure that at a key moment that can break that Dreamweavers and lose Phantasm.
Now, this is an interesting thing if you've not really seen it before. So the pistol doesn't say that you can only load it. Like, you can load the pistol as many times as you would like. You can only have one counter, but you can just put resources into it. So Hayden sculpts his hand, has the perfect arsenal card, plays a Teklo core, and then just puts as much as he can into the pistol just to sort of try and find those power cards. And, you know, presenting Pounder and having a Teklo core out, he's definitely incentivized to try and deal as much damage as possible. But, Phil, as you can sort of attest, one of the big things with Prism is that you need to build that soul, and Hayden's definitely aware of this.
Yep. Building that soul with these high power heralds. So we see a Watching Herald in blue coming in. Pictures that all you got, which is a yellow card, with a Luminous Angel's Glow, will give that herald go again. And yeah, big thing that Saber wants to be doing as Prism is building that soul, is getting those figments out. When it hits, it will get tutored by Prism's hero ability.
Yep.
So yeah, Hayden's really got to respect these heralds, or just decide that he can go faster. These angels don't mean too much to him.
Yeah, and as you can see, just taking the damage. So it goes into soul. Sable definitely going to consider tutoring here. Yeah.
Yep.
And you're in this situation, you probably just try and find, depending on the context of the hand, maybe Erudition allows you to keep an arsenal card.
Yep. That is definitely a possibility, but yeah, it depends what the makeup of the hand and what the... I think I did see a Pierce Reality, so Sable might be wanting to play out that card and then Arsenal other cards, so we just see a Judgment, a nice Marvel Judgment.
God, we talk about it a lot over the weekend, but all of the Marvels in this game are so beautiful, and they're all so unique as well, and that Marvel Judgment is just stunning, and he's going to flip it. And it's artist signed as well. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, with the bling, yep. Getting that free flip with Imperium Rapture that says that your hero ability costs 2 less if you've put in a Herald into your Soul during your action phase.
Yeah, and Hayden just immediately taking the damage. If he's not blocking the first one, he's definitely not blocking this one here. Herald of Protection blue, so, you know, a very blue-centric hand coming through for Sable here, but luckily had just the 1 yellow, and that's the only thing you need. It doesn't need to be the card you pitch to play the Herald or to attack. It just needs to have a yellow card in your pitch zone, which makes this a lot easier.
Yep. There's a great turn coming up. The Herald of Protection, if it hits, creates that Spectral Shield and the Soul, and then if it goes to Soul, we'll get to search for another Figment, and Saber would have liked to probably search for that Soraya to get that Ponder.
Yeah. Hayden does declare a bit of a block here, using the equipment as well.
Oh, yes. Now's the trigger.
So Teklo Cortex down with those 2 resources that start action phase.
I definitely think Hayden would have preferred to just send the Zipper hit here. But, you know, when you have the second one boosting, this is going to be coming in for 7. And this is just sort of what needs to happen. Now, Prism does start at 32 life, Phil, but one of the important things is that all of the angels have ward. So much like Enigma and that sort of thing, it is almost like you're retroactively gaining life, and Prism has no way of denying the ward. 0 to 60 is going to come through here. Still, I believe, has a card in hand. Has 2 cards in hand, so could actually, depending on the makeup again, look at that max V.
Yep, so that Teklo Core really enabling those max V turns by not having to pitch for your boost cards. And we do see another 0 to 60, so with that one floating really is suggesting that this card could be a max V, especially if it goes for the Teklo Foundry. Yeah. Sable just decides to take that.
It's going to be the Pulse Wave.
Pulse Wave Harpoon.
Is there only one yellow there that I can see?
There's the Figment, and maybe one of the Heralds is also yellow. So the Figment can't be chosen here because it has no block value.
Yeah,
so it needs to be a block value of 4 or less. So likely one of these Herald of Triumphs might be in. And yeah, we do see it looks like the yellow Herald of Triumph being forced to block with, and just taking one, and then finishing the turn with that Teklo pistol.
Yeah, big turn for Hayden here. Plenty of damage, and this is only the first counter. So, like, you know, the dash deck is one of the decks that is hyper consistent. So it's like, you know, it's one of these things where regardless of what Hayden draws up, unless he bricks, somehow he gets all the rest of his items, it's going to be one of these turns where he can consistently pump this damage out. As well, there is the Goliath Gauntlet available, so something like a Combustible Courier if that's in the deck, or whatever it needs to be. And this is one of the really interesting things, Phil, with Flesh and Blood. We talk a lot about the use of equipment and when you should be using it. And Hayden, turn 1 blocked with the chess piece, which you would think, as a newer player, it's a bit early to be using, but when it comes to the context of the game and you understand the position you're in, which is I want to be aggressive, I want to just try and kill my opponent, this technically is like the mid to late game of this game. It just happens to start from turn 0.
Yeah. And blocking with that equipment piece in 1 card did stop that the Spectral Shield being generated, and possibly that Soraya being Figment coming in as well.
Yeah, that wasn't
left in Arsenal cards, so given extra value from that previous spot. But we do see this Herald of Erudition in blue coming in for 5. Hayden deciding to block that out and sculpt his hand a little bit, and the Sable will just finish by playing that Pierce Reality.
Yeah, reveal the Pierce Reality.
+2. Yeah.
Oh, reveal the Pierce Reality.
Sorry.
No, you go. You go.
Pierce Reality is a +2 to all your Illusionist attack action cards.
Is the Teklo Core the one that dies when it has no counters on it immediately, or does it wait till next turn?
Yeah, it does. It does die.
Yeah.
When it has no counters, but still gets those two resources to play with this turn.
Yeah, it's important in Dash into Prism, because if it's at the start of action phase, so technically they can Arclight centering you on it, which is never fun. But yeah, just you saw before that the Pierce Reality was revealed by Sable. That's just because it's known information. It was revealed last turn, so Sable Hayden probably just asked the question of what was the other card in their hand, and Pierce Reality was shown, so it's just good sportsmanship. As we see the 0 for 60 indeed. Coming in for 6.
Yeah, but nice Zix. Syracuse still flowing those 2 resources, but yeah, we do see that Herald of Erudition and that Soul Shield in Sable's hand.
Well, the important thing as well is that there is no more equipment block for Hayden. So that Herald of Erudition is likely punching through in combination with the Dreamweavers, removing the Phantasm from it.
Yeah. And if Hayden does not clear that Pierce Reality, it does get that +2 as well. So that 7 Dominate could be quite good if Hayden does not respect the Pierce Reality aura.
And Dash, one of the decks that can deal with Spectre relatively well, purely just from the fact of it, you can just pistol at the end of the turn. You're not losing out on a huge amount of damage doing it that way.
Yep. But Sable's at 18 life, starting to get to a point where might have to start respecting these boost attacks coming in. It's a lot of damage.
Yeah, a little bit of blocking happening now, but when you have Herald of Erudition in your hand, you do know that you have the ability just to. Ooh. Okay, Tekla Foundry Heart here. 1, 2. So it goes up to the 3 resources. So yeah, knows that it is incredibly likely you'll be able to reload the hand with the Erudition anyway.
Indeed, it goes pitches for Technopath's Pivotal, and then breaks Goliath Gauntlet. So we're looking at a throttle here. Looks like a yellow throttle, so coming in for 7 here. And Sable, I think, just instantly decides no blocks, we're taking damage.
Yeah, that's always scary if you're on the receiving end of it.
What's that? Don't, but who knows?
Yep.
Yeah, smart.
Being respectful of that Pierce Reality, knows that it can get multiple points of value turn. But yeah, we do see the Dreamweavers into Herald of Erudition, 5 Dominate, no Phantasm, and Hayden has no armor block, so this will hit.
Yeah, and so it's one of these things where it's like you're not denying the on-hit effects, so you're just going to take the damage. Hayden has plenty to do. Triggering Prism now as well. Does have 1 in Soul. Ideally would love to load another one into the Soul here to sort of try and see whether or not they can get one of the effects. Like Erudition here, for example, like the other one is always very strong, but
15 to 8.
I'm just going to get the Ravages, I think.
That's the courage.
So it does look like the Courage token for the Figment of War. So we'll get that courage token, which will get that +1 to the next hero that is played.
Yes.
Cheeky re-sleeve happening at the moment. It's one of these things where whenever you go to an event, you always have to make sure that you are... probably don't sleeve it in a different coloured sleeve. But always make sure you are bringing more sleeves in the same colour, purely just because, you know, for something like this, if you get deck checked, it can sort of be to detriment to yourself.
Yeah, it's important not to get those. Last thing you want is to at this stage of the tournament is to get like a lot game loss or a penalty moving forward.
Yeah. Gonna transcend as well. Transcend. Damn misfail. We're gonna flip over the angel. This is purely just for damage here, I believe. Not really gonna be able to get the effect because we don't have another angel and soul. So it's just gonna swing in for 4. I would be surprised. Yep, Hayden's gonna take it.
Yep. So yeah, no cost there, and then we finish off with a Herald of Triumph with that red one with the +1. So this will negate any poppers that any 6 power poppers, because it gets that -1 power when it defends this Herald of Triumph.
You know,
for 8.
I think if Hayden actually has the max velocity inside his hand anyway, I don't think, you know, if it's something he can play, I don't think he's going to be blocking with it anyway. Like, obviously, you give a soul and create another angel, but they can't flip for free. So they're not going to be gaining life on this turn. Obviously, they can pay into it on the following turn to do it, but that's not really where you want to be. Yeah, Hayden just reading Empyrean Rapture wants to make sure that they can't flip a second time. So the likelihood is I think we've probably got a max velocity or some high-powered card here that Hayden just wants to actually just pressure and try and kill, because 12 life versus dash is not a particularly high amount.
Yep. Yeah, the 8 plus a 4 ward, so effectively 12 life there. And so yeah, Hayden smelling blood in the water. Not much life to play around here for Sable. But if there's a hero that can stabilize on low life, that is Prism.
And in particular, because this is the third and final turn when it comes to having the Tekla Pounder. So at this point, after this turn, the game sort of needs to be in a state where Hayden is that far ahead. And that's purely just because, you know, you don't have the ability to, like, use the pistol or anything like that. You can't, like, you have multiple turns where you're just, like, shooting twice, which is, I guess, the sort of detriment to starting off with that incredibly powerful Pounder.
Yep. And we see Sable choosing that Figment of Erudition, which creates that Ponder. So is able to get a Arsenal card this turn. And with that Halo of Illumination still up, does have the option to get that extra card in Soul to get that, to be able to flip the Erudition and be able to attack with it and draw 2 cards.
Yeah.
So if Sable needs to block with a few cards, well, we do see a Figment in Sable's hand. So
oh, that's big.
That's a build.
Yep, that's pretty good.
Yep.
This is also one of the few cards as well that's actually really bad to play. Well, ALS is not a card you run into Prism anyway, into Dash anyway, just because the Achilles Accelerator allows you to get beyond it. Even though technically the attack doesn't resolve, because boosting is part of the cost, it does mean you can still crack the Achilles afterwards because it's an instant.
Yeah, and we see Hayden mulling over his turn, played that high octane, so probably going to get a few boosts and a few pistol shots here if the cards line up.
Oh my god.
Oh, boosts the Pounder.
Rocket. Banishes the Pounder and gets that +1 for Sprocket Rocket because it banished an item or an Evo.
Yeah.
So coming for 6 to go again, effectively another 0-60.
That's the first time I've seen Sprocket Rocket before, and I played hundreds of games against him.
You hear Sable say it's the first time you've seen Sprocket Rocket actually hit. I'm unironically kidding with what I'm about to say, but I played Phil 5 games of Dash versus Enigma and every Sprocket Rocket hit. It was wild.
Sometimes it just works well.
Yeah, but it's like the thing is that card is good enough as is without having to hit off the Sprocket Rocket, but when it does it, it's just so incredibly powerful.
Yep. And with the items that a Dash does run, there is always the possibility. It is just a zero cost boost card, which kind of enables the max V plan. So all round, just a great card. And then that can get that extra value with that boosting away the item.
Yeah.
Um,
So there is another Herald of Erudition in Sable's hand. And so I think, if possible, Sable's going to try and keep a yellow, and the Erudition, but might... Oh, it's a bit awkward, actually. Yeah, no, because also has the Figment in hand too, so might have to use the Halo defensively in this turn. Because, yeah, having a no block versus this is probably terrifying. Because, yeah, 6 damage, 3 cards remaining left in hand, and the potential for a maximum velocity is always looming.
so only the third turn this game, and we're at 18-14, so just slugging it out against each other.
Yeah, high-powered Flesh and Blood, and I think this is why this deck was brought by Hayden, to be honest. Just knows the fact that it's consistent, it can have absolutely massive spike turns, but also has game into the soil matchups where you can just look to fatigue and look to set up items if required. And that's, I think, we sort of talked about it before, but the power of Dash is just the ability to change depending on what you're versing, and that Halo is going to be activated here because having a Figment in hand is not good.
But looking like maybe not pitching, maybe trying to pitch a blue here, so he has that 2 extra resources to be able to flip. And then he's going to put a Herald into Soul, which will then activate Prism's ability, draw a card, and then getting another Figment, which we can use defensively here and flip over.
Yeah. It's still not the best place to be because you're committing 2 cards for 4 here, and so it's just like... It's a little bit challenging, and this is sort of the nature of when you do have the Figment in hand as well, so it's going to give everything -1, which is definitely very, very powerful, but yeah.
Yeah, can that Figment Triumph will give everything this turn -1, so we'll get that extra value. And then does block with the footsteps and that, so with the High Octane being played this turn, those footsteps being activated will be able to negate quite a bit of damage from the pistol. So great play by Sable here, bringing out that Figment to negate 1 and using those footsteps, which won't get popped because it's been lessened in power.
Yeah, and I think that's like a really important part of it as well. But something that you can't use is gonna be this Throttle coming in for 5. Oh, it's just a yellow Throttle. But again, so much life here.
There's no pluses on this.
And we see an Arclight Sentinel in Sable's hand, so another no block.
That's not
Come
good.
for Sable here. This is the struggle that Prism has. You have all those Figments and you have these auras which don't block. So you get yourself into a very rough position.
And you can't really afford to flash it out here because Hayden has so many action points available. He can just shoot the Arclight Sentinel and keep going, and you're committing, your entire hand to that. But I actually think the only card that blocks in Sable's hand is a 2-block aura. No, not even. Oh no, it's just that Erudition now. We pitched the haze bending.
Yep. And it is that red throw with that Triumph, so it's negating to 5. And Sable having to awaken that Figment of Triumph to just stay alive this turn.
Yeah. Now it does have 1 available for the Rapture as well, so it can give the Imperial Rapture ward at any given point, but Pulse Wave Harpoon, and that's not what you want to see because the Erudition's going to get pulled onto the combat chain here. And yeah, Sable considering whether or not to use the Rapture, I think, for ward.
I think it will need to. It has 3 action points with 2 floating. And yeah, that Pulse Wave Harpoon coming for 3, so again full block because of that Figment of Triumph is negating all attack action cards this turn.
Chain's going to get closed.
Attack actions. I have 4 actions.
So Hayden likely going to just be able to shoot 3 times here. So it's, again, because of the Phantasmal Footsteps, not going to be able to do a huge amount. Just but it's going to negate. Oh, that's one of the max Vs.
Well, that is a little respite for Sable here. That max V being banished away.
I'm going to
Yeah.
shoot all but the last one.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so Hayden's saying he's going to shoot all but the last one, but this turn now looks a little bit awkward here because, you know, Sable still has that arc line in hand and would ideally, I think, like to get rid of it. Oh, that's a good way of doing it. Herald of Protection from Arsenal. And this is one of the ones I think Hayden is incentivized to pop or block, just because the Arsenal, like, there's plenty of cards in not in Banish, in Soul for Prism. It has a Figment sitting there already, so the last thing you kind of want is to give them another one to be able to swing it and then go from there.
Yeah, and with that Imperium Rapture still there, can go to Soul, can search for Figment, and can awaken it for free. So get that little bit of a life buffer. But has no more resources, no more cards to be able to go further this turn.
And you know, maybe if you're Hayden, you're sort of at the point of like, well, let's just try and kill them. You know, I'll give them another 4 life. Don't get me wrong, but it is a bit scary for Hayden. Going to 8 is not particularly comfortable.
No. There's a Prism really able to kind of chunk down and then get that little bit of those protection with those wards. And if this is a Herald of Protection as well, so we'll get that Spectral Shield, so an extra point of life there.
Oh, I think that was another High Octane in hand for Hayden as well.
So yeah, with a High Octane, definitely incentivized not to block here. Want to get as many boosts in to be able to shoot that pistol as many times as possible.
Yeah, particularly versus those Phantasmal Footsteps as well. Like, we sort of talked about it a little bit, but it does really negate the pistol. But importantly for this hand as well is that Sable will not have an arsenal. You know, can't grab the Ponder token. Not too many shenanigans available, so definitely an interesting block here for Hayden and a lot to consider.
Yeah, I think Saber will be happy if Hayden does deploy 2 blocks here. We'll be not throwing too much back. Maybe that's just a makeup of Hayden's hand. Maybe a few too many blues instead of those powerful red cards.
I think even if you have blues at this point, though, you just start swinging them because 5 life or you know, equivalent of 10 is still pretty low. And as we saw, if it is another high octane, you definitely want to just try and shoot the pistol as many times as you can. Yeah, it's just going to lay it down.
And yeah, it does block with that high octane, so not seeing that it's going to be too much value.
Ooh. So the red throw, and that's a 3rd erudition and on hand as well, and kind of definitely not what Hayden wanted to see at this juncture.
Yep. It does block with that footsteps and then choosing whether pitching is the right move here.
I think you do. I think you do, just because if you have a blue in hand, then you pitch the blue, you can block with the footsteps, and if you need to, you can flip over one of the angels you have available.
Yeah. And you can flip that angel at the very end step. But if Hayden keeps an action point up and you don't have your blocks,
yeah,
could be a bit risky.
Doesn't even need to keep the action point up. Can just pop the Achilles.
But Sable does have, it seems like, a hand that does block, so in a good position there.
And Hayden will kind of need to find a popper to deal with this erudition, I think, and I think that's going to be one of the main sort of things on this next draw is, can he find the popper?
Yeah, we've definitely seen he's played at least 1 red throw and he's banished 1 max V, so there is possibly 4 poppers left in his deck. I don't remember him playing any other thing else, and he just finishes off with a Teclo pistol and then go to end an arsenal, so
yeah.
Bit of respite here for Sable. Able to keep 3 cards in hand.
And one of them being the all-important Herald of Erudition as well. So Hayden needs to try... Oh, no, just pitches it instead. Just wants to deal as much damage as possible, so...
Yeah, I think a safe play here by Sable, pitching that instead of playing air edition, really kind of does that all or nothing play. Whereas this, if the popper does show up, can pitch that, use that one resource to get the footsteps to get the action point back, and play out the passing mirage.
Yeah, but at this sort of life total, do you need to run the risk? Is I guess my question. Like, is passing like? Don't get me wrong, Passing Mirage is an incredibly powerful card, but say Hayden still has the Achilles Accelerator available. So maybe it is, is it that at that point where you have to sort of just start making it happen? So interesting to know. And Hayden didn't just pop the card, so he also understands he needs to be able to find damage as well.
Yeah. And respecting. So yeah, if it does let it hit, goes to soul, and we'll be able to, just chooses to awaken it anyway. With that 4 damage, so needs that life total, and life buffer, so not going to get the draws from Soraya.
And I think it's just like the more important thing right now. Hayden committed to blocking, and so you want to just sort of buffer that life total. Ooh, so 2 heralds and 2 of the blue auras, but again, I don't believe they're actually yellows in hand. What it looks like a bunch of blues.
Might not be. It did seem like Say was a bit frustrated with the hand as she pulled, so we'll see what Hayden comes back with. 3 life, so definitely going to be forcing some blocks here.
Second max V.
Yeah, Sprocket coming in for 3 boosts, boosting another max V, so another popper out of the deck for Hayden.
Is that the attack reaction in Sable's hand?
Yeah, it does look like it's the Angel's Wrath.
Another card that doesn't block.
Yep.
Oh, Angelic Wrath.
Angelic Wrath, yep.
I really like some of those reactions. My favorite one still is Semblance, though. Just being able to remove Phantasm is an absolute blowout sometimes.
Yeah, really got to think about these blocks here. It only has 1 Herald.
It is 10-3, just so you guys know.
So with those 2 resources flowing, it has that 1 card in Arsenal. Has a lot of cards that could be possibly played after this.
Yeah.
Sorry, did I accidentally want to put life on this? No, it's so good. Sorry, just to make it clear.
Thank you. Shout outs to our judges and the whole judging team, having obviously a very, very big weekend and, running off their feet while also having to answer a lot of questions. But this is sort of that moment. How can Sable navigate this? Currently sitting at essentially 7 life, but doesn't actually have the ability to instant speed tutor again. So 7, maybe 8 off of the Rapture if you decide to do so. But the moment that you're popping that, the game gets significantly harder.
Yeah. And Hayden has been respecting these Herald hits the last few turns, not allowing Sable to build that soul up a little bit more. So a bit starved there.
That is the wonderful thing about playing an aggro deck as well, is the fact of when you do have to have one of those moments to sort of sit there and consider your options. You got plenty of time left in the round.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, so Sable just decides, no, not going to block. This needs to keep as many cards in hand as possible. And we'll see what Hayden decides to do here.
I also think as well, though, like, couldn't find like an easy block that meant that they could take a decent turn next, because did lose a point of value because they do have Ward 4 and this attack was just coming in for 3.
Yep. It does decide to Foundry Heart and the 3rd Max V gone. So Hayden probably not loving to see those in the banish, so not being able to resolve any at all.
Yeah. Sort of a bit of shake of the head from Hayden there, as well as he does know that he needs to find the damage to pump through the end, because when you run dash with the pistol without the induction jump, it can be happy. Well, but I really would have loved to have seen that max velocity because that twin drive only boosting the once, so it doesn't have a need to.
Yep, yep. And we see a 2 blocks out of hand. We get 2 block there. And then you breaks Achilles to get that extra 2, and then we pitch for the footsteps
Take 1. So,
and take 1.
so yeah, had a forehand, a 3 block of 2 blocks and no blocks, and now passed it back over to Hayden. There's a Light of Soul in hand here as well, which is again not a card you want to see. Decent in this instance actually, because if they do get the flip while paying for the Phantasmal Footsteps, it can be good. But Hayden, yeah, ooh, that's a way to start.
Yeah, yeah, indeed. We do also see a Soul Shield, so at least that Light of Soul can be cashed in for the Soul Shield. But you probably want to have 4 3 blocks rather than a 6 block and a couple of 3 blocks in this spot.
Yeah, it might actually be kind of
Like
luck.
that.
Oh, gets the item again off of the Rocket. So it has boosted away all of the max velocities, but still able to find damage just by hitting off those Sprocket Rockets. And now going through.
Yeah. So again, that +1 from that Sprocket Rocket, banishing those items. So again, maybe a bit unlucky with the max V banishes, but getting a little bit of getting a bit of extra value getting those items banished.
Yeah, Sable pitched initially one of the few 3 block cards that she had, so taking it back, and yeah, I would not be surprised to see the Light of Soul get pitched here just for the blocks. And this is sort of one of the things whenever you verse dash as Prism or anything that runs Phantasmal Footsteps, you want to try and get as much value out of the footsteps every single turn, particularly on a high octane, when you know that Hayden's going to be breaking the chain pretty consistently.
Yeah. The question is, can we get more value out of that Soul Shield? Does Hayden have a throttle in his hand, which would be perfect for the Soul Shield? But we should say we still needs to block here. So it's the question is, does a 3 block get deployed here and does get the 1 point damage across?
Yeah, there's so much to consider here, and at this point of the tournament as well, every single win is super, super important to see if you can make it into that top 8. Yeah, he's going to pitch the Soul Shield, and I believe you declare all blocks first, and then it will happen.
Yep.
Reveal.
Soul Shield. It is. Oh, it is a yellow herald. So we'll get to search for that figment. And we'll be able to possibly get another 4 ward here.
Yeah, and has the 2 resource. Oh, just the 1 resource floating, but can you actually afford to flip it? Because Hayden has so many cards in hand and is about to shoot you with a pistol a bunch of times.
Yep, searches for that figment of protection, again that Spectre Shield, so again that extra piece of ward, extra piece of life that's desperately needed right now. And of course we do have that Soul Shield, and it looks like there may be a 3, so he's able to deploy that Soul Shield as a block and have 2 resources to be able to flip, so might be able to negate a bit of damage here, but that does use all Sable's hand.
Yeah, and this is the thing, like Hayden can consistently just pull with their hand every single turn. So has 1 floating available now and 2 action points. Would not be surprised to see Hayden load and just shoot here. We'll get eaten by the Soul Shield, but the least information you can give is sort of... This is the thing at this sort of higher level of Fab as well, is that there's optimal lines, and then there's the lines that you want that are optimal, but the sequencing of how you do them just to sort of reveal the least amount of information as possible. But is that a blue throttle?
Maybe it is, and opting. Don't think he boosted here, so
No.
gonna chew up one of those action points. So yeah, it does get the Soul Shield deployed here. And Sable, it sounds like Hayden went to end of round, keeping a card in Arsenal, so Sable will be using those 2 remaining resources to flip the protection, and then we'll just pass back.
It's a bit of a dangerous situation. Oh, no. So it's the Spectral Shield available. So, no, it wasn't too bad. Hayden's now going to be able to play off a 5-card hand, though. And this is sort of where it gets scary. And look at that Figment in hand for Sable there. So, does have the... is that all you got? Which will, when used on the correct card, will allow Sable to at least swing the Angel if it stays around. But I would be very surprised to see if that Angel was actually on the field at the end of this turn.
We'll be quite surprised. But that all you got, perfect opportunity to go against that Plasma Pistol. So then that Figment most likely being used for the footsteps, where we see the load up, start off with pitching that Teclo core.
I played two things with a really good in the yellow.
Does have a Figment in hand, though, which is nothing easy to spend the resources on other than the footsteps. So another one of these situations where it's getting a little bit dire. It's going to boost away this one here. This one's just a yellow, so I believe it's just going to come in for 4. And plenty of cards left in hand, but Hayden also has plenty of gas left in the tank.
Yep. And we see another throttle coming in. Blocking with 3 here. Looks like it's a blue, so that's just 1 over the top currently. But the Spectral Shield will block that all out. And then we finish off with an underloop. If this hits, we'll go to the bottom of the deck. So a bit of a recursion package there. And we do see Hayden's deck starting to dwindle down a little bit.
Yeah.
And if Sable does deploy that all you got, it is a 2 or less, so we'll get to draw a card. But it does not draw a Herald. It has to play out the Passing Mirage and just draw up again. Would have really loved to draw the Herald there and be able to get back a little damage and maybe get another Figment out of Sable's deck. Not many left there in her deck.
Is that an Arclight in hand? It is.
It is. And no Achilles Accelerator and 2 High Octanes have been played, I believe, and 1 blocked with, so no more High Octanes either. So if the resources line up here and Hayden decides to load to start off the turn.
And I think it's definitely something in Hayden's mind right now, which is the fact of, he's not going to load at the very start. Knows he needs to push damage, and the way that he loses this game is by getting Arclighted. So Arclight kind of off the cards now, and going to 1 versus dash even with those footsteps means that you are having to commit a card every single pistol block, and Hayden now is aware that Arclight can be available, but it's really hard to Arclight here. Because if you do, you're spending all your cards, your resources, and Hayden just shoots with pistol, 2 cards remaining in hand, and Hayden just sort of needs to consider whether or not he's going to just commit to killing, or whether or not he's going to actually take the Passing Mirage.
Yeah. Yeah, I think committing to killing here is probably the way. Hayden the deck is dwindling quite a lot, and will just get increasingly less as he continues to boost. So I think has to be considerate of the deck size here. Seems like
trying to
looking
figure
at
out what's
how many more
available.
soul shields do you have?
Yeah, I think if you're in Sable Seat, you have to try and commit to this fatigue plan, but you know that you've got a bunch of non-blocks coming as well.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to activate the Foundry Heart as well. Goes to 2 resources, going to load once, and
Sorry, you loaded the pistol. What's that? I said you loaded the pistol before your attack.
Pulse Wave.
Yeah, boosting an induction chamber.
Yeah, we'll show
Or
the
any
Arclight.
other damage, and Hayden gets there.
Oh, yeah. That was
Very, very tight game.
Tight game. Take a moment to listen to the players discuss about it as well.
I'll play.
Yeah, incredibly tight game coming through for both players, but Hayden is going to take the victory in the end in a challenging matchup on both ends as well. But Hayden, really, really excellently done. And you sort of saw a little bit of a pause towards the end there because Hayden's realizing that he is getting fatigued and he's running out of cards available in his deck. And, that's a thing where a lot of decks at that point could start to pivot into, I'm just going to fatigue you. But Illusionist and Prism in general has a lot of cards that do not block.
Not being able to block and just getting some unfortunate draws there, Sable. That previous turn from that data we got, really would have liked to get that Herald off the top to be able to swing some damage and maybe get a Figment and then flip it for a Ward to get that extra bit of life. But unfortunately got that Passing Mirage instead. But yeah, Hayden had a bit of bad luck as well, banishing 5 max Vs, so not being able to get those poppers in. So, but very well navigated by both these players, very close, and I think they're getting closer. Again, one more round to go for this round, the Swiss round, and these 12 rounds of Australian Nationals Championship 2024.
Yeah, I'm going to try to find the standings real quick, just to sort of see where we're at. Just because it's really getting to that point. There's only one more round left, Phil. There's one round left before we announce that top 8 and we see sort of who is actually going to be there.
One more round. Yeah. It's been a long 9 rounds yesterday, 3 rounds of CC, 6 rounds of draft, and then we've played now 2 rounds of CC today with 1 more coming up.
Yeah. And with that, we are going to cut to a very short break just as our players have finished up their final rounds. But don't go anywhere because we'll be right back with round number 12 and our final round for that top 8 cut. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Australian Flesh and Blood National Championships for 2024. My name is Matt Bram, and I'm joined once again by Spencer Horton. And Spencer, round 12, the big one, the final round in our general rounds of play before we cut to that coveted top 8. And I don't know about you, but I don't envy the players and how nervous I'd be right now.
Dude, it must be pretty nerve-wracking. We're in the final round of CC before the cut to top 8, and this is as close as it's gonna get to top 8. It's either you make it to top 8 and you don't, and I don't know. I'd be absolutely nervous. I'd be a nervous wreck right now if I was in a player's position right now.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And we had an absolutely cracking game. Hayden Dale on Dash versus Sable, Wang Wills on Prism, and it was just incredibly close. We're trying to find a pairing right now. But yeah, so after this round is concluded, there will be about a roughly 15-minute break, just so players can sort of get situated, get prepared, and then we'll be jumping into top 8 where we will be covering one round from each of them. But, you know, lots of sort of what we'd expect, but not as much Zen on the stream as I thought we were going to have.
Yeah, it's quite unexpected. My best guess is that Zen has just been counted by all the off meta picks, which is super interesting. We've got like Dash up here, which was, I don't know how many Dash we've got. I think like 2 or 3, but super surprising and almost near the LL level. So we might see a Dash LL today, which could be super exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. And just cutting back here to what our we looked like overall in regards to the field. And yeah, you know, if you look here, there's a lot of heroes that are designed purely to counter that counter Zen. So yeah, Nu, Aelia are both being brought for that sort of thing. Kano is another deck that I think is really quite strong into it. It's, you know, the Kano coin flip as per usual. But then, yeah, as you were sort of saying yesterday, 3 Victor is another big thing as well. And, you know, one thing I love is the Vin set being played. You know, we've just had the announcement of our next set as well, Rosetta, which I don't know about you. I am incredibly excited for. You know, they've given me a new wizard. Now, it's not an ice wizard, so I'm not, you know, fully ecstatic just yet, but they've given me more wizards, and they've given me wizard with earth. And I mean, look, I've just spent all my money building my Enigma deck, but no, we're just throwing money at Rosetta now.
Absolutely. I don't know. Rosetta looks so sick. It's 2 Rune Blades, 2 wizards. Every class deals arcane. It's going to be sick. I don't know what the Earth Wizard's going to look like. It looks like it's going to gain life and, you know, somehow use the life to deal arcane damage. I don't know. I'm super excited for it.
Yeah.
I just wonder if they're going to, you know, slap another meta deck in Rosetta and have another Haymaker in the format.
I mean, hey, I'm all for Haymakers, you know what I mean? We should really...
I do love a good Haymaker in the format.
It's just sorting out. Okay, so looking at our next game here, we are going to be having Aelia versus Nu. So it's Thomas Mifsud versus Matt Nguyen. We're just getting this all sorted for us now.
In the playmat setup, choosing to put out their own playmats. We've got a epic looking Red in the Ledger playmat and Tunic playmat here.
Yeah.
But I think there was another one, Cowboy Bebop. So I do enjoy this playmat.
Alrighty. So
Right.
jumping into the game now. Yeah, Aelia versus Nu, and this is one of those matchups where I'm not fully sure what's going on.
I'm not fully sure either. I know they're both counter decks to Zen and quite good in the meta right now, but I've never actually played a game or seen a game like this, so I'm not sure what's going to happen. Most Azaleas are on a red line type of build, so I can't imagine the Enigma's going to get a lot of value out of blue cards this game, so it might just have to be some crucial on hits to really prevent that damage and see if they can slow down the Aelia from just playing 4 pumps and an attack for 17.
Yeah, and that's the big thing, right? Just being able to go, cool, I'm going to attack you for 1,000,000 damage. Dominated, you can't do anything about it, and it means that you can't play next turn. Is definitely a big part of it. But, you know, a really big card that is important when it comes to Aelia is that Red in the Ledger, right? And Red in the Ledger is a card that just says you can only make 1 action next turn, which is a big deal versus Aelia, but Aelia also has other ways of being able to manipulate the deck. You know, Rain raises in an instant so it doesn't get caught by it. You know, loading with the bow doesn't actually count as the action because I believe it's action card. No, sorry, I lied. Okay, no, okay. Red in the Ledger is a really, really important card in this matchup. But as what I was trying to say was new in the deck has a lot of reactions, so it doesn't hose new as much. And we saw when Nick Butcher was playing, it was just like play one thing, pump a bunch of reactions into it, and go from there.
Absolutely. Yeah, Red in the Ledger is Red in the Ledger. It's 1 action, and it's as painful as it sounds. Obviously, Nu having the attack reactions in this matchup is actually really, really huge. Azalea's, like, while Red in the Ledger still limits you to 1 action, you know, you're not going to be able to go super wide. You're going to have to rely on more attack reactions to go taller, and Aelia might have to throw out some, like, inertia arrows or some blood rod arrows to really get some more value into this this new deck.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see, but you know, Aelia is one of those decks where if you can chain the right disruption together back to back to back, the game can end very quickly, and it'll be interesting to see what equipment the new brings, because we were sort of talking about the equipment that they've been running by default, but it might be worth running the black techs here if you have them in the sideboard just for that, you know, potential repeated block value.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to block out an attack from Aelia is a big advantage. Like the on hits that come with the arrows, like you're gonna lace it with frailty, inertia, whatever, and then like, you know, most arrows like remorseless have an on hit, and it punishes you for everything you do. And if you can negate an arrow and throw something back, that's some good value, fab right there.
Yeah, exactly. And so we're going to see what's going on. But this one here, just so you guys will know, is essentially, it's not guaranteed, but it is pretty much a win and in for top 8 for both of these players. So whoever wins this one, I do believe should be locked in for top 8, which is very exciting.
Super exciting. And this is Aelia here is rocking Aelia sleeves, an Aelia playmat, Marvel Aelia. Absolutely everything is blinged out. I think this is one of the diehard Aelia fans, and it's going to be exciting to see how they execute this game, because being this high up and seeing an Aelia, seeing a skilled Aelia play is super awesome to watch as they like look through the deck and watch their lines, because it's something that I can't do.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that's super reliant on just like game knowledge of your deck, and the decision. Battering Bolt's going to be revealed from the Aelia ability. Put in there off the reload, off of the take aim. Up to the bottom, going to activate Aelia here, so might have found the arrow, or might just be trying to go in blind. No, it does find the Bolton Shot. Bolton Shot is going to have go again and dominate, and this is one of the big reasons why Aelia going first is so important. Release the tension as well, so no defense reactions, and now the Bolton Shot's going to come in for 9, I think. Yeah, come in for 9, dominate, on hit, reload. So can technically throw another arrow, but I wouldn't be surprised just to throw a card into the arsenal. And this is the scary thing about going second into Aelia, is the fact that it could just dominate these big attacks, and you know, imagine that's a Red in the Ledger there. You're in some trouble.
Yeah, Aelia just being able to set up an arrow in Arsenal turn 1 as well is pretty crazy, because they rely on the Arsenal to do everything. You need the Arsenal to activate your headpiece, to, you know, activate Aelia, and you can even send the arrow, snap it, and then go ham with something else, and then that's 2 arrows on the 1 turn. That's just a huge amount of on-hit effects.
Yeah, and like one of the things as well, in in this matchup is that Matt is going to have a lot of ways of disrupting the arsenal. You know, Command and Conquer the universal way, but also has access to Leave No Witnesses. And I think those 6 cards are going to be super imperative to this matchup.
Absolutely. Yeah. Now that you mention it, it registers in my head that Nu is a big, big Arsenal hater. There's 6 cards in the deck that hit the Arsenal. And those are going to be some probably must blocks for Aelia. And here you go. Is that just a Nick?
Yeah, just a Nick, probably, I'm assuming, on a stealth card. So it's going to come in for 6 damage as well as banish the top card of the deck. It's going to be a release the tension, which in a weird way is actually probably a good thing if you're Thomas here, because it means it's all it's done is banished a card that is not an arrow, and so you're going to get more value. There's the arrow that came through, so it's going to be the second banish. That one was actually off of the cards ability, and I would not be surprised if Thomas actually... oh, okay, so it was it a bonds? I'm not sure what the actual attack action was, but I have a feeling it might be the bonds.
Yep, it looks like a persuasive prognosis here. So
I
he
see.
gets to look at the hand, gain some information, and I'm not sure what color bowling shot he picked, but
I think it was yellow.
It was yellow.
I think so.
To take the amp here.
Amplifying Arrow, a card that terrifying, absolutely terrifying card. Oh, and then following up with the Leave No Witness as well. That one there is sort of like the really big one when it comes to the actual impact on this turn, because Aelia tries really hard not to block, but Leave No Witness, one of those cards that demands a block, and more importantly, puts one in the graveyard for a later codex as well.
Absolutely, like just having an early Leave No Witnesses here is huge for any future codex turn, and giving up 2 cards on this, that I believe they're both pumps, so they both block exactly 2. Maybe trying to bait the Fang Strike, but it's okay. Fang Strike is still chilling, still live. Probably wants to get the block value on it. Yeah, it can be really rough as Aelia when you see, well, he flips a red in the show. Be rough when you see that Arsenal hate.
Yeah, activate the Aelia, putting it on the bottom. He's going to find endless arrows with dominate here. He's going to come in for 4. So not the most challenging block for Nu. Has a lot of equipment that they actually want to block with pretty aggressively, just so they get the block value off of it when they do activate. But still, endless arrow, a card that demands some sort of answer, because otherwise the value they get off just being able to recycle it is very, very strong. Might not be the most detrimental thing in the world, just because, you know, he does have another card in hand. So regardless, he's going to have an arsenal here, but, you know, Endless Arrows is a card that you definitely can't just sort of scoff at.
Yeah, this is a late game when you have no armor block. This with snappies is like super awesome. It's like a 1 card 8, and I think he's just gonna say no block, and Rain raises it.
Yeah, and so this one here is definitely interesting, right? Because
Snapdragons?
yeah, he's gonna activate the Snapdragons as well, and he's gonna probably activate the arms as well to then reload the arrow.
Yep, he could reload it here, or he could just arsenal it, but he's going aggro. He's going all out, and he's saying, "Oh yeah."
7.
Yeah, so 7 here, and yeah, he activates Snapdragons. He's definitely gonna reload it.
Dude, this was 6 into 7. That's like 12 damage off 2 cards. That's a mighty fine rate.
Yeah, and I think that's why he's actually, he's just committing to the block there. So it's going to keep him off the arsenal, but it also means that Nu's not really going to have a turn. Unless, of course, that's a codex. But that doesn't make a huge amount of sense. You're losing value if that is the case. It is a codex. Okay.
It's a codex. Very, very nice call on your behalf there.
Thank you. He's going to get the Leave No Witnesses. Yeah. And then he's going to go and find an arrow here.
What to choose? It's very, very interesting, because Aelia uses the arsenal a ton, right? So you could be thinking about, do I actually want this arrow, or do I just want to let it die right now?
Yeah.
Most time, you're gonna have to give up 2 cards for the arrow, but you know, a pump into an endless arrow, you know, that'll leave you with an arsenal. And that's still great.
Yeah, it's the discard force here that sort of makes this incredibly strong. And so, you know, Leave No Witnesses will be coming in for 4, but has the Fang Strike available in the arm piece? Oh, no, it costs 1 actually. So, yeah, so this is just, it's sort of like, this one here is just math. You know,
I'm not sure what the tunic's on here, but
it'll be on 2, I believe, because Aelia went first, correct?
yes, got that turn 1 dominate in.
Ponder will trigger as well, so Nu puts the card back into the arsenal, and Tunic will tick up to 3 here. Skullbone Cross Trap's going to reveal the Endless Arrow. Just opt to see what's on the top. Is Aelia one of those decks, much like Kano, that do, like, sometimes you need to take a little bit of a risk?
Absolutely. Flesh and Blood is actually just full of risks here. And here we see the Endless Arrow laced with a Blood Rot, I believe. Frailty. Oh no, it is the on hit Blood Rot.
Yeah, so the Frailty is from the Codex before.
Notably, both heroes here run Codex in their decks because it is a assassin / ranger action.
Yeah.
So, you know, both times, whenever each player might not be as sad to see Codex played from the other side here. Like, this is still a great play from Aelia, demanding 2 cards to deny the arsenal.
Yeah, and it's one of these things where it's like both decks are running, yeah, as you can see, the codexes themselves. So, like, whenever they have to use it, it's not the biggest deal in the world. Coming from Arsenal here, that looks like, yeah, looking at the card, it's going to look like I think it's the Art of Desire Mind. Giving it a go again using the Pathway Travelers, which is going to transcend. Yeah, Mask is sort of like the really important one here, banish a card. And I think you are right in the sense that there's not a huge amount of blue cards, but the disruption's like the important thing.
Yeah, here we see Mask getting rid of a Codex of Blood Rot. Not the better Codex, but still a Codex nonetheless.
Also banishes a premeditate off the top as well. And I would not be surprised if Thomas actually just like sideboarded out all of his blue cards, except for maybe Knock.
Super interesting. Yeah, Knock is an absolute powerhouse to find the one arrow you need, put it on top, and have it dominated. Like, can't say no to that. Especially in a super tight situation. Oh my god.
3, 6, 9, 12.
3, 6, 9, 12 damage coming at this Nu. That's a lot of damage.
Trying to find the 12 on the dice. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, 12 damage coming through with triple on hits, Frailty, Inertia, and Blood Rot. So just give you a cascade of tokens here.
This is called the Wombo combo back where I'm from. When you get one of each, that's one of everything. You get to spread the love. You know, you got to think about this. Like, no saving the arsenal for a future turn. Like, if this hits, you know, you gotta give everything. You gotta use everything, maybe a little bit more inefficiently. And with the Frailty, you know, you don't want to have to use everything. Like, the Arsenal card might come in for just less damage. So blocking this could be an option, but it could be quite hard.
Yeah, and it also turns off the weapons as well, which is like a big thing. If for whatever reason they have excess cards, and like that's the thing with the assassin weapons, more often than not they're just there for the turns where your opponent like bricks and you pass. So not the biggest deal, but yeah, definitely considering here, because 12 damage, nothing to scoff at, and life total's pretty healthy for the Nu at the moment, but as we've known with Aelia, you know, a couple of tempo turns where you just chain back-to-back dominated arrows, the life total can disappear very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. Just being able to send huge arrows back-to-back with these relevant on-hits, like Red in the Ledger, is just gonna start breaking Noo's back, hopefully at some point, and this could be the start of it.
Some of the other ones as well are things like Battering Bolt. I definitely think could have an effect, and we've seen that there's definitely running Battering Bolt in Thomas's list. But
Yep.
you know, there's so many arrows at this point that are just like, I don't want to get hit by that. I don't want to get hit by that. I don't want to get hit by that. So it's like, you know.
Yeah. No one wants to. You don't want to see a battering bolt when you've got, I think, a chi in your hand. What does? Do you remember off the top of your head what battering bolt does exactly?
Yeah, so I don't believe it actually hits chi. So when it hits a hero, they reveal their hand and discard all cards other than action cards. So actually, yeah, it probably does remove the chi, and then they lose a life for each card discarded that way.
So, yeah, if you do have a couple non-blocks in your hand, it's gonna be. This is basically the weakest link, but it's an arrow, and it's
Ooh.
super cool arrow.
Yeah, leave no witness there. It's an interesting having to play it here, but the inertia token really sort of just says, hey, you're not going to get to keep this anyway. Has a card left available. It only comes in for 3. Yeah, no blocks being declared. Takes the 3 and probably just going to use the remaining card to pay for the blood rot token so they don't leak too much damage. Plenty of silver available here. You know, silver, another thing that's like less important currently. Yeah, they'll pay for the blood rot.
Yep. Silver, yeah, you're right. Silver's not incredibly important. Like, we're not seeing black tech whispers or any crazy buyback equipment right now. But if you do draw an all blue hand, which is possible in Noob because you're a mystic hero, it can really like fix your hand sometimes instead of having to sink it all into just daggers.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, you know, depending on the list, some people are also running things like the black text and the redback shroud as well. So equipment that you can buy back, and that is a big thing. Speaking of battering bolt, you see one there in the pitch zone as the death dealer gets activated.
Oh yeah, I love death dealer. This weapon is an actual powerhouse. Reloading a red. Just being able to draw a card off the death dealer is so huge.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's a big. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 damage coming through. Oh,
11 damage.
yeah.
Leading 2 dice again. Here we go.
And
Ponder, and you would get a seek and destroy.
yeah, this is sort of the ones where, like, even though the arrows themselves don't have a huge amount of on-hits a lot of the time, this one being one of the scariest, but all of the pumps that you have will just add a bunch of on-hits that you definitely don't want to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. Just it's more of an inconvenience just to have a frailty or a blood rot. Like, it's not much. It's not gonna affect your turn, and it's not crazy disruption. But it's like, damn, I guess I'm just gonna lose an extra 2 life.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, blocking with everything, another codex available here, and so it's another one of these where I'm assuming it's just going to be that leave no witnesses. Just the easiest choice in this situation. Doesn't cost anything and attacks the card. Ready to consider?
I don't know, what arrow would you pick here?
I think it depends, right? Like, yeah, bolt and shot's a good one if you think you can go wide enough, but we obviously have to block in this situation. It could also just be the endless arrow or anything. Yeah, just taking the 4. It's going to lose it. I think he specifically picked a non-red arrow here to not give him more silver.
Yeah. That's a very, very nice play. Picking a yellow arrow to not give the silver here.
Yeah.
I think he still is making a silver off the top of the banish. But, you know, the less silver you can give, you know, why not? Why not take that silver away from them?
Yeah, speaking of codexes, has a codex available here as well.
Ooh.
Would be
It's a
yeah, I was
pretty
gonna say.
codex.
Just gonna pitch it, and yeah, you're right. Those marvels. And speaking of battering bolt, gonna draws another codex off the top as well.
Oh my god.
Is that a codex of blood or a frailty? That's a frailty.
I do love that about them, is that they're so hard to tell them from one another just because the art is gorgeous, but it's just like, it's not the most obvious thing in the world.
Yeah, it's I mean, you know, you don't see a Marvel like that every day.
No.
Like, so, you know, you look at it and you're like, which one is it? And I think that is probably
It's Frailty.
the Blood Run. It's
Oh,
Frailty?
the one in the pitch zone is Frailty, he said.
Okay. I'm not sure about the one in hand.
Considering the Aelia flip here, is he going to pull something off the top? He has to. No, it's good. Oh, take aim though is not bad. So take aim at least allows him to reload.
So he's gonna get the Guardianos, which is really good.
Yeah, and he's got the other codex here as well. I don't know if the one in hand is a Frailty though. Frailty would be ideal. Yeah, it is.
Beautiful, beautiful. Picking any card that he would like from his graveyard. He's got
Ren
one
the Ledger.
resource up, so Ren the Ledger is the perfect pick right now, and just sending it.
So this is 10.
Yeah, so 10 damage coming through. Again, I don't know how important it is in this matchup. And one thing is that I would be curious to see whether or not Dreadbore is inside Thomas's list, because I think that card is really, really powerful in some matchups. And I'd be curious to see if this is one of those ones whether you'd actually run it.
Yeah, absolutely. Nu does like to do a little bit of defending here, but Dreadbore, give him +1. It actually allows you to also go wider into heroes like Zen, giving on-shot go again. So
Yeah.
there's also that duality of that card there.
So trading the last piece of blocking equipment here, other than that tunic. The weakest linker card that's in hand. So it's one of those cards where there's not a huge amount of value other than Rain Razors, which can be played in response. But again, just in general, it's a big 6 attack that blocks for 3, so it's pretty good.
Pretty good. What are we going to see from the new here?
Command and Conquer. Yep.
Command and Conquer. I do believe he can use the arms on this, can't he?
He can. Ooh, I don't know. Let me double check.
I have to double check that. But
Is
if he can, the Aelia is really going to have to think about this block here.
It's less important now because it has the frailty token, so it's 5 or 6 anyway.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. We get a couple numbers for the table with the big dice. Oh, I love the big dice. I'm not gonna lie. Seeing them in person, they're absolutely massive, and I want a set for no damn reason.
They're really nice as well. They kind of look like candies. The only problem that I have with them, it's just like I look at them, it's like I kind of want to eat it. You know what I mean?
I'm not gonna lie. I don't want to eat the dice, but
no, they look too much like those like big jelly candies. So no, that's definitely where I'm at.
I respect that. Actually, you know what? The more I look at them, Matt.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I do kind of like the resource one.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Oh, no.
It's
What
just
have
like
you
that.
done, man?
Yeah, sorry. You're never gonna be able to look past that now. It's like, damn.
No.
Now I'm hungry.
Oh, now I'm hungry and I want lunch.
Rain Razors being revealed from the arsenal here, so activating the Skullbone, and this is one of those ones where it's like he's either going to play it preemptively as a buff, or he's just going to sink it away with the Aelia ability.
It is an option to Aelia here, but you know you could be giving up Dominate for an arrow that you could maybe. Oh, I think he's going to top this card here, actually. So he totally could. Oh. All right, last minute deciding to bottom a card. Playing the Rain Razors.
Yeah, it goes for the consistent like knock in hand as well. So it could have actually knocked here, but instead, no, just going to come in.
The bone shot. Hoping to go wider, I think. And the on hit here is relevant. Because if this hits and there is an arrow in his hand, it will come in and it will get the Rain Razors buff. So
yeah.
A block here would be very highly considered.
Yeah, and it's one of these things as well where the new deck might be considering, hey, you know, we've not been getting hit with too many dominated attacks, we're doing okay, but this is the thing with the Aelia deck where, like, if new has a turn off where it cannot fatigue them, or like, so it cannot disrupt them on that singular turn, this deck might just go, cool, play 4 bus, activate a dominate arrow, swing at you for 15, dominate on, don't take your next turn kind of thing. So it's always like, it's always crazy to think that a turn where you present, you know, like 15 damage is not the best.
Yeah,
But-
it can be interesting.
Yeah, it's like 15 raw damage is not the best for Aelia, which is wild to think because that's still above rate. But it's like 15 damage dominate with a 4 on hits is sort of like the upper echelon of this deck.
Yeah, you do want to be considering as well with when there are non-dominated attacks blocking, because when there is a dominated attack, right, you don't get to block that card very well. You can block with 1 card and you're taking damage. So if you've been taking previous attacks, you know, the dominated attack can come in at an inconvenient time per chance. And I think this is
Surgical.
a surgical extraction.
Aelia, not a deck known for running many defense reactions, so probably a 2-card commitment here regardless. I will say though that like the likelihood of hitting a blue in regards of like actually being able to play it from hand is not very high, but being able to take, you know, the most important piece out of Thomas's hand, certainly important for Matt here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. This is the one where on hit, take a card from your opponent's hand and top card of deck.
Correct. Looking for blues. Ooh.
Looking for blues. We see the headpiece being used at quite. I think that's quite early, but maybe the hand here is just absolutely goated.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Ooh. Speaking of dominate, so it's going to be a...
He hits the dominated arrow. Now, we'll have to see how many pumps he can throw on this bad boy.
It's going to give it
He's
an
throwing
aim
an aim
counter
counter
as
on
well,
him
so
as
it gives it
well.
another +1. Ooh, premeditate laced with inertia, dominated infecting shot for 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12.
12 damage with an inertia blood rot. Ponder on hit?
Correct for the pre-med.
Correct. I think you mean crazy. Big arrow with some on hits here. I'm not sure how relevant the on hits are, but I would just I don't know what I'd do here as new. I'd
Well,
be
you-
kind of scared of all these on hits.
Well, the first thing you're going to do is you're going to take some damage. We know that for a fact. There is no way you can get
Yeah.
out of this without taking damage.
Absolutely. It is dominated. So these on hits are coming through, which means you do have to think about this a little more. So Matt may have to play around the inertia and the blood rot.
Inertia being the sort of like the really scary one for a deck that likes to set up. You know, not being able to set up those big 5-card hands or set, you know, a defense reaction in Arsenal. And yeah, talk about the life totals. You know, New was ahead for a very, very long time, but Thomas in one fell swoop just like equalizes and then actually exceeds.
Yeah, taking a fourth of the total life total here. That's the power of a dominated arrow, and you only have to send 4 of those a game. So dedicating your build to doing that's a pretty good idea.
Ponder as well. And that's like the most... I think that, like, it's the most important thing is just like getting a card into the arsenal and just making sure you have that ponder.
Doesn't matter what the card in Arsenal is, because you can always Aelia it. But here we see a level of enlightenment from No. Just not sure what the modes picked are, but there's only 1 blue in the pitch zone, so might be the go again.
Yeah, my assumption would be go again. Because, yeah, there's no point trying to keep a card because Arsenal... And that's another surgical extraction here.
Oh my god. Back-to-back surgicals. Now he does have a blood rot, so he will be taking 2, go down to 20. And doesn't have to worry about the inertia anymore. The inertia, he's used everything, so he's sitting pretty, going to 4 fresh cards.
It's more what do you do about this surgical extraction, you know what I mean? Like, because unlike a card like Shakedown, which is the Azuri specialization, you you will lose a card. So,
Yeah.
it's definitely
It's
challenging.
it's hard because the 4 attack on this makes it feel so bad to block with two cards because you know you can give like an equipment and 1 card and you're fine, but it just that's what he's doing.
Yeah, using the
Giving
last
up
piece
2
of
cards
equipment.
is so strong.
And Aelia, no equipment left available, but in fairness, not a huge amount of equipment left on the side of Matt as well. Just the tunic there.
Matt, we haven't seen a Bonds of Agony from Matt, and he does still have both his arms and legs up. So we could be seeing some spice coming up soon.
Ooh. So that's that. Yeah, I was going to say that's Spire Sniping, I believe is what it's called. Yeah, Spire Sniping. You just get to put the top 2 cards back in any order.
Yeah, being able to put the 2 cards back in any order is really useful for the Aelia hero ability, which he has already used.
So, yeah, this is the thing, right? Spire Sniping itself, not particularly threatening, but with these additional... and that's so smart as well. So the Blood Rot... Codex of Blood Rot, he's going to force a card off of the top and force a discard as well. So it means it's a little bit less consistent. It has the card in hand, so... Codex of Blood Rot's not one of those ones where you use it to generate your own card advantage, but you use it as a way of sort of disrupting their ability to block. Unless they rip a card off the top that's... So it's just put a card from your hand into the arsenal, which is sort of what the Seek and Destroy is there for. I was thinking of the Codex of Inertia, which is off the top.
Yeah, interesting. There's so many different codexes. Here we are, just the Spire Sniping coming in for 6 here. And it's got a Seek and Destroy attached to it. So I like Seek and Destroy. It's kind of like a cheeky Inertia, but everything gets destroyed.
Yeah. Into some decks it's better, into some decks it's worse, but well, that's a good way of getting around it. The thing I'm surprised about is the fact that he's not wanting to block the whole thing out, so he doesn't need to. But yeah, really heads up play there just to put the defense reaction into the arsenal.
Yeah, very clean. Seek and Destroy, you know what I play. I do like Levia, and I do love my graveyard being filled turn 1, so shouldn't play it into Levi, but here, forcing cards out of News Arsenal is what Aelia wants to be doing.
I think it's alright into Levia though, because by the time usually that it actually has any impact the damage that you're receiving, you've already got a full graveyard, so it's not too bad.
Yeah. I guess that's true. Honda and Arsenal go back over to Matt.
Ponder's so important in this matchup as well, just to be able to get that constant Arsenal card available.
Absolutely. Not having to give up an actual card from your hand and just getting a free Arsenal it's like almost just drawing a card in Ranger, and that's one of the reasons why it's so strong. Is this a Bonds of Agony?
It is, and this is the really scary one now because he has so many attack reactions available at his disposal.
Yeah, he's got both of his arms and legs up, and he's gonna crack the arms for a Fang Strike. So that's 1, 2, 3 reactions. That's gonna be coming up to 11 damage, I believe.
No reactions. So 4, 9, 10.
10 damage.
Yeah, so 10 damage is going to go through, committing a lot of equipment here. But as a result, though, is it going to be able to have a peek at the hand and rip a card not only from hand but also from deck as well.
Yeah, we were also talking about how Nu loves information. Like just looking at the opponent's hand, he's got a knock in there. I think the new player, Matthew, will just know exactly what's going to happen next turn, and that can be crucial to blocking.
Yeah, with Aelia, I think it's a little bit harder just because obviously there's the Arsenal card as well as the card on deck.
Yeah.
So this
You
is
want
really
shifting
funny.
cards around a lot.
This is really funny because a
What's
lot
up?
of those cards have been played multiple times. So it's probably going to be the Knock the Death Whistle here that's taken because that's one of the more powerful cards. But there's only 3 of them in the deck. You can't, like, get extra value because Knock's going to be the one that gets banished.
Yeah. Funny enough, if the new tries to play Knock the Death Whistle, it's new doesn't run arrows, so it's just blue reason.
Reload. I gotta read the text on Reload, but is Reload specifically put an arrow face down in your arsenal? No, it's put a
I believe
card
it's
face down in your
card.
arsenal. So technically you can reload with Knock, I guess? Put a card in your arsenal.
You could reload a Death Touch.
Yeah, that's
Very-
definitely a good one.
That's about all I think the edge cases are for
Yeah.
that card.
Look, you don't have many targets in Aelia for the new hero ability, and I think that's probably why we're not really transcending.
Yeah, this matchup you definitely don't need to transcend a lot. Just Azealia is on a red line, and Mask could be good here, but Azealia just keeps throwing out damage.
If there's one thing the Aelia deck does not lack, it is damage. And taking 2 off the Blood Rot there as well, and now passing it back. Still plenty of cards in hand and available, so... Release the Tension and Lace with Inertia, I think, they're 2 cards in hand.
No shortage of pumps and arrows in Azalea's hand right now. The disruption is affecting Azealia that bad right now. Oh, let's go. Blind Azealia for the
Whoa.
stream. Oh, dude.
Yeah, and it's a little awkward. I don't know what color. Yeah, I was going to say he has to pitch 2 cards for it, but it is going to be for 9 Dominate.
When it hits, you reveal your hand and discard all cards other than action cards and lose a life from each.
Yeah, so this one's pretty brutal because there's a lot of defense reactions and that sort of thing in the hand, so we'll get ripped.
You also get frailty.
If you want to talk about a way of being able to sort of end a turn, you're going to sink probably away a reaction and hope to find an action card here.
Yeah.
So didn't have anything to rip there off of the battering bolt. Really well placed sink below, and now this is the scary turn because you haven't actually disrupted the hand a huge amount. The frailty, which will help you with the daggers, so they can't sort of go dagger into something, but we haven't seen too many bonds, we haven't seen too many of these big power cards, so could definitely be looking at something pretty big here. Just taking time for Matthew to consider. Plenty of lines. Life total pretty much bang on even, and this is sort of the thing walking it down.
It is a very, very close game. It's been just back and forth trades and nothing too crazy. Just value, big arrows, a little bit of disruption. Still the legs available to the new here, but no armor at all from the Aelia. It has been used and equipped.
Yeah, 9 cards left available here, and this is sort of one of the things now where, of those 9 cards, we know at least a couple of them are going to be those pumps, so...
Yeah. Another thing to keep in mind is, has Aelia shuffled the deck? Because everything that Aelia has been activating the hero ability for has been going to the bottom, so anything unused will be in that little stack, which could be remembered by the Aelia player.
Absolutely. I think that's the scary part, you know what I mean? Just like the ability to be like, hey, I'm just going to fatigue you at this point.
Yeah, running out of cards is an absolute like just possibility. You
In
know?
particular, as a ranger, though, it's one of the big things you're afraid of, purely for the fact of like you can't actually just swing a weapon every turn. You have to be able to play cards, and if you have none left, it's you actually have no way of winning the game.
11 minutes time left.
Yeah, and Nu does have the Spider's Bite and Beckoning Mistblade here, so they can just dagger all day. And I mean, it would be good if you could smack with your bow, but unfortunately not. Here we see levels of enlightenment coming in.
So
For
3 go again here.
3 go again. One card in Arsenal. Is it a surgical extraction?
I'd be surprised if it was. Though I think the most devastating thing here would be a Command and Conquer. No, it's going to be interesting. The weakest link. Now, not the most relevant on hits for this deck. The only thing is going to be, like I said, yeah, the only thing is going to be, what's the card called? Rain Razors. So,
My hand, right?
yeah, so reveal the hand.
No rain razors. And he's just taking it. Going to 3. I think this is the time for Aelia to just take the tempo. I
Yeah.
think Death Dealer. Ooh, pushing a red.
Pushing the red to load in the red in the ledger to see whether or not we get anything off the top. Ooh, blind as Aelia. Whoa. Another infecting shot off the top. So dominate again. Depending on how many buffs he has, this is the sort of thing he needs to be able to pull together. Give it an aim counter.
Dude, this is hit, it's wow, and it's now. He's gonna play a Codex on top of it. Probably try to pull some cards out of the hand and deal just as much damage as he can. And because this Blood Rod is coming through. I mean, it's looking very scary right now for the new player.
Doesn't have a huge amount of pumps though, is the only thing. So don't get me wrong, 6 damage is scary, but
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. I'll just say. Just be mindful.
I'm not sure if the Aelia player has to discard here, but I think he already has. Because he's going to need to pitch to play this infecting shot here.
yeah, so paid 1 for the aim counter, so it doesn't appear to have a pump in hand, which sort of means that like you're paying an entire card for a +1, which is not great, but you know, it might be enough to just sort of get you over the edge. It means you can't just be tunic block plus a D-react or plus a 4 block.
Yeah, I think he's just given it all he's got here. I'm not sure how many pumps are left in the deck right now. But, I mean, putting cards back into the deck. Keep your deck alive.
I think the worst feeling in the entirety of Flesh and Blood is getting fatigued out, I swear to God.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty wacky, especially as a ranger with just a weapon. A weapon that does not swing.
It can swing, just not particularly hard, not particularly well.
Yeah, absolutely. There we are. Pitching a drill shot. Taking 6, gaining that blood rot. And he has the ponder as well, so he's going to be putting a card into Arsenal with that CNC. There is a world where you maybe don't Arsenal this card just to keep cards in deck, because if you do see the CNC, you know, I do wonder what else left.
I think the problem is now is that like that CNC is going to come in for 5, so it's like you can go to 1, but then you start to get Kadachi locked out by Nu, so it's like it's one of these really big challenging situations now. Okay, he did. I was like he didn't take damage, but yeah. So plenty of cards left available here for Matt. If Thomas can sort of survive this turn, there's definitely a chance that he rips a dominated arrow off the top, and we sort of call it Hail Mary. But not a lot of time left on the clock either.
I sure hope that there's still some pumps left in the deck and he can pull off this dominated arrow.
For context as well, ladies and gentlemen, the time you see on your screen is a little bit behind. So they're actually, I think, only have about 10 minutes left remaining in the round.
Mm. New does have a blood right now, so there's gonna be a lot of thinking about preserving life and how much damage to actually deal right now.
Taking his time, just to really want to make sure he knows what he's blocking with. And this is like the worst feeling in the world as Aelia, or as any like ranger, in fact, that's ever been in existence. Maybe the exception of Riptide is the fact of the more you have to block, the less damage you're outputting. And in a deck like this, in a situation like this, that's not what you want. And look at this commitment now, finally, of the stilettos into E-Strike for 7.
God, is he? Wait, he didn't bottom the slither, did he? I think he just.
Okay, I just got confirmation. I don't believe he did.
Okay. Still, that is a line, and it's a. Oh, has the rain razors in hand, unable to block the final CNC.
What a turn as well, though. You know, being able to change the levels of enlightenment, E-Strike into Command and Conquer, and that's going to be Matt Nguyen, I believe, and don't quote me on this 100%, but I believe that is Matt Nguyen actually punching his way into the top 8, which is super exciting. As Aelia just couldn't get there in the end, which is a little bit challenging. And I know that's sort of the nature of the deck, and he had a couple of really powerful turns, but, you know, a couple of those, I guess, meddling turns, and was just able to find the perfect disruption every single time. But Spencer, that's the end of our 12 regular rounds of Swiss.
That's it. It's all over.
Yeah. So with that, essentially what we're going to do is we're going to cut to an extended break because players are finishing up the round, and then they're also going to have a break. And once we know the top 8, we will let you know the top 8, and then probably about 15 minutes because players want to have a bit of a break, grab something to snack on. We will be able to essentially go from there.
Don't go anywhere.
Yeah. Any last thoughts on that one before we cut to that little break?
Nah, I'm just excited to see top 8.
Me too, man.
I can't wait to go watch it, commentate it.
Yeah, it's going to be a grand old time. But ladies and gentlemen, this has been the Australian Flesh and Blood National Championship for 2024, brought to you by Fluke and Box. Remember, 5,000 subscribers, we are giving away an alpha box of Welcome to Wraith. So if you haven't already, subscribe, and we'll be back relatively soon for the top 8. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Australian Flesh and Blood National Championships for 2024. And I am so excited to be bringing you guys the top 8, the final rounds. Joining me at the moment is Mr. Phil Nagel. Phil, how are you, my friend?
I am doing amazing. We have finally culminated 12 rounds leading up to this top 8 and couldn't be more excited.
No, so let's real quick go through who our top 8 players are. So from first all the way down to 8th, we have Joel Gibbons on 10 wins, Quan Lee on 10 wins, Hayden Dale on 10 wins, and then Robert Piper on 9, Nick Butcher on 9, Igor Brick on 9, Zachary Gardner on 9, and then Matthew Clark also on 9 wins. So some incredible players sitting in there. We have some previous national champions, some calling champions, and overall just some pretty wild just sort of deck selection as well. Phil, do you want to run us through the decks that those players were playing?
Yeah, so Joel Gibbons in the first seed is running Zen. In second seed, Quan Lee is on Prism. Hayden Dao, which we have seen a couple times on stream, on Dash Inventor Extraordinaire. In fourth, Robert Piper is playing Enigma.
Mm-hmm.
Nick Butcher, we also seen, is playing Nu. Igor is playing Prism. Zachary is playing Zen in 7th, and then 8th, running out the top 8, Matthew Clark also on Zen. So we got 3 Zen, 2 Prism, 1 Dash, Enigma, and Nu. And that's our top 8, running from first down to 8th.
And our most represented deck, as you can imagine, in our top 8 is the Zen, winning 3, but 2 Prisms. I mean, I haven't played the matchup myself, Bill, but I think Prism probably does all right into Zen.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I think they both have a pretty big output. Prism with those bigger heralds. Zen doesn't have too many poppers running. I think they do run a few weakest links and CNCs, possibly, but yeah, just quite good. Like, just go fast and go big with the Prism into Zen. So obviously seeming to do quite well this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And we haven't had a huge amount of Zen on the stream, but I think we're actually about to have it right now as we're looking. We got some players sitting down, getting ready for the first round. Now, a couple of things to remember as well. These are untimed. So there is, cool. Yeah, so we have no times. We're actually going to have, not only are we going to have 1 Zen joining us now, we're actually going to have 2. So we're going to have the Zen Mirror. And Phil, you know, the one thing that I am looking for over everything is, do we have the Zephyr Needles?
Yes, the Zephyr Needles being brought out at the US Nationals by, I believe, Evan Herden as tech. So could be running those as well. We also saw Talishar being a weapon of choice.
Yeah.
For Zen players at the UK net. So options are available, Zen. So people, as this national season is progressing, are slowly teching their decks, making improvements, getting some spice in. So we'll see what these 2 players bring in this mirror match.
Yeah, and I love the fact that Talishar is being run. I think that, like, I don't know what it is, but I just find, like, it makes a lot of sense, right? It is an incredibly powerful weapon that does a lot of damage and, you know, can't break, can't go away, and that sort of thing. But it's just so funny. You know what I mean? Like, I think it is so funny that it is sort of that's what's sort of happening. Yeah,
it was just these Zen players realizing that the games don't go long enough, and you don't have the necessary running that Talishar every single round. So that 2 for 4 damage, where you just have those extra resources, is all you need, really. Similar with the Zephyr Needle, getting that one pitch for 2 damage. And neither Zen players really want to block with their hand. They want to have as many cards as possible and go as many chain links wide.
Yeah, you know what blocking does, Phil? Blocking means you're not attacking. It means you're not dealing the damage. So we're about to cut into our first round of top 8, where we have Joel Gibbons, our first seed, going up against Matthew Clark. Now, first of all, Phil, just want to take a moment. Look at those playmats. They are gorgeous.
They are indeed. These are the playmats that all these top 8s, I believe, get as part of their prizing, along with a bit of cash, Worlds Invite as well.
Absolutely. And it's not just the top 8 that actually get the Worlds Invite. It's anyone who made top 12 gets invitational to Worlds 2024.
That is amazing. So Worlds at Osaka this year. quite a location that I'm sure quite a few people would quite enjoy. Japan, quite a bit of a hot list for many people these days. So
I'm one of those people, Phil.
as am I.
So what's
See
going to
you.
be really interesting about the Zen matchup is going to be definitely the choice of weapons. We're going to see some spice, and one of the things that you'll notice is that both players are not presenting their equipment the way that you normally would. A lot of people will present equipment by putting it in the slots. You can just present equipment by keeping it in a pile. And so by doing that, you don't reveal whether or not you have 2 weapons, which singular weapon you're running. Could you have Kadachi Needle, or you're running 2 needles? Like, what does it look like? And I like that. A little bit of that psyops prior. Now, I'm not 100% sure, but I do believe it is open deck list for the players. But I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. Though I'm sure a lot of these players, they know the majority of the Zen list, and they're playing in a mirror match, and they probably have quite similar lists, so they know what the opposition has, what the possibilities are. So I don't expect them to, unless they are running some cheeky spice for this weekend.
I mean, if there is an opportunity to be running cheeky spice right now, is probably a good time to do so. And the Zen lists are definitely. I think they're very sort of like ubiquitous. A lot of them will be running very similar things. Bonds being one of the cards that we're not 100% sure of how many they're running.
Yeah. We'll get those names flipped for his Joel on the right and Matthew Clark on the left here.
Yeah, sorry, absolutely. And also the fact as well, I apologize, it is actually not open deck lists.
All right, not open deck list. So it seems like these players are just about to prepare their decks, ready to get into turn 0. So Joel, first seed, gets the choice of turn order. So we'll see if he chooses to go first and try and set up that 5-card hand, or go second and try and gain tempo.
I think you really want to go second. Oh, okay. I know what's happened. So, when I confirmed with the judge who was who, I said, "Is Joel the one with the hat?" They're both wearing hats. Phil.
Come on, give me something good.
We do see exactly the same equipment loadout here, and weapons.
Yeah, both of them running the Zephyr Needles, which I think is just like the pick now for what you want to be running. Of course, having the Tiger Striped Shukos, a card that is not super important in this matchup, but absolutely decimates Enigma. It is the card that makes that matchup so unbelievably challenging.
I mean, I'm going to disagree with you there. I think Shukos is incredibly important. Being able to buff those Tigers when you play that second 2 power less is very, very important.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely important in the sense of for your damage output, but it doesn't have the effect of removing all of the pieces of stuff that's on the board that it does, which is the main reason why they were sort of teched into it. And the Enlightened Strike's going to be the second one for 7, just allowing that Arsenal card as well.
Yep. We'll see if Joel decides to protect a bit of his life total. He will get to drop to 4 at the end of this turn, because it's turn 0. But he might have a few cards where he can really utilize. But it does seem like he does have a Transcend card, which will be very important to get that inner chi in the deck to turn on that Traverse the Universe.
And I think that's actually one of the more important parts of this matchup is, can you get that early Transcend? Can you get to the point where you can use that inner chi? And, I will say, I think going first is very hard in an aggro matchup like this. So, being able to set up that Arsenal and link a little bit of damage is definitely a good side for Matthew Clark.
Yeah, no, so Joel. See what his turn is looking like. We start with 100 wins, and it looks like that's a blue, so we'll be able to turn on those Transcend cards if you join any.
A really interesting point about when you are sort of attacking, and in this case, Joel was blocking, is the fact that he did block with a Bonds of Ancestry, which on paper is a little bit weird, but it's super important in that deck to actually have the relevant cards in your graveyard to be able to fetch off of your subsequent Bonds of Ancestry. Speaking of being able to do subsequent cards, the second 100 Winds is coming through, buffing it based on its own combo ability.
Yep, yep. Very, very important. A nice little combo going off there. Both have go again, so still has that action point. I believe he's taken 4 damage this turn, and we do see that Stir the Pot transcend, so we'll shuffle his deck,
Yeah,
Joel's deck, and gain that 1 resource from the 12 Petal Kasaya.
Yeah, 12 Petal Kasaya are a card that is incredibly powerful, particularly on those turns where, like, you're using the Transcend off of... you're getting the Chi off of just Transcending in general, and then, turning on Traverse the Universe. It is just such a big swing when it actually comes to, like, resource generation, which means this deck can be... sometimes your hands look a bit weird, but you can play these ginormous turns off of just a singular blue.
Yep, and it looks like he's chosen, so he's got that Crouching Tiger from activating Zen, and chosen Mauling Key, which has, when this hits, if Crouching Tiger was the last attack this comment chain, deal 1 damage to opposing hero. It's a 1 for 5.
Yeah, it's pretty good. 1 for 5s traditionally are very strong. Another one that sort of comes to mind is back in the old Fi days, when you had the 0 for 5s, but 1 for 5 is pretty good.
Yep, so has taken all the damage this turn. Matthew not opting to block at all, as we're not expecting these Zen players to block too much unless they have a dead card. Damage is the name of the game in this game.
Yeah, and let's be honest here, at any point do they really ever have a dead card? Because, all their cards essentially read deal some damage with go again, so... it's definitely one of those things, and particularly with the running of the needles as well, it does mean that they have access to a lot of stuff, and Levels of Enlightenment's going to be the play, and yeah, immediately playing that Transcend. So this is where you start to see some of that damage really pump through. As Preserve Tradition, I'm just going to return a card from the graveyard onto the bottom, but more importantly, is going to allow... Yeah, it's going to allow for Zen to transcend here, as Matthew Clark is going to be able to activate the Zen ability, so it gives you more damage off of the levels, or go again, or draw a card. And it's going to allow you to fetch another card off the deck as well.
Yeah. I think that the chosen mode's often the case here is to go again and draw a card. More cards means more damage.
Ooh.
And we do see Joel with a double transcend, opting to give that the -1. And I believe that was a path well travelled. Couldn't quite tell.
I think it was too. And that's a really interesting...
No, it was a passover, so it was.
Yeah.
So it also fizzles out that Preserved Tradition, so does not get to resolve it, because it was choosing the Lightning Strike.
Yeah, and that's
huge play there by Joel.
Yeah, ginormous. I was going to say, Pathway of Travel's a bit risky there because he hasn't declared modes yet, meaning that he can just declare draw a card and +2 and give it go again. But yeah, so really heads up play there, and as a result, it was also an Art of War sitting in Joel's hand as well. Looking to block, yeah, I'm just blocking with the boots here. Just allows you to create that Crouching Tiger, and that's got to be alarm bells getting set off when you're Matthew here.
Yeah, there's a huge play. Having that Passover, being able to negate that Preserved Tradition and fizzle out, not allowing the Transcend, and get the extra modes, huge for Joel here.
See now, just presenting just a little bit more damage, but I know for a fact that unless his entire life total or his arsenal or anything like that is being, well, not even arsenal, his hand is being threatened, then just picks up the pen, and Joel, Harmony of Hunt, doesn't really care.
Yep. There he goes, Crouching Tiger, come for 0, no one's going to block him, so just going to fast forward that into the Zephyr Needle, come in for 2.
You know, I think the only annoying thing about these matchups, Phil, as a player is, well, many annoying things, but mainly because you have to write down so much stuff because there's so many little increments of damage. So it's just, you're constantly writing your change of health total. At least as Aelia, you know, gives you 15 damage in just one chunk.
Yeah. Just the little tally down so you can get multiple points of damage here. And yeah, we do see Joel just not blocking there. Only blocking with those boots to get that Crouching Tiger. So we do see it 30, plays 28, and Joel in a very good position right now.
Yeah, has 2 activations of Zen available. He's activated Zen. Oof. Oh my god! And you want to talk about
Oh,
doing well? I'm able to rip the Tiger Swipe off the top of the deck, and Ancestral Harmony is definitely a good card in general. But when you rip a combo card off the top as well, it's just absolute gas. And activating Zen here creates another Crouching Tiger. We know he has another Chi in hand as well as the Art of War. So this is definitely looking quite scary here, Phil. As a Descendant Gust Wave is going to be it, and usually that means one thing.
yeah. It means that most likely that's the missing piece of the puzzle. He's got most likely a Bonds in hand. But yeah, that Ancestral Harmony, again, that +1 for all combo cards, and drawing the Tiger Swap, giving an extra card to play with. Amazing.
Yeah. The other thing as well is he has a Crouching Tiger in hand. So yeah, it's just going to activate the Art of War, banish the Crouching Tiger here, and draw 2 cards as well as I'm assuming a +1. So every attack we see now is going to be that +2. Command and Conquer, a card that's just been drawn as well. So not only is he going to attack the life total this turn, but might also attack that Arsenal. And that's one of the few ways you can get your opponent to block.
Yeah, still has multiple cards play with in there. Yes, we do see the Bonds of Ancestry.
Ooh.
Coming in for 6 from the Ancestral Harmony and Art of War, and able to search for a card. So we see what he decides to go with.
Pulls the Bonds out again. So Bonds is going to get banished here, and just that life total ticking down. And this is one of those turns there where it's like, the really scary thing as well is just the fact of not only is this a giant turn, but Traverse wasn't even used on the previous, so there's nothing really to stop him having a big turn. Is that another Descendant Gust Wave that I see?
Yeah, it would be a reason why you choose Bonds of Ancestry here, having that another Descendant Gust Wave. Otherwise, you might probably go for like 100 wins play, but it does seem like it is the Descendant Gust Wave into the Bonds of Ancestry.
Again, and then
another chain link wide, and we see Matthew already on 8 life here.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know how many Mauling Key that's actually being run, but I mean, he has definitely some more Tigers in hand. Yeah, he's gonna banish the Mauling Key. He has 2 Tigers of. Sorry, maybe it might be just the 1 now because he had to banish 1 to Art of War. But he's definitely got a Tiger into that Tiger Swipe. Then potentially could Mauling Key. He could Command and Conquer. There's a variety of things he could be doing, but I mean, I hope the crackback is incredibly powerful because right now, Matthew, this is, one of those fabled Zen turns.
Yeah. We got to count how much damage has been dealt. It seems like it's been, 5 into 6 into another 6. What's that? 15. I didn't know what the Descendant Gust Wave came in, but yeah, it is damage. It is damage central here for Joel. Another 2 with the Crouching Tiger, getting that buff from the Shukos and the Art of War.
Yeah, and you can't let this hit, right? So coming in for 4 with for 6 with Go Again. And then on hit creates another Crouching Tiger. So obviously this is presenting the life total. And then yeah, we also know that Mauling Key is available, but yeah, it's just going to come in as well. Look at this combat chain now. The Mauling Key won't have the additional effect, but I mean 7 damage is nothing to scoff at. I think this is going to rip the whole hand potentially.
Yeah. I mean, it definitely forces a block, and most likely has to use some equipment here. Matthew does not have an inner chi because that a preserved tradition fizzled out by the Passover the turn before.
I think
Joel.
Hmm?
Yeah, no, go on.
I was gonna say, I think that really was the deciding factor of this game. Like absolutely, because if he had the Transcendent and was able to get the Chi there, that was gonna absolutely just amplify that turn a lot longer. But yeah, just being able to rip that and also having the Chi in your own hand, it's pretty wild, Phil.
Yeah. And Matthew just blocking with all the cards and passing back. So, ironically, Joel might have been wanting to block the Traverse Universe, get that extra energy there. So just has the forecast to play with in his hand.
Yeah. But again, without being able to, without the current ability of, no Transcend for Matthew, Joel's got to feel pretty comfortable at the moment with his life total, and it's a great way to start. Descendant Gust Wave does make you a little bit afraid here, and the other thing as well is that we've got these needles available, so regardless, there's so much damage that could be output at any given point. And I don't think you
Yep.
really care whether or not they get popped or not. Oof.
Yep. So it's a blue descending gust wave. Again, the rising sun, setting moon, being able to filter his hand a little bit, being able to get that inner chi, get that one resource from Torpekasaya, and then be able to activate Zen's hero ability. Exactly what you want to be doing.
Oh, 100%. I believe probably just going to look to getting another bonds and then, extending that combat chain even further. Yeah. Going to pull the
Yep.
yellow, I think, potentially. But yeah, just the amount of damage that this presents as well. And, you talked about the Tiger Strike Shuko, but that means that the Crouching Tiger is going to have damage as well. So there is just so much that's sort of available here.
Yeah. Yeah, I think choosing the yellow, I believe he's probably already used all the reds now, so...
Yeah. There's a Fluster Fist available left in hand as well. So yeah, banishing that Tiger. The Tiger Swipe once again. One of the cards that you really do need to be blocking, particularly on these Art of War turns, because the amount of damage it represents is just exponential.
Yeah. And we have that Crouching Tiger in hand, so we'll be getting that buff from Shuko's, as it's a second 2 or less base, and then we'll give that buff to Tiger Swipe. So looking for 1 damage here into another 4, and then with the remaining card in hand.
Yeah, there's a Fluster Fist in hand, but, it could send the Fluster Fist, might also send the Needles, because, if you send the Needles, it's the same damage, but harder to deal with. And, yeah, I like this from Matt. He's going to block with his boots and just try and stem the bleeding a little bit to see whether or not he can actually, scrap something together. But it's going to go to 1 here, and, yeah, just sends the Needles.
Yep, sends the Needles. I think...
Needle will
going
break.
wider, and then we have Fluster Fist, so forcing another 2 cards from Matthew's hand, and
Wow.
Matthew just concedes there.
Yeah.
Uh,
Exactly, just the concession's going to come out, and it's one of those matchups where, much like, the Enigma Mirror, can go either way very, very quickly. And Phil, I think we both agree that there was this one moment in that game that really sort of dictated the entire thing, and it was that stuffing of the one time he was able to transcend.
Yeah, that Passover for that preserved tradition that Matthew had, fizzling out that, being not able to transcend and fizzle out that turn was really the turning point, and Joel just kind of stormed out from there. Really needed that transcend card to be transcended into the inner chi to kind of at least trade back. But Joel just things going well, working out. First seed, continue on his run this weekend on Zen, an absolute powerhouse.
Yeah, on an absolute tear, putting him at 11-2 for the entirety of the weekend as well. So players currently D-Chiing, and remember, for those of you at home, always D-Chi. If you forget to D-Chi, then it's it can cause absolute problems in your next game. But yeah, let's talk a little bit more about these matchups, Phil, because that game was quite quick. So looking at it, so Quan Lee is currently going up against Zach Gardner, which is going to be Prism versus Zen. And then what else we've got? We've got Robert Piper versus Nick Butcher. So that's going to be Enigma versus Nu. A matchup that is that can swing either way pretty rapidly. And then, of course, we also have Hayden Dale versus Igor, which is going to be Dash on Prism. We saw Hayden take down a Prism earlier today in a very close game. I think there's going to be a lot of Zen coming into this next round.
Yes. So the Zen mirror match, obviously removing 1 Zen from this from the semifinals. We'll see how Zachary Gardner goes into Prism.
Mm-hmm.
So two heroes that are just looking to play aggro and try and kind of do more damage than they can be dealt.
Yeah.
And then like that final matchup, the Hayden Dale with Dash into Prism. He has played into 1 Prism already, at least on stream we saw. So he might have a good game plan into Prism moving forward there. But yeah.
And I think as well, Nu into Zen, I think, is definitely an interesting one, because it's one of those decks that does force interaction. It is one of those decks that will force them to expend cards in ways they don't want to. And, being able to remove one of the, I guess, more important cards, like obviously there's a bit of redundancy whenever you look at a Zen hand. You know, there's a card that you're just going to pitch and it doesn't really matter. But, you know, being able to strip one card in those instances can take those turns from like 24, 35 kind of damage to, you know, even 14, 15. And, you know, Nu as a deck is definitely not afraid to block and is definitely good at doing so. And then can also punish you really hard for not blocking. We saw Surgical Extraction be a really important piece. The headpiece, the mask, is super important as well. You've got cards that attack the arsenal. You've got cards that attack the hand. You've got cards that attack the deck. So it's like banishing the wrong thing at the wrong time can be absolutely detrimental. And as a player on the receiving end of something like that, you know, feel it can be quite challenging, you know what I mean, to keep track of what's actually left in your deck.
Yeah. So yeah, Nu the second most represented deck this weekend, I believe with 16 players, really trying to combat Zen and just doing all that disruption against it with all the arsenal disruption, hand disruption, really kind of stem the damage output that Zen is able to do. And we do see that Nick Butcher decided to bring Nu this weekend, did make it to top 8, and is playing that Enigma. So maybe not the most favored matchup for Nu, but I'm sure Nick has a game plan into Enigma, no less, expecting a few plays to bring this weekend, as it is quite a popular deck from the Part de Missile release.
Yeah, and it's one of those decks as well that really can just fling either way. Like, I think Nu definitely has game into it. It has the ability to do some pretty cheeky stuff. I definitely like running things like Flick Knives in the deck when you versus an Enigma, because the Vambrace of Belief, just because it makes the math really hard for the Enigma player, and it makes it so they have to sort of respect the fact that you could Vambrace and a variety of things like that. And finally, yeah, talking about Prism, and I think, I don't know if it can output Zen's damage constantly. Like, it's very rarely getting to that like 30 plus damage, but the damage and the on-hit effects that it can apply are very scary. And there's a Herald in there that I'm not sure if they were running, but Herald of Judgment is a card that has really big implications into that deck, and it's a card that has to be respected, because a lot of cards with Zen say banish, you may play it from banish this turn, including Zen's hero ability.
Yes. The Herald Judgment, definitely a tech piece that Prisms were running into Katsu when Katsu was more popular. Does kind of stop the Katsu ability, the Bonds of Ancestry from doing, and that Figment of Judgment as well. Being able to just turn over on a whim, either from Zen's ability or from the Bonds of Ancestry, is quite powerful. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of these Prisms are running those Herald of Judgments and that Figment of Judgment specifically for stopping those Zen turns.
Yeah, absolutely. I also think there's definitely some tech cards that won't be seen, but things that people consider. You know, there's a couple of Spectres that reduce all of attacks by 1, but however, Spectre for Zen's pretty easy to deal with. You just send a Tiger at it at the end. But I guess the only thing, and this is sort of the scary thing with Prism, and you know, Prism versus Kana was a 9-10 matchup for Prism. You know what I mean? Like, Prism in general will eat it, but they do start at a life total where Kana rolls high enough and you make one mistake, you are dead. And I think that is one of the scary things to do with that deck as well, and the fact of you can just die on Prism. If you don't have any soul, you don't have any way of putting stuff into the soul, you may just get comboed out turn 1, turn 2. And I think that's sort of like the thing you try to avoid. And the longer the game goes as Prism, the more of that value you will generate, the more likely it is you're actually going to do well into that matchup.
Yeah. And we definitely see Zens do close to that amount of damage as well. So having that 8 life deficit against a Zen as a Prism does kind of mean that you get to your single digits, you get to your close to death really, really quickly before you can kind of set up Angels with those ward. But I think, in the Zen matchup, I think we'll get those on hits because Zen does not want to be blocking. So you will get those most of that ward. So it's just about getting the most efficiency from when Zen and the ninjas do attack you.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And I will say, I think that our representation in our top 8 is definitely sort of what I expected. The one thing that is missing, that I sort of had my money on, Phil, is that Aelia. You know, we definitely saw some Aelias where they had some really great matchups, but you know, with a field as open as ours was on day 1 and day 2, you can't have good matchups into everything, and I definitely think there are some matchups that Azealia will really struggle into.
Yeah, yeah. Zayla being, I believe, the third or fourth most represented deck from the top of my memory. And
Third.
so yeah, I would have definitely expected that, but Zayla does have those slight inconsistencies with maybe drawing no arrows or not drawing your disruption, not drawing your pumps in the correct sequencing that you'd like. But that is a very strong deck when you get to be able to dominate every single turn for 12 or 15 damage.
Yeah.
So not much can do. And I think a lot of Aelia is really looking to see those disruption, again, those red in the ledges, especially into Zen, to kind of stop their wide turns dead in their tracks.
Yeah, absolutely. And, it's one of these things where absolutely we could be seeing, a lot of different things that could have made it through that top 8, but there's so many factors when it comes to an event like this, particularly a multi-format event,
Focus is the quality.
Oh my God, sorry. We're just trying to fix that camera up a little bit as well. There's a little bit of inconsistency because of how our setup is. Phil and I are not actually in the venue. We are in the comfort of our own homes, which is lovely. I don't know about you, Phil, but in Adelaide right now, it is absolutely freezing.
Yeah,
we're not in that.
Also freezing here in Melbourne. The sun is shining right now, but I'm sure being in Brisbane, weather a bit nicer, being in the venue, being able to just experience a lot of the different games, and if you are there playing in all the side events, I think there is the ProQuest Plus Blitz event happening right now alongside this top 8.
Yep.
So I think that I heard there was 7 rounds there, so lots of stuff to do if you're in Brisbane, and also just experience a bit of Brisbane if you've never been there before.
Yeah, exactly. Have you been to Brisbane before?
Yes, I have. Yes.
Yeah.
Spent a couple days, 2 or 3 days there once. So it's a lovely place. Every city has its loveliness and things you could do there. So it is good that we get a few events across the place here in Australia.
Yeah, and taking just a quick sort of discussion to looking at Blitz, what's really exciting is Blaze. Blaze is now a hero that is available to be played in Blitz, and I myself am an absolute massive lover of all things Wizard, specifically Icelander and Kano, but I definitely think Blaze has got some sauce, and I'd love to see what that sort of looks like going forward in that format.
Yeah. Wizard definitely showing with Blaze, that promo event card, so still kind of a bit difficult to get at the moment, but we do. The next set, Rosetta, have a bit of some spoilers. And the spoilers been a couple of weeks ago. More wizards coming in, elemental wizards, for that fact. So a lot of people excited for Rosetta with the lightning and earth coming back into the fray.
Yeah, look, I for one am incredibly excited for those, and I will say another deck that I think is really fun in Blitz. I don't know how strong it is, but it's what I will be playing is Enigma New Moon. Which is you can equip everything face down, and let's just say that you can't let me set up in that deck because I will win and I will kill you very, very quickly with my cloaked equipment. But regardless, what we're going to do, guys, we are going to jump into a little bit of a break as we are finishing up the first round of top 8. Don't go anywhere, as we'll be right back with more top 8 action at the Australian Flesh and Blood National Championships.
Absolutely. Zen is just a crazy wild deck, and you can see it just did its thing, and it did what it was built to do. I don't know what else I can say about Zen. He's just Zen. It is the deck to beat. We'll see how Hayden goes into Zen if he fights one. I'm not 100% sure what the 4 decks are that are left. Enigma, Dash, and 2 Zen.
Thank you for letting me know, guys. Sorry, they've realized that you've been talking to yourself because I've been muted that entire time.
Oh my god.
Sorry, guys. Welcome back to the Australian Flash Flood National Championships. Want to keep you on your toes. Make sure you guys are engaging in the chat. We were just talking about who was remaining. So yeah, Nick Butcher has been eliminated, and so has Quan Lee. We also saw Matthew Clark get eliminated in that first round as well. But Hayden Dale is still present and available. Joel Gibbons will be there as well. And we're going to have Enigma, Zen, Dash, and Zen as the remaining decks in the format. So the last 4 players, and again, we get to that spicy end of it, Spencer.
Absolutely. The Enigma has done an incredible effort to get here, despite all the Zen in the format and the Dash, and it's awesome to see an Enigma come this far, and I'm hoping that the Enigma can pull through with the tech that they've got against the Zen, because it looks like they're doing something right.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is going to be sort of the matchup. I think I believe we're going to have Zach going up. Particularly Zach going versus Hayden. We're just getting that confirmed now, but I think that matchup, if you know, I'm glad that we have the 2 Zens on either side to fight off against these other decks, because I think, you know, as we saw in that previous Zen mirror, those games can go like that. So definitely going to be interesting here, but again, Dash sort of one of those, so Dash versus Zen, and Dash one of those breakout decks that has been sort of, you know, on everyone's radar, but has been doing a lot of winning. You know what I mean? Like, I believe there's a Dash currently in New Zealand National Championships in the grand final as well.
Yeah, I was just watching that game as well. He's pulling through. He was beating a new, which is actually phenomenal. That's a really bad matchup for Dash, and he was doing it. And it's crazy to see that Hayden here is also on a Nabi Blaster, which is a weapon not usually seen by Dash, and he's making it work. He's made it to top 4, and it's looking good.
Yeah, and now in fairness, we haven't actually seen Hayden present the Hanabi Blaster on stream yet, but it definitely is something that could happen. And I want to see it. I want to see the absolute, just like balls to the wall, smack people in the face. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. That's the Hanabi Blaster is my favorite weapon. I wasn't convinced it was good, but now it is, and he's gonna test it into Zen here. I was last night. We were me, Zach, and all the others from our locals were testing Zen on the pool table and doing lines and practicing like crazy, and it's all paying off for Zach right now. The pool table fab has brought him up here, so I hope he can pull through with this Zen into Dash matchup.
Yeah, I agree, and Sorry, just conferring with the judges as well. But yeah, this matchup, I think, we talked about how the last one was fast. I have a feeling this one's also going to be very fast too. I have a feeling that we are going to see a lot of damage get thrown around very, very rapidly.
Absolutely. The meta lately is all just speed, and now since we're at top 4, like this is what the best meta decks are looking like, and what the best players are choosing to play. So this is it. This is the bread and butter, and I don't know how long the game's going to go for, but hopefully some interesting things happen and we get a good game.
Yeah, and I have a feeling that Dash might actually be good here. I have a feeling Dash might actually have a good matchup into it, because obviously, like, its damage output on, those max velocity turns is very high, but it also blocks very well too. So, like, if the game does slow down and, has to slow down, it's not like Hayden's going to brick, a bunch of Transcend cards that don't block, which is good. But, I mean, you can't, Zen presenting some of those damage is definitely something. I will say another sort of key ingredient that might be very important, though, depending, is going to be, there's a card, I knew its name, and then my whole brain just decided to stop working. 1 second.
T-Bone.
T-Bone, that's fine, thank you. Yeah, T-Bone I think is a super important card. Just pulled that one out of my brain. Yeah, T-Bone, because every single piece of equipment that Zen has, they don't want to block with until it is optimal. So if Hayden can find a couple of early T-Bones, that's really going to disrupt it. In particular, if the fabled, either quad T-Bone or T-Bone into the magnetic amplifier. I think if you can do that and remove the Transcend the Universe early, even getting no value out of it, I think that's going to really be the sort of deciding sway of the matchup.
Absolutely. It's one of the strong suits of Dash, and it's what everyone's going to be looking for this game, is how much armor can the Dash pull before Zen gets to use it. Now, the Zen, there's things Zen can do. They can run Tide Flippers, which is it's the AB piece in the deck, and it has 0 block, but it doesn't have Blade Break or anything, right?
Yeah.
So it's a little piece of tech that Zen can use to just, give a card to the T-Bone without losing another piece of precious equipment to Dash's yellow banana boats.
True. And I guess the question is that good enough? You know what I mean? Like, if I see that you're presenting Tide Flippers into me, I'm probably already happy. And then all Hayden has to do is he has to just essentially Arsenal 1 T-Bone and wait till he finds a second. And then suddenly, you're ripping that important piece of equipment.
Yeah, for sure. Setting up the T-Bones is definitely a strategy. And T-Bones are a 0 cost boost, so it works towards max velocity. Shout out Demos. He loves that card.
Yep.
And max velocity is gonna be the damage dealer for Dash in this scenario.
Yeah. I think the really lovely thing if you're Hayden in this matchup compared to the last time he was on the stream is you don't really have to worry about getting fatigued in this matchup, I don't think. I don't think there's ever a world where you're running out of cards. I think your life points are significantly less than the amount of cards in deck in this matchup.
Yeah, there is no one decking out here. Zach will probably he might get close to running out of power cards in his deck to search for, but all the fuel, the tank is full. We're not running out of gas this matchup. It is just pedal to the metal, fanging it till the end of the match, and hopefully whoever finds more gas can pull through.
Yeah, I think Hayden initially will have the edge in this matchup because his deck doesn't require setup like Zen does. But I think if Zen can find that early Transcend, be able to use his equipment efficiently, I definitely think that there's something there. And no Hanabi Blaster. It's just going to be the pistol again.
Super interesting. There's a handshake of good luck in the top 4 match. He is running strides, so I guess he is planning to high roll this matchup, which is Zen's favorite thing to do this meta, just high roll, which love to see.
Why play fair when you can just roll really well and kill everyone? You know what I mean?
Exactly, you're on the money there, Matt. Nothing else I'd rather do than high roll.
Yeah. Now, I do believe Hayden was the higher seed, coming in third versus Zach 7. So Hayden has decided, I believe, to go first. Now, in general, in these aggro mirrors, you would rather go second most of the time. But just the ability on Dash to be able to pitch and then like activate your pistol setup, man, ideally find a second tiger. Second tiger, a second item, in particular the Teclo Pounder, is like the big thing.
Yeah, the turn 1 high roll from Dash is very real, and if you hit it, it's like Enigma getting a ward out turn 0. Like,
Yeah.
it's just free value, and it can go like a long way in this matchup.
Absolutely, and now we're going to see, interesting enough, this round's on me, the first thing being pitched, and this is really interesting, presenting the needles here. It must not have like the biggest hand. Hayden's just going to take the damage, but it is definitely something where Hayden later on in the game, I can imagine, has no problem breaking the needles. It's going to be 100 wins now coming in just for 3, so it is a red one. And again, this is one of those interesting things where it looks like he has a bonds in hand. I wouldn't be surprised if he just wants to put the bonds into the bin.
Absolutely, just getting the bonds into the bin, it's really like a setup thing, and it's quite hard for Zen to set up if he's going second, because the Dash didn't attack, right? He has nothing in grave, so
yeah,
he did knock down 10 life points there, but what will Hayden come back with here?
Yeah, and it's important he does so. He puts one of the Bonds of Ancestry into the Arsenal zone. Did make a Tiger, but doesn't really matter. But importantly, has 100 wins now in the grave, so he can banish with it. And it looks like a Descendant Gust Wave was just drawn up as well. So definitely setting up for a big turn next. But Hayden's got plenty of equipment, first of all, and he's about to present a bunch of damage. That's going to be 6 coming through because of the Teclo Pounder.
Plenty of damage. 0 cost for 6 is an amazing rate. Zach accidentally going up life here. Now it's going back down.
If only.
Right.
Oh, and look at that. The Art of War also present for Zach as well.
Oh. Now, he could block with strides here, but the safe thing to do is wait for a later attack, because if he does have the T-Bone, that's when you want to block with the strides here.
Yeah.
So I think he's playing it safely right now by not instantly blocking with the strides.
Yeah, Hayden says he wanted to break the chain for not really any reason. Yeah, so he's going to represent the Pulse Wave Harpoon. Definitely a card you don't want to break the chain for. And yeah, it's just going to show 2 non-block cards, Art of War and a Transcend. So doesn't really have any effect there anyway. So just going to take the damage. That's hard, not ideal, because you really want to use that Pulse Wave Harpoon as a way of ripping cards. But the second one coming through is going to take a card away, and a T-Bone's going to get boosted as well. So this is a way of definitely forcing that interaction. Damage will be presented, and now Zach has to figure out what card he wants to show, because it's getting pulled.
Yeah. I mean, the card he shows is getting pulled, so ultimately the 2 non-blocks in his hand is actually legitimately helping him in this scenario, which is crazy to think about. You think non-blocks aren't supposed to help you, but against Dash, they can be quite nice. Using the spinning wheel kick as a reveal here.
Yeah, and Hayden just confirming Path Well Traveled is the other card in hand, so that is the Go Again Transcend card. So definitely a way of just sort of like unbricking some hands as well. Just declaring some blocks, and this is one of those things that like is really important for Dash to find. Being able to sort of stop this big setup turn, presenting a bunch of damage, 2 life being presented as well. Hayden still has a card remaining. Hayden's going to break the chain now.
One floating.
Is he going to have the maximum velocity is the big question. 2 items there.
Ooh.
I believe it's probably is. No, it is just going to be the maximum velocity. 10 damage coming through. Yeah, going to block with the Pete's and take 9 here.
The maximum velocities are coming out to play, and they are no joke. 10 damage. We are already halfway through Zach's life total right now. It's a scary feeling. It's like turn 2 or 3 or something, and halfway through the game already.
Yeah, pitching the Pathwell Traveled here to play a Descendant. Has the availability. This is you know, it says it's going to say 3 here. It's 4. He's probably going to play the Art of War available. Has, you know, the Tiger to banish as well. And Hayden, very smartly, he's going to use the Balance of Justice to soak up some of this damage, understanding that the Art of War is, yeah, the Art of War is coming. So Hayden's going to be able to draw a card at the end of this as well. And this is the interesting thing, right? Like, it's a little bit scary. Oh, he's pulled another Transcend card here, so it doesn't actually have their way of doing it. But if Hayden's not presented with enough damage that it's going to matter, you know, having that extra card might just be the difference between Hayden killing Zach here or not, or putting them into the life total where you have to block. And in that moment, right, when you're in low, the pistol is infinitely better than the Hanabi Blaster, I believe, because it's so much easier to present it every single turn.
Absolutely. I think Zach does have a blue card in hand. I think it's a blue Biting Breeze. So he might have the option to transcend here.
Yeah, this is a really important juncture here. Okay, so bonds for 5. Hayden does have the Stonewall Gauntlet available, right? So not only will that reduce this and block 2, it means that whatever he banishes will also lose 1, because if he breaks the chain to remove the Stonewall Gauntlet, he can no longer play that card from banish.
It's some very, very nice tech into Zen, blocking roughly 3 damage. And if you try and play through it with another bonds, you just get even more value off the Stonewall. So it's quite the card into this matchup, I'd say.
Yeah. Aspect of Tiger Body is the card that's banished here. So Hayden, this sort of sets off some, like, I guess some, like, a little bit of a sigh of relief on Hayden's side, as he knows now that, for a fact that, it's not going to be some big, like, double bonds turn or anything like that. Hayden opting to draw now just so he has enough information to understand how much damage he can output back and what he can afford to block with. And whether or not he wants to commit the Stonewall Gauntlet here. Now, I'd be surprised if he did. Purely because he knows that there is the Traverse Universe. And there is going to be another big turn available. But no, he is just going to commit it now. So goes to 4 and then take 2. And now, yeah, if he wants to play that card out of banish, he does have to break the chain. Yeah, so he's just going to play it. Doesn't care about the singular point. Because he can just break the chain after this. But again, that's 3 block value worth out of your arm equipment. And that's ridiculously above rate.
Yeah, it's interesting. The dash is using a little bit of defensive value here when you'd think it'd be all aggro, but it can also be like a little bit of disruption in a way.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 cards left in hand. Might have the Transcend available if that is a blue card. So Biting Breeze.
It
Means
is Biting Breeze. I've seen Zen players running the Biting Breeze as a one-of. I'm not actually sure why, but it is a blue. It's 1 damage. Like, you don't want to block this, and on hit, if you can get a Tiger, well then you can transcend, maybe get Chase to tail and pull off that 1 for 7 if you really need to. I think we might be getting a judge call here.
Yeah, interesting to see what it's about.
It might just be asking, what does Tiger Swipe actually do?
Yeah, just asking for the Oracle text. Something Hayden obviously knows what the card does and wants to play around, and Tiger Swipe is one of those ones that you are a bit afraid of. So Hayden might be considering either blocking with the chess piece or a card from a hand here just to deny the potential of that Tiger Swipe. We know for a fact that it's a Transcend card, which means it does technically represent one. So...
It does. And I think he was asking about how many Tigers are made from Tiger Swipe. Is it the whole turn or just the combat chain? And yeah. I think it was clarified as just the combat chain. So
just the combat chain.
He's going to block 2 here to deny the Tiger. We'll have to see what he finds off this Chi, or he might even just Arsenal it.
taking a little bit of time here just to consider. I do believe that is a Stir the Pot in hand for Zach. But I'm not 100% sure.
I'm not sure either. I definitely know it's a Transcend card though,
Yeah.
and you know there's a little bit to consider here. This is an Art of War turn, so you could pop off with it now, or you could Arsenal it, or he's gonna send the dagger. Interesting. So he's gonna maybe wait till the very last second to use his information.
Yeah, no, I think it's one of these things where Hayden's definitely incentivized not to block. But he is. He wants to pop the needle
He
now.
is. The thing about needles is they can get popped if you have a 3-block, and a little bit like Phantasm. So block with a 3-block and the needle shatters, which I love. And it's a homage. Dude, awesome use of a transcending resource.
Yeah, and the Shuko is going to come through.
Oh my god. Oh my god. So he's deciding to crack the Kasaya for a Zen state token.
Wow.
If you don't know what a Zen state token is,
We don't
it
blame
comes
you.
in- this card is almost never used, but it's a token and it comes in with a balance counter on it, right? And each like source of damage, it just removes a damage from it. I don't know how to say it actually.
Yeah, so whenever you would be dealt damage, prevent one of that damage. Now, the interesting thing about it is that it actually stays for 2 turns. So it comes in with the counter now, and then at the start of the next turn, it will remove a counter. And then it will stay around because it's kind of like a mech weapon, right? So it can't be removed.
Oh yeah.
It's such a great tool, especially in the mirror. It can be amazing as like an anti Art of War type card. Like 2 turns, everything gets -1. Your Tigers, if they come in for 1, I don't care about them, and like nothing's a breakpoint anymore. Everything is nice and rounded off at 3, most likely.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting whether or not you consider, you know, if he could have transcended there and like you activated the ability, but I definitely think this ends up netting him more value because it's 2 full turns.
We'll have to count how much value we get off the Zen state here, but it definitely incentivizes the dash to go taller than wider, taking 7 here, going down to 13, getting
Yeah.
that Zen state value.
Shouldn't he still have the pounder, by the way?
Yeah, yeah. I was just looking at that. I was like, this
Yeah.
isn't right. Yeah.
Yeah, okay,
I
cool.
was just looking for. I was like, I've only had 2 turns. Yeah. It's like, this isn't right.
Yeah. There we go. We've got the pounder back with the value.
You brought the back.
I know. My fault. I'm only playing Chainer to try and make it easier.
Okay, so I think... Oh, there's the T-bone. That's very important. Now, I was going to say, probably was going to block with a Traverse anyway, but forces the issue now. Forces the Traverse to come through.
Yeah, saving the equipment blocks till later in the turn because of a scenario like this,
Yeah,
where you are forced to block with equipment.
Yeah, losing the Shuka. There's... Oh my god, there's another Art of War as well.
He's got another Art of War. He can pitch this to Zen, create a Tiger in hand, and then pitch the Tiger into Art of War, which could be the crazy play right now. Hayden did just boost a max velocity, so that is another power card gone, unfortunately, and that's crazy.
That's pretty good.
Oh my god, all non-blocks. Oh my god.
Yeah, and you heard Hayden there say himself, that's a pretty good hand as we see Art of War, Sacred Art, and the ability to transcend. So Hayden at the moment, yeah, you can see it on his face. He's that's a lot of damage. And, you know, I was a bit questioning the Zen State token, wondering, you know, is he gonna pay for not having the damage? I don't think so. I think there's gonna be enough damage on this turn.
Absolutely. This is you know, it's kind of funny. He's revealing all the power cards in his hand as a little bit of a surprise. Like,
Mm.
here it is. You know it's coming. And,
Yeah.
you might get a little bit scared.
Yes.
What is it called? Preview of coming attractions.
I was going to say it's an attraction Hayden definitely wants to get off. And now Sacred Art Jade Tiger Domain is something that is a terrifying card. So you make 2 tigers and it amplifies all your tigers and you transcend. Now, doesn't have the chess piece anymore. So it doesn't have access to, the 12 petal Kakaya and doesn't get the extra resource, but will have double transcend available. So has plenty of resources to play with.
Absolutely. And, dude, the fear of a tiger swipe on this turn is gonna force Hayden to save his blocks for later on. Otherwise, this turn can probably just grow exponentially if he so chooses. Finding an aspect of body mind.
I guess this is the only sort of like respite that Hayden may have is the fact that his graveyard is not particularly fortuitous. He doesn't have access to like the Descendants or a huge amount of bonds, so he can't present like the double bonds turns that are just like, oh, and you die. But there's enough damage here. I think that there's enough damage that I think it's gonna be okay.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be okay. This is Zen. Zen always finds a way.
Is that a dishonor?
Damage. There's no way.
No, right? Like surely not.
No, we were talking about it, and no. That would be absolutely hectic.
Spicy is what that would be. It would be absolutely spicy.
Spicy. It is playable with shifting winds. You just name the Crouching Tigers whatever you want.
Yeah. Now, the good news for Hayden is the fact that Sacred Art has been pitched. So, it's not like we're going to have, like, that massive a wide turn. It might actually just be, I don't believe there's another blue card available.
Well, that's even scarier now, because if there's no blue card available, it's all red, it's all damage, and it's all coming at Hayden. So,
yeah,
it doesn't matter what the hell's in Zen's hand.
And I think the scary thing for Hayden as well, and this is why I actually really like Zach's play, is the fact that Zen State token is still prevalent. It's still going to be neglecting some of his damage on the crackback, so he can't just like tank all of this or as much as he can and crack back with his life total because, unless he's got a red throttle, for example, which is going to be 8 damage, it's going to be hard for Hayden to present. And the thing with Zen State as well, it doesn't care if it's an attack action card, it doesn't care if it's a weapon, it is just all sources of damage, and the needle will start it off. And I will say, I bet Hayden is very grateful that he broke one of the needles.
Yeah, 100%. Getting rid of a needle is just blocking the needle in the future, essentially. I feel like it's correct just to get him out of there ASAP, just so you never have to deal with it again. It's really interesting. The Zen State is incentivizing Hayden to probably block more so than usual.
Yeah.
And blocking with the maximum velocity, that's a power card you don't want to give up. But in this scenario, I don't know. You're facing down an Art of War with a million cards in hand. What else do you do?
And I think that's like the important thing as well to understand is the fact of like, first of all, the max velocity is very ambitious at this point. Zen will consistently push damage at you. But more so the fact of like, sorry, tiger body here coming through. Yeah, so like you don't need to be able to present that much damage at any given point. Like if Hayden's in a point where he can boost 3 times and then play it, people are dying. You know what I mean? But like the 3 boost cards are probably enough anyway.
Yeah, it's if you think about it, it's the damage before the maximum velocity that comes through, because the 10 at the end is just average turn cycle numbers. Everything else is a bonus.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cherry on top, basically. E-strike for 8. I believe there's still a card in Zach's hand.
I think
I'm not
that
sure what it is, but
card's probably going into the arsenal.
Arsenal for another big setup turn.
What is the card? That's my curiosity.
Yeah, that is my favorite thing while casting. I get to see both cards, but who knows? It's interesting. Hayden's got to think very carefully about how he's going to pull the tempo back and push through this Zen State, because he could probably deal a lot of damage with this pounder and pistol, but if he's blocking with 2 cards, it's only 6 instead of 10, you know?
Depends on the card he has. Like, let's assume it's like a blue and a zipper hit, for example. He can present zipper hit for 7 and then pistol because of the Achilles, which is definitely enough to force interaction. But I think this is really smart from Zach, just putting a card into the arsenal, because he absolutely could have gone go again off of this E-Strike and played whatever that last card is. But having the setup to be able to block and still present Hayden's life is really that heads-up play of how he's gotten so far in the tournament thus far.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't doubt any of the players' decisions right now. Like, they're both where they are because of their decisions, and it's damn working.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just trying to figure out what he has to play around here, and there's definitely some things. Well, it
Man
was the
does have
zipper
the
hit.
zipper hit. Man, I don't know how you keep calling these cards, but Codexes, zipper hits.
Yeah, it's just one of those.
That fab sense.
Maybe it's just one of those things of like, depending on how they've like set up and what potentially it could be. Yeah, Hayden might have a 0 to 60 here instead. No, he's just going to arsenal the card and pass it back over. And has another Transcend available here, but Hayden's just praying for no more Artivores. The Zen State token will break, which is sort of like, I guess, the respite. And health is not that dire. 7 has an equipment block, has a card in arsenal, so we'll be able to present damage. And this is where I think that if he doesn't, like, as long as he's not dead, I think Hayden's definitely in the lead. Just because, you know, his ability to block with his cards. But I say that he could have also just drawn up 3 items and just die instantly. So
Yeah, it is a possibility with Dash, and you hope it doesn't happen. You only run roughly 6 items in the deck, maybe 5. So chances are slim, but the chance is always there. Especially as a Leviathan player, you know.
yeah.
You can always whiff the graveyard when you're banishing 3 cards. Like, it's not impossible, and you know, it tends to happen when I'm higher up in an event for some reason. Unsure why.
Yeah, the deck just knows.
Deck knows. Here we see a Harmony of the Hunt pitching Brains to create a Tyrant hand.
So Hayden has to decide at what point he commits blocks, and it's a really challenging thing because there's a lot of sort of cards now with these Transcends that can sort of change the math. And Twin Driver, card I imagine Hayden doesn't want to be a Descendant, is very scary here, and this is sort of like the thing that Hayden's terrified of. Don't get me wrong, doesn't have access to any sort of Transcend because no blues, but as you were sort of saying before, Spencer, no blues means damage is coming hard and fast.
100%. I mean, either or works for Zen. Zen will do his best. So he's blocking with a Twin Drive here. Super unlucky to block with that. That's a prime card in Dash. Being able to boost twice turns on your and every card in your deck, your velocities, your oh my god, and he has the natural bonds in Arsenal.
Yeah.
Picking spinning wheel kick. This is probably the best hand that he could have hoped for, right?
Spinning wheel kick is definitely not what you want to see. Just pulling up the Oracle text.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Spinning wheel kick?
Yeah, it is a spinning wheel kick. It's just a 1-for-4 go again in this instance. He's not going to have Twin Twisters or another spinning wheel kick ahead of it.
Yeah. It's a great rate, and it says combo, so you know what? In the deck.
Yeah, and you know what it also says? It says Hayden's life total.
It does say Hayden's life total right now. It's actually 1 over, so...
Oh, that's the card that he needed too. So
yeah.
High octane.
Starting a new combat chain below the top combat chain. Is this a first in Flesh and Blood history?
I think it's out of necessity.
Yep.
Going to 1 here. It's going to make a single tiger as well, but that tiger's not going to have any sort of relevance, I don't believe. No. Sorry.
No.
Yeah, it's not going to make it.
Doesn't go to the hand, so
Yeah.
fizzles to the Shadow Realm.
Hayden doing the math here.
I'm just thinking, yeah.
Thinking if you should shoot this pistol.
It's a really interesting decision here, actually.
Yeah, you can shoot it now to try and deal some damage, or you can save it for a bigger turn when you think the pistol might actually be the wounding blow to your opponent.
Yeah.
But here it's just pistol and Zach takes it. I don't blame the man. It's just 2 damage.
Now, his hand does look a little awkward. I don't know what that second card... Yeah, so it's another Transcend, so he has the pitch available. I believe that one there is Passover. So yeah, so Passover is getting pitched. That's the third Art of War.
Third Art of War.
Did he banish 2? No, he just... It looked like he did, but he just moved it over.
Yeah, I think he did. It's got the twin twisters below it. Or the spinning wheel pick.
I will say that this hand does look a little awkward. He's got a This Round's on me, which I wouldn't be surprised if he plays just to draw a card. An Enlightened Strike and a Bonds of Ancestry available. So, not the best. The other thing, and this is probably the one thing that's keeping Hayden in this game, is he has popped both of his needles.
Yeah, so there's no more cheeky incremental weapon value anymore. It's just whatever you've got in your hand. And I think this Rounds on me is not a bad card to play. It is a blue. So if he draws a Transcend card, he can just use it.
Yeah. I guess the only concern you have then is it does give Hayden another card in hand. It does make that pistol worse, but, you know, the risk is if you play it and you brick again and you just have to send E-Strike for, like... Well, you could send an E-Strike for 6 go again into a Bond, so, like, that's obviously a lot of cards out of Hayden's hand. So it's... Yeah, and I think that's probably the case of just strip cards. No, he's just going to play it for 8.
Easy.
This is 3 cards from Hayden, but it does mean that he is going to keep cards in hand. Which means with the Pounder available, but again, blue and a zipper hit is all he needs here to be able to present the life total and then some and force some of this interaction. But keeping the Bonds in Arsenal means that there is a pretty decent chance he finds a way of turning that on, and that's when we're off to the races. But no more Art of Wars available left. Yeah, so 3 cards getting pitched there, so it's a high octane. As I'm not 100% sure what else, but yeah, what is in Hayden's arsenal is the question. Is it something that's going to allow him to present enough damage to force interaction? And there's the Descendant that's been ripped off the top. Magnetic going to be pushed. And like I said, it's a zipper hit being boosted away. Blue left in hand, 7. And then he'll have the ability to shoot this pistol twice.
That is a lot of damage. That's him playing the E-Strike has allowed him to unlock his last Tech Blood Pounder value, which could be huge for Hayden getting back into this game. And yeah, you can pistol twice this turn. So this is 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 damage total. And it's not what you want to see as Zen with 2 blocks in hand.
Hayden's probably very grateful on the fact that he did shoot that pistol because he would have lost value off of it otherwise. Now the Shuko is available to block, but again, that's not something you really want to do because if you block with the Shuko, it makes your Tigers significantly worse without running Zen's signature weapon, the Tiger Team Kakara.
Yeah, especially when your opponent's at 1 life, you want your Tigers to be poking in for 1 damage, pulling cards as frequently as possible to crawl that tempo back. And without a weapon, it gets a little bit harder to crawl that card advantage back into your hand.
Yeah, looking at their hand, he has a Levels of Enlightenment, a Descending Gust Wave, Mauling Key, and a... I think... Yeah. I was going to say, was it the Path or was it the other one? But yeah, definitely the Path of Travel there. And he also has the Bonds of Ancestry in the arsenal. So the fact that Hayden's been able to present damage here does mean that it turns off that ginormous turn that was coming. But again, he's still going to have so much. If he can keep 2 cards in hand, he just keeps the blue and the Descendant, he's going to be able to present, 3, then 4, and then probably 5 from something from graveyard, because he can just put the Mauling Key into the bin.
Absolutely. It's tricky to do the math here, but Zach's done the math, I think. Taking 4.
Shoot the pistol. Probably going to just take this one, block the last one with the Shukos, or even just play the levels. And I think, again, blocking with the levels of Enlighten here is probably smart.
You do want as many cards in hand as possible, but from what I remember, the Arsenal was a Bonds of Ancestry, so I think if he's able to transcend, he can go find the Gust Wave.
He has the Gust Wave in hand, though.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the natural.
He loves races.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the natural Gust Wave. And Hayden's going to probably consider cracking the Achilles here to force interaction, but he knows for a fact that all it's going to be met with, likely, is going to be the equipment block. But again, is that what you need to ensure that you're not just going to get randomly tigered? And I think that's what Hayden's considering now.
Would you crack Achilles Accelerator in this situation?
I would. I mean, like, the likelihood is, regardless, he's keeping cards. And so it's going to be challenging for you to find a spot like this again. So, yeah, so you crack the Achilles. It's also resource efficient. He's going to block it with. And, yeah, it just sort of shores up the fact of, like, now you know that you can't just get randomly, like, killed to a tiger. But again, Zach's managed to find the natural. And so, as a result, can just go and find something really scary in his graveyard. My assumption would be the Mauling Key, but it depends on if he has any left, actually. I think maybe he's used all 3. I know he's used 2, and we don't have deck lists available, so I don't know how many's actually left in the deck.
I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, okay, this is the more... Yeah.
So
he's going to play the levels here. And transcend off of that as well. So this is probably the scariest one you can use, because now it's going to be 5, draw a card, and axe. So he's going to tutor in response. It's going to have go again, and he's going to have 5, draw a card. So he's going to have 2 cards available and the tiger as well. The lucky thing. Finding the Descendant. So he's actually going to somehow, from having to force to block, he's going to string together something probably incredibly long here.
And he creates a Tyrant hand, super interestingly enough. I wonder why he didn't just pitch the Chi into the Gust Wave into Bonds, but
because he's doing it in response to the levels.
Oh my God! So the levels just goes higher in value.
Shouldn't that have been 5?
I think he drew the card. He just drew the spec.
Yeah, using the Mauling Key.
I'll tell you what. Yeah, that's all good.
Good game, and yeah, I was going to say, going through it shows that he has a Mauling Key remaining, and interesting, yeah, just being able to throw together all that, and it's, what a great end, but that game was absolutely down to the wire. Hayden almost able to find just enough bit of damage, but that just able to force through those big turns back to back to back to back from Zach, and really showing.
It's a red and a blue. It's a red and a blue.
Oh, okay, that's why. He pitched a red and a blue. That's why. I was wondering the same thing about why it wasn't for 5 go again, but you had to pitch the red initially, so that's why. But yeah, what a tight game. And sometimes people talk about how aggressive matchups are less interesting, but that there is, for me, one of the matchups of the entire tournament. That was just the micro decision making on every aspect was just out of this world.
As you said, it was absolutely just down to the wire, so close. And Aiden doing everything in his power, got him down to 2, but the Zen just pulling through the armor block, the Zen fridge, as some call it, just putting in absolute work there and allowing just a crazy turn from Zach here.
Yeah, incredible stuff. And, there was that one turn where he had the Ardvor and brick the E-Strike. And, we were sort of talking about whether or not he wants to send the card from Arsenal. But there's a reason why Zach is sitting there and we are not. Because keeping that card, that Bonds in the Arsenal slot, was the reason he won that game. You know, being able to string together that ginormous line towards the end, and wow, books himself away straight into the grand finals.
It's phenomenal. It's phenomenal that we are here live watching these players make the decisions in real time that are paving their way to the finals, and it's all happening.
Yeah, it really is. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to cut to one final break, and then we will be back with your grand finals of the Australian Flesh and Blood National Championships for 2024. Do not go anywhere.
I didn't really get what you said.
Either way, congratulations on semi-finals.
Who's in the top 4?
You know, open door for it.
Depends. Alright, you got this, crush it. Thanks, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the grand finals of the Australian Flesh and Blood National Championships of 2024. I'm joined by my man, Mr. Phil Nagel. Phil, Enigma versus Zen. And I don't know about you, but I hope this does not go how I see it in my head.
Yes. Enigma vs Sen. So this Enigma player, Robert Piper, did just play into the first seed Joel Gibbons, who was also on Sen. So it seems like maybe has a plan, has a seemingly okay matchup into it. Managed to get the win there. So see if he can repeat that kind of process again, or if Zachary Gardner on Zen will get there.
Yeah, and we just watched Zach get there in a nail-biting game versus Hayden Dale, previous Australian national champion, and just able to clutch this one out. And yeah, the final round coming through. We have been through not 10, not 12, but this is our 15th round. Yeah, 15th round of games over the past 2 days for these players. And they are, they are tired. They have played a lot of flesh and blood, and they have to be more locked in this game than they have been the entire weekend.
Yeah. Long days, especially yesterday. But I'm sure these two players are just absolutely on it, adrenaline rushing. They will be super excited in this finals matchup. And one of these players will get to hoist the Australian National Championship trophy 2024.
It's not just a gold foil. It is actually a trophy, and it is. I've seen it, Phil. It's gorgeous. It's stunning. But we will jump into the games. We see the players are getting themselves set up, and Robert Piper on your left versus Zachary Gardner on the right. Robert, coming from Brisbane, so as a local boy, has probably most of the room cheering after him. And Zach coming in from Melbourne. And again, Zach's got to feel pretty confident coming into this. But, if I'm in Zach's position here, Phil, and I know that I'm versing an Enigma, and that Enigma just beat Zen and has made it this far in the tournament, Zen being the most represented deck, I don't know about you. I'd start to get worried that he might know something I don't.
Yeah, definitely. Robert managed to make it through all the way, getting through one Zen in the semi-finals, and now has to play another in the grand finals. So I'm sure has his game plan locked and loaded, ready to go, and knows exactly what needs to be done during this match.
Yeah, still terrifying sort of thought overall when it comes to it. So definitely interested to see how this one all goes. But it's I'm excited, Phil. I'm very excited to see how this goes and how this all shapes up in the end.
Yeah, indeed.
So
will be interesting.
When you're the Enigma player here, I'm assuming you're not just on the Aura plan. We sort of talked to Spencer and I talked about this previously, but it is one of these things where it's the Tiger the Shukos. The Shukos is the thing that really just can hose down that Aura plan, and so I'm interested to see how this all goes together.
Yeah, we haven't seen Robert on stream, so this will be the first time that we are getting to witness this deck being played out. But he might be running one of those high kind of phantasm attack sort of decks, running the footsteps rather than relying on those ward weapons to get the job done.
Yeah, and I think that's definitely a way to go about it too. Just having the ability to create those weapons and send these big numbers at your opponent. And you can't really lock this you can't lock Zen out. But if there's one thing, is that Enigma and Illusionist in general does have access to a lot of interactive pieces that can help. We've got a variety of things that are universal, but it's also got access to the deep blue, which is essentially just says everything attacks one less, which can really shut off one of those turns at instant speed. And I think that's the really important thing, Phil.
Yeah, indeed. We're getting to witness two new heroes that got released in Partner as well, so obviously showcasing that how much of a strong set this is, and everyone coming into this tournament knew that Zen is the premier aggro deck, and good to see that Enigma managing to climb up through the ranks, through the Swiss, through the draft, and Robert's done an amazing job to get all the way to these grand finals, and I'm sure he'll be mighty pleased with his efforts throughout this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. How could you not be, you know what I mean? But there is one more game to win, Phil, and that's the one that these guys are definitely looking to try and secure themselves that W and being the Australian national champion for this year.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like,
And I believe Sakuragana is this is not his first time in the top 8. He did top 8 last year. I believe he was playing Dromai. So opting to play Zen and not playing the new Illusionist hero here, but we'll see what he can
don't
do.
like the foils and stuff. Yeah.
And I am incredibly excited for BA players just sort of taking their time. You know, they had a little bit of a break, but really just want to make sure that they are relaxed, they are ready, and that they can play the best Flesh and Blood that they can.
Yeah, yeah, indeed. And I believe Robert does have the highest seed, so we'll get to choose the turn order here. And we see him have that one cloaked piece of equipment, the Maroon Pathways, and we see them handshake, great sportsmanship, and I'm sure super excited to get this game underway.
Yeah, I am as well, Phil. And so we're just sort of going to take a little bit of time here. The players are going to set themselves up and just make sure that everything is ready to go. And I think, yeah, interesting, going to be going back to the Kakara for this one. Not going to be presenting those needles.
Yeah, Enigma more likely to be blocking throughout this game, so going to get more value out of Kakara throughout this game. And we do see the Enigma running the Maroon Pathway, so he's going to look to get that Ward 3 when most efficient.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's just going to present, again, initially, one of the more important cards, actually. It's a little bit niche in regards to when you use it, but Hold the Line. On those big Art of War turns, does allow you to soak up a lot of damage because it's not just from a source, it's the next 3 damage that would be dealt to you. So it's really efficient when it comes to versing this deck.
Yeah, Hold Line, great card when the opposition is drawing 2 cards and you get those extra effects from it. And we've seen it have quite a lot of success in the previous season with KO and Old Art of War and Blood Rush Bellows, and obviously still great into Zen, which utilizes Art of War also.
Yeah, absolutely. So now Ripple Away, card being pitched there. Definitely a piece of tech. And yeah, going to show how we're starting with these Spears of Serenity. Serenity? However you pronounce it.
Yeah, something like that.
So yeah. Guys, like, you know, we know the card. You know the card. Just don't know how to pronounce it. And I think that's fine.
Yeah, so a nice 1 for 5 go again into the weakest link, coming for 6. So a bit of a disruptive tech here for Enigma, looking to, if this hits, get rid of one of those Transcend cards or Art of War, which we do see in Zachary's cards. So it might be a bit of forced blocks coming out for Zachary here.
Yeah, and that is one of those things where, like, forcing blocks is sort of the name of the game when you're versing this deck. You need to make them interact with you. Because otherwise, you know, they are just going to, cool, I'm going to take whatever damage, and whatever damage you give me, I will out-damage you. So that's like the name of the game. And we've seen actually a couple of lists. I haven't played it myself, but I know a good friend of ours, Phil Jackson Casanova, loves a good pummel list. And there's been a couple of Enigma lists that are just running as many pummels as they can.
If you're a lover of pummels, do like to revolve, and if you have the blue base for it, we see Grainer tips the scale, giving it that +1, get a 1 over the top.
This will also
not
transcend.
Able to transcend.
Oh no, he will.
I don't think it will because
off the
no
spears
blue has been played. Is that I thought that was a red spears. So.
Oh, I thought it only came in for 3 though, correct? Which is the blue.
Oh, my mistake. Oh no, he took 5 damage. So I think it was red, but.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's hard to tell.
Nonetheless, we'll see if he does transcend here, but. And then shows that last card because he did in fact hit.
Yeah,
and yeah, it was 2 red cards.
Yeah, and it's definitely interesting, and you know, one of those challenges when you are playing these decks with the Transcend is that, like, that one there, you needed to make sure that you got the value off of it, like, regardless. Like, so it does seem a bit weird that he didn't get the Transcend off, but at the end of the day, it did sort of, again, force interaction and essentially make it so he had to play the way that he did.
Yep. And we see a line strike come from the Arsenal, choosing the mode draw a card, so getting that an Arsenal card for his following turn, and takes 2 damage, blocking with that Spectral Prowler in blue, I believe.
Oh.
Yeah, a card from Dynasty.
Yeah. You know, 0 for 2 with go again if you control a Spectral Shield, and it's one thing that This deck does like to control fill. It is a Spectral Shield, so...
Yep. But we see that Rage Spectre, very strong card. No auras out for Robert here, so we'll get that extraction point from this. It is an action aura, and it's coming for 6. So ward 6 on your turn, ward 1 on opposition, and using Cosmo's Ancestry Scroll. All your auras with ward do get that base power equivalent to it.
Yeah, and the important thing as well is it is required that it has to be an aura. So for those of you like myself who are sort of newer to the deck, when you first play, you're like, I can swing my Uphold Tradition. No, it's not an aura. It's not just any card with ward, because that would be a little bit pushed, I think, Phil.
Yeah, indeed. Yep. Sakura deciding whether he decides to block. Mozen's, I think, this is just base damage, no disruption, so it's just a matter of if you can get full value out of the 5 cards available to him, whether he decides to block this out.
Yeah, exactly. And this is sort of like the thing that you now need to identify. And this is sort of what I was talking about when, if you've been playing versus Zen all week, but you don't really know what kind of list it is, it does make you sort of second guess your own game plans a little bit. And so I think it's one of these things where it is just going to have to be, try your absolute best to just play your game plan. And I think that's what we have to sort of focus on here, is just try and play your game plan and go from there.
Yep. And Zen's game plan is definitely all gas, no brakes, maximum power every single turn.
Yeah, every single turn as best as you can.
Block run. Okay, Tiger. No reaction. Take that.
We see Zachary blocking with the Strides of Reprisal, getting that Tiger in his hand. I believe I did see an Art of War, so most likely going to use that Crouching Tiger to banish that Art of War with the Art of War.
Yeah.
Ban it.
I think that's like one of the really big benefits in particular of this deck, is just the fact of, just being able to generate stuff that you can banish without it losing you a card is super important. That's why Chain with Art of War was so incredibly powerful, because it wasn't actually losing the card, it was able to just continue actually playing the cards from banish, and that's why it was so inherently strong.
Yep. So Robert deciding to lose the Rage Spectre here, taking 1 damage from the Kakara that's been sent by Zachary. And then what do we see next?
Just going to be the Tiger coming through. Maybe not considerations. And yeah, Rage Spectre is one of those ones where it's like you kind of treat it like just an attack. It's just an attack, you don't really want to protect it on the other turn. If you can, great, but it's not the biggest thing.
Yep. So what's the thing about playing out the Tiger, but instead decides to play Art of War, banishing that Blanche. A tech piece for Enigma to stop if it hits, gets rid of all their blue cards, and Enigma has a lot of text with cards and auras that have, if a blue card has been pitched. So see what goes on here.
Yeah, and this is the thing, starting off with the Kakara is definitely a really nice way to sort of establish it. And yeah, so Tiger Swipe for 6 on hit's going to make another Tiger. And if you actually look at the hand, the second copy of Blanche was also found.
Yeah. We'll see if he has the resources to be able to play it out, but it might be a nice Arsenal card. And we see Robert blocking with a Miraging Metamorph and then a Sink Below as well to negate the damage from the Tiger Swipe. Make sure we don't get any more Tigers.
Yeah, and when it comes to like Blanche in particular as well, it's definitely a powerful card. It's something that it turns off the colors of your deck. So it means like anything that says if it's blue, it loses it, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah, but it's not the biggest deal if we're only presenting 1 attack. So if like it's going to be a Phantasmaclasm or something like that, we're not going to get go again anyway. And so as a result, Blanche is just damage.
Yep. So see that sort of Tiger going into a Crouching Tiger, coming in for another 1, and then we just go to end and we Arsenal.
Yeah, but still able to keep some cards in hand on the side of Robert and still in the life advantage.
Yeah. We pitch a Sick Below and Tunic when we come for a CNC. Oh, a nice disruptive piece from Robert here.
Yeah, and I believe the card that was Arsenal was also a Bonds of Agony, so definitely a card that you want to try and keep available. I haven't been paying full attention to the graveyard, but has Zach blocked with on yet?
I don't believe so. But yeah, we'll have to kind of keep a track of that.
Because it might be almost worthwhile in sort of like the understanding that this is game's going to go a little bit longer, that you almost want to let it hit, put it into the bin so you can fetch it later with the other bonds. But again, it's better just to play it and attack it. So a little bit of an awkward hand though. Can't actually find a way to turn on the combo ability.
Yeah, I think he has 3 reds and that Transcend Preserved Tradition. So has to think about what he can do here.
Takes a bit of a pause to sort of consider. And again, these rounds are untimed, so there's definitely no problem with us just taking a bit of extra time and just making sure our lines are the correct way to go about things. And he's actually going to commit the 3-card block here, so bunch of 2 blocks. And this is why you don't really want to be blocking a Zen. You don't do it very well. And if you're the side of Robert, you're breathing the big sigh of relief because there's 1 card available.
Yep, that 1 card is just the Transcend, so it's just going to be coming in for 2. So great swing of tempo here from Robert, setting that CNC with Disruption.
Yeah. It's an interesting point as well, Phil, is that you'll probably find Robert will actually very easily give up a lot of his auras early in the combat chain, just because if you want to get value out of the ward early, and with Tiger Strike Shuko turning off the ability to use that, unless he is able to block, it's likely that he will just let the auras die and soak a bunch of that damage early.
Yeah, Robert definitely will throughout the game be calculating what the best times and what auras he can get rid of to get the maximum value out of the ward and the attack. But just deciding whether he's going to block with a card, preserve some life, or take this 2 damage.
Is the Blanche left in Zach's hand? No, he blocked with it before, so not afraid of a popper here. He's just going to block. Oh, that was on defense. Blocking with the spears here. He's going to pitch likely the one of that Unraveled Aggression. And, oh my god.
Yeah, that is a second tenant of wind. So if he transcends this turn, we'll give it go again. Has 2 cards in hand, so definitely posturing that there's a transcend coming right up.
Yeah, and you can also retroactively transcend as well. You can transcend in link resolution, which will then, it checks it then, it will have go again in that part. So it doesn't have to reveal any information now. And, you know, transcending here definitely does a variety of things as well. It turns on the Enigma ability, meaning that you can generate that Spectral Shield. And again, it's not the sort of thing you intend to keep, but being able to swing for an additional 2 and gain a life is definitely pretty good.
Yep. 3 points of value there, 2 from the attack, 1 from the ward. And then also, crucially, being the first Transcend, getting that energy in their deck, meaning that Traverse the Universe will be active.
No, okay, doesn't have the Transcend. So this is, I guess, the sort of nature is the fact of the deck is more likely than not for Robert built around the fact that you're probably not keeping big hands versus Zen, and which is great, you know, when Zen's doing the Zen thing, but it means that, you know, on those off turns, you can't really punish as hard as you'd probably like to on a more traditional, I say traditional, but like on a more aura-based Enigma list.
Yeah. And Zachary opting not to block. I do see levels of alignment in hand, so looking to likely play that out. 100 wins, and but we're starting off with a Descending Gust Wave. I believe that is.
Yeah. And, you know, we know the card that was defended within the arsenal was going to be that Bonds of Ancestry. So this is sort of going to be that first sort of very large turn. Yeah, as we get the natural bonds line here, and to see what's going to be taken from it. It could be the Tiger Swipe, I'm assuming. Depending.
Could be. No Tiger in hand currently, and has no Transcend card. So
yeah, just 100 wins.
100 wins. Just a solid 0 cost 3 go again.
Two cards in the hand.
Yeah, so presenting a bunch of damage here, and Robert's sort of considering what his turn's going to look like and what he can defend. And again, it's one of these things where the more you play into a ninja, the more you understand the lines. And when you see 100 wins, you're not overly afraid, and that's a great sort of pickup for himself. The Fate for Scene just going to cleanly block out that Bonds of Ancestry.
Yep. Getting that fate to cleanly block it all out. I think we do know that Zachary is running some CNCs, so you don't want to have that defense reaction stuck in your arsenal when the chain could be ended with a CNC. So getting the value where it's easily accrued.
So your Levels of Enlightenment sitting in the hand as well. So has pitched a blue, so that definitely is going to get a bit of value. And I believe it's another 100 wins in hand, so wouldn't be surprised to see the 100 wins come down. Yeah, followed by the second one. This one is the 2 unpreventable damage, and so luckily doesn't have any auras. No blocks presented. This will now be 4, I believe. Yeah, so 4 coming through as well because of its own combo ability, and then has 1 card in hand being that Levels of Enlightenment. Likely to be swung and then with a draw a card to put something else into the arsenal zone. Or swing with the Kakara.
Yep. Just we'll see if he decides. The 3 damage plus draw a card will still net him a arsenal card.
Oh, 3.
It just depends whether if he wants to have that levels for a future turn.
Yeah,
Second
second
Kakara.
Yeah, second tentative Chi Wind being one of the block cards here as well. And now Zach has to sort of figure it out, but again, Robert's played this very, very well, blocking in the right junctures and not leaking a huge amount of damage, and likely will have something to crack back with. And Zach has to consider whether or not it's worth keeping an arsenal here.
No.
Yeah, to take the 2 off the Kakara.
Decides that he is going to utilize that levels on a future turn. Likely when he tries and eventually draws up that Transcend, having that levels in Arsenal will allow that to be a great way to be able to have Transcend. And yeah, we do see him pick up a half-field travelled, so that foresight. But Robert coming back with the weakest link, more disruption.
Yeah.
More disruption.
So this makes me want to change mine. Feels very reminiscent of my favorite deck of all time, where it's just block when you can, keep an arsenal card, and just present big attacks to lock them out of the game later on. LSS, if we could just reprint Icelander, that would be great. But looking here, is it once again just going to force his interaction because he has to.
Yeah. Do an excellent job just keeping off, and these are these weakest links in the CNC is really coming in at pivotal moments. I'm sure Zachary would have loved to just take this damage and not have to deal with that, but that Transcend card that he has in his hand is quite important.
Oh my god, okay, so this one here is a bit unexpected. We all expected the Uphold Tradition to be that cloaked armor, and this is the power of the cloak, is the fact of it's not.
Even at that +1 hits, and the beautiful that cloaked equipment really showing it's like everyone expected Upfield Tradition, but that Waves of Aquamarine being able to be used on any attack, really a blindsiding Zachary here.
I feel blindsided by that, Phil. You know what I mean? Like it's the reason why the cloak. You have to be afraid, and you have to sort of understand that that's the thing, and that really has turned this turn into just 2 now. Before we were looking at Levels of Enlightenment, get the ability to transcend, and that transcend then leads into blocking with the Traverse Universe. So really a ginormous blowout from Robert there by activating the attack reaction.
Yeah. And maybe Zachary did know that could have been the Waves of Aquamarine, but just decided to risk it and only block with the 2 cards because it wasn't worth that extra card block.
Yeah, in particular when you don't know if that's the case, right? Like, you can't play around Pummel every time.
Indeed. But yeah, Zachary is finding these Transcend cards in unfortunate moments.
I believe the life
both
total...
times. Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, both times that weakest link coming in the turn before. So not being able to get a Transcend and no energy for Zachary at the moment. It looks
Yeah.
like Zachary chose to just do an extra bit of damage there.
Ooh, is that a... No, it's just a Phantasmaclasm. Also, I do believe that it should be 23 all, because I believe a single point did go through from Zach. Because of the attack reaction coming in for 7. And again, we talk about
Look at that,
disruption.
babe. Yeah, this Phantasmaclasm, we'll have a look at Zachary's hand. We do spot 2 Transcend cards, at least. Maybe 3 here?
Oh, okay, I understand. Yeah, and chat's identified it. It is actually 20. No, he played the No, he played
We went
the
up to 25.
he played the homage in response.
We should have gone to 23.
Yep.
Then back
All
up to
right.
24.
It was a very quick. Yeah, no, I think they are players are on it.
Your players are correct.
You blocked 6. The Aquamarine. Yep. Went up to 7. Yep. Then you, in response, went given plus take homage to get 1 life. You're at 24 all at the time. Yep. So then you would
Yeah, so no, it is correct.
That's your most stats. 24, 25, 24. Plus or minus 1.
Yeah. Correct.
It just like negated the. Is that what you want? Yeah. Is that correct? I didn't write down the change, but yeah. Okay. Basically. Okay.
Yeah. Players are on it. We just missed the in response nature. Just, but you know, it's the sort of thing where at the table it's very obvious, but for us it just seems like we wasn't sure if he presented it or whatever. But yeah, wanted to get the 1 life and was lucky he had one that didn't require a target.
Yep. So Zachary just mulling over whether, in response to it being played,
Draw.
so we'll get this double transcend and played, negating 1 damage from Phantasmaclasm, and then Robert will be able to see what Zachary is dealing with, and we'll see that the 2 energies plus another transcend and the block card.
And so I'm just going to reveal. And I think you have to put the Descendant on the bottom, right? Because otherwise you can fetch. Yeah, you
Yeah.
you take the combo piece. Ooh.
And we do see Zachary has drawn up that Ancestry of Harmony.
Yeah, Ancestry of Harmony, definitely a scary card. It's a scary card that can also just do nothing.
Yep. Yeah. But we do have the inner chi, so the Ancestry of Harmony can get possibly the combo off the top, and with that inner chi we'll be able to buff that 1 common card that you get to grab, but it looks like Zachary's just going to utilize it for blocks and take 5 here.
Yeah.
Now, I think before will Zachary decide before end step to no, so it goes with Kakara. Coming for 2, pitching one of these inner cheese.
Yeah, it's not as good as like doing it on like Enigma, because it goes to your banish zone. It can only be played on the current turn. So it's not really worth doing the instant on another person's turn. The only reason to do it is usually if you worry they're gonna rip the chi out of your hand.
Of course, the tiger goes to the hand, but the common card goes to your banish zone.
Yeah.
So then we see the activation of Zen, getting the Crouching Tiger to the hand, and then we'll banish a Morning Key.
And this is where you start to get, I think, a little bit concerned if you are the side of Robert Piper. Just because now any attack can be met with that Traverse the Universe, and, you know, the ginormous turn can happen.
Yep. So it's taking a little bit of time, but Zachary has got his inner cheese in his deck now. Mm-hmm. So that Traverse Universe has been turned online. And he's coming with this 5 damage plus an extra 1 if the Crouching Tiger was played.
Fate Foreseen, though, going to be the answer here, and so only leaking a couple of points of damage, and it's not too bad.
Yep.
Yeah,
Taking 2.
Yeah, it takes one off the ability and one off of actually getting hit by it. And now we pass back with... You can hear Zachary in the background just celebrating the fact that he transcended. And we're going to have a Levels of Enlightenment pitching a Rage Spectre here. Nothing in response, so it is just going to be, I believe, with Go again.
I believe so. I did spot a Singular, I believe, in Robert's hand, so this 2 is probably the Arsenal card. Are we going to be seeing another Weakest Linked or CNC coming in?
Yeah, and I think CNC would be the really backbreaking one here. No,
So-
pitching a third, so another Phantasmaclasm using the Tunic counter. So, again, another way of just ripping this hand apart. And, you know, obviously the card replaces itself, and sometimes you can do your opponent a favor, but being able to take, in a deck that relies on starters and enders, ripping the starter is definitely something that can cause absolute problems.
Yeah. Could also give Zachary a popper here and get a block with it. Zachary is running those blanches. So,
But even then, like, whenever you verse the Zen deck, obviously the damage is what you're after, but forcing them to interact in any sort of reasonable manner, including blocking, is definitely the thing you want. And, well, the scary thing is that is a stacked hand. What have we got there? We've got a Spinning Heel Kick, Descendant Gust Wave, a Tiger Stripe, and there's a third card I can't really make out.
looks like maybe Biting Breeze, maybe?
Yeah, maybe. And yeah, this is a very big decision for Robert. I think you'd probably take the Descendant Gust Wave. Yeah, having to read Spinning Heel Kick. The card itself does not do a huge amount in these sorts of lists.
Obviously nothing completely easy to choose from here. Not that popper to get rid of. And not like no resources, but deciding this Descendant Gut Wave is going to be gone.
Yeah. And that's the second Descendant Gust Wave that's been ripped, and it looks like it is another Transcend card that has been pulled off the top. So Path Well Traveled does sort of allow for some go again when it's not easily to find. But would really probably just prefer to have had that Descendant Gust Wave. But Traverse the Universe is around, but no Art of War. So you usually want to pair those two things together.
Yeah, indeed. So Zachary just deciding what cards he wants to block with, and he's
None.
decided 0 is the answer.
What did I say before, Phil? If you're blocking with cards, it means you're not throwing them at your opponent. And right now, that's what he needs to be doing. 7 plays 18. Definitely the health total currently in Enigma's favor, but this next turn. But as you said, Phil, that's probably a sync below that's been arsenaled. And, you know, those cards, syncs in particular, are good. And, you know, this is sort of the really big benefit of this version of the deck into this matchup is the fact that there is no really auras to pop. There's no ward.
Yep, so it is that Biting Breeze coming in for 1, creating that Crouching Tiger on hit, and Robert just decides no blocks.
And this is where you start to get scared as well. Yep, just
And
going
then
to
we use that
traverse.
pass over Transcend. So banishing a Weakest Linked from the graveyard.
Has Robert transcended yet this game?
Do not believe so. I think it's gone on for a few turns now, but I don't think Robert has transcended, and Zachary's the only one that has transcended at the moment.
Yeah, and I think transcending here is the big thing that Robert is looking for next, because the big card that's going to help him seal this game out is that Manifestations of Mirage. Because currently Zach's life total is at a point where it is too low to actually tank the hit, and so you know you have to. That's the way that you usually have to deal with that card is you block. You just take the damage, you try crack back out to it, but when you have to block the card, that card becomes infinitely more powerful.
Yeah, we do see Robert not opting to block with any cards from hand or arsenal yet, and just taking damage. So taking 1, 2, and 2. Zachary activating the Zen ability, again the Crouching Tiger to the hand, and searching for a combo card. So we'll see what he chooses here.
Phil, I'm going to be honest with you here, my friend. This Enigma list really makes me want to change mine. The list just seems very powerful and doing a lot of things, which is good. It makes me want to put more attacks in it, to be honest. Weakest Link in particular being a key one.
Yeah, and we see Zachary choosing Chase the Tail. So we do have that first Crouching Tiger and another Crouching Tiger made to hand, so we're going to get that full value from Chase the Tail.
Chase the Tail, another incredibly powerful card. It's technically a 1 for 7.
Yep. So again, they go again, and then the next Crouching Tiger gets that +3. So currently coming for 4. So this might be a good opportunity to utilize that defense reaction that we might have seen him have in the hand to just block out the damage.
But again, if you're on the side of Zach, you're a little bit scared because this is a lot of damage and currently there's been no defense.
Yep. Robert did have that nice kind of health buffer to allow him to take all this damage so far, but it's starting to get to a point where you really need to respect it.
Yeah. I would not be surprised to see if Robert has the ability to transcend on his next turn. And that's probably one of the major reasons why we are sort of trying to protect the life total, like protect our hand as much as possible. We do know there is a sink below it inside of the arsenal here, so Robert's just trying to figure out what he needs to commit his defense to. Tiger for 3 is going to come through here, and again, the fact that Robert's been able to maintain this big life lead is definitely something that's working in his favor right now.
Yep, so this Crouching Tiger coming in for 3. And still, Robert, no blocks. No blocks at all.
I'm scared, Phil. I'm terrified currently.
Yeah, both players down to single digits now. We haven't been able to see what's in Robert's hand, so we don't know what sort of cards that he's really looking forward to kind of play out on his turn.
I like that though, Phil. I like not knowing. I like being in suspense with you. You know, when we have all the perfect information, we can figure out the lines. But I want to be there. I want to imagine that I'm sitting in seat. And I can tell you right now, Zachary does not look particularly happy with the way that this turn is going, even though he's presenting a lot of damage.
Yeah, both players deeply thinking. But it seems like we will get our first block from Robert here. Blocking out that 3 damage with that Spears of Surreality.
Yeah, and I think the big thing he's afraid of is something like that, the Tiger Swipe. And that's why we've kept the sink below in Arsenal. Beautiful self-control coming through from Robert there. Just being able to know that damage is damage, and the only things we need to be afraid of are these Tiger Stripes that sort of present even more. And yeah, the spinning heel kick coming in for 4. I can imagine the damage here is just going to be taken. Or in fact, no, we are going to declare a block. Going for 1, but still has enough cards in hand to be able to crack back with something. I guess the only scary thing on both ends is the fact that one, Robert still has not transcended, and Zachary has traversed the universe available if this finds it. But once again, the third Phantasmaclasm potentially ripping this hand apart, and you see a Manifestations of Moraga getting pitched there. Doesn't even need it.
No.
Why do I need something on the board, Phil, when I can just kill you?
Yeah, just 9 damage, so definitely forcing a block out of here, and we'll have to kind of have a peeky look at Zachary's hand and see what card gets put at the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, the lucky thing for Zachary is the fact that the traverse, if you block, like the trigger to look at the hand happens before block, so he can't, traverse and then take the chi away. And looking at that hand, it does look like relatively stacked from what I am seeing, and potentially could have some instant speed shenanigans, but an Ancestral Harmony is definitely present as well. I do believe I saw a couple of Descendant Gustwave in there. So
Yeah,
it has a lot of options.
Yeah, I think I might have also saw Bonds as well, so pulling up like a natty line here. Yeah, so 2 Descendants, Ancestral Harmony, and that Bonds.
Well, it has the ability to nab anything you can. So I think, if anything, as weird as it sounds, you might actually have to take the Ancestral Harmony, because that's the card that's going to allow him to high roll and do even more damage, because, you assume here that the Traverse the Universe is going to be put to blocking. Another card is also going to have to be blocked with, or a piece of equipment. But regardless, I think the fact that he has redundancy in both his starter and his ender means you have to take the card that actually deals the additional damage.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there are no real good options here that will really kind of stifle the hand. Maybe getting rid of the Bonds, but then if you block with that Traverse Universe, we could just get another Bonds that
Yeah.
just got put to the bottom with that inner chi. So maybe trying to get rid of some resources here, which Ancestral Harmony does kind of provide. But if there's another blue there, which we can't quite tell, then there really is no great options.
No. It's definitely not the situation you want to be in. No great options. Taking a bit of time now
Yeah.
just to sort of go through, figure out what his line is as well, because that's the other thing to consider is what cards do you have available to banish and what cards are left, because a lot of your power has either been tucked to the bottom or been attacked, and you can see Robert's face. He's not happy with the option he's been given here. Gifts ungiven.
Yeah, stuck between a rock and a hard place right now is Robert. Trying to think through all the lines that Sen has possible to him, and there's just too many options that Zachary is showing is possible.
Yeah, he's going to take the Ancestral Harmony there, strip some of the resources, and also sort of denied the potential for some big, I guess, plays that it just sort of allow you to go through and, yeah, just potentially rip another combo card off the top and, net a card, give everything +1, because all those cards have combo. But I saw a bit of spice there, I think, Phil, off the top, and I'm just going to double check if it is what I saw, but
I believe it is what you saw. I believe it is that Cosmic Awakening. So,
I mean, I guess in those longer matchups, you really need to be able to just, present. And yeah, it's going to be the Traverse.
and the 12 Percasaya. So keeping him alive, getting that inner chi.
So it goes to 2 here. Now, it's going to be interesting because Robert needs to sort of... is at a point now where anything that he does is going to force cards out. And he knows for a fact Zach is about to have a big turn.
Yeah,
So might have to throw...
This is a jumbo turn coming in from Zach. Has that inner chi, has the resource with that Cosmic Awakening, has that Bonds and Descendant Gust Wave.
And I think the scary thing is because he has 2 Descendant Gust Waves, he can do the double Bonds line here as well, if he has the resources available. So might have to throw some of the equipment here for no value other than the block. Which is not what you want to be doing with the equipment piece as powerful as Traverse the Universe, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do. Oh.
We get a nice... Yeah, we're getting refocused down to the cards. So Robert just having a look at all the cards available for Zachary to choose from.
3, 4.
And there is options. The game has gone for 40 minutes so far, so a few turns have been done, so that graveyard is filled.
I actually think that the number 1 card that you could have right now is Passover, if you are Robert. Because being able to, in response to the Bonds targeting, exile the card and fizzle the Bonds activation could be devastating here.
Really could be. I don't believe we've seen Robert play out a Passover, so it could be in his hand, and maybe that's why he's looking through this graveyard.
And that's an interesting point as well, is what if you select a card that has another one of the same name in the graveyard? I don't know how selection of that specific nature works, and that's something a judge would have to be aware of, but I would believe that you are targeting a specific card that when you banish is now no longer there.
Yeah, one of these minute details in Flesh and Blood that really comes up as a thing.
Yeah, getting the
Where do
other
you see that
Bonds.
Bonds? Yep.
The nod of the head. He knows what's coming.
Yep. So coming for 2 damage here. Is this time to cash in that Traverse Universe? Not getting the full effect with that inner chi, but the life is definitely something that Robert does not have much left of. Neither does Zachary, but it seems like Zachary definitely is in the controlling seat at the moment.
Yeah, interesting. The wording on Bonds, it doesn't specifically target. It says you can banish a card from your graveyard. So a card means that it's not something you have to declare. So once the effects resolves, you go through and you banish a card. So there's no window for you to do it.
That is good to know.
Because we've already seen a banishment absolutely brick a turn already this this tournament.
Yep, and Robert decides he's going to take this damage. 2 damage. 2 damage, not necessarily the most efficient stuff you can block with. And then we come in with another 2.
Unpreventable here. Yeah, Traverse the Universe is going to be the card.
I'll shuffle. Just double check, pray that I forgot. But no.
Yeah. So he's saying that he's just going to fail to find because technically you are supposed to search. So he's just going to shuffle his deck and hopefully try to find some of the cards he pitched away earlier. And sort of the look on Robert's face, a little bit concerned here, particularly with the second bonds now coming through. So it's going to be for 4. The scary thing here as well, fellas, is he hasn't actually pitched the chi yet.
Yeah, that chi is still available to search for to get that Crashing Tiger and get another combo card from deck. So seems like we are choosing another Descending Gust Wave here. Is it? I believe. Fortunately, the camera's getting a bit of a workout, so hard to see from my end.
Is this? Oh my god! So getting this other Descendant means that he can pitch the chi and actually just triple bonds this turn. I'm not even sure what card that is. Oh, it's Warmongers, I believe, used to block.
Yep.
It's going to be another Descendant. Pitch the chi, able to get a 3rd bonds potentially. The Spectral Prowler is going to be the card to block here. He is going to activate Zen's ability now. Not many cards remaining in Robert's hand. He's going to go and find... He has the Tiger as well available. He's going to go and find... Yeah, potentially, yeah. Looking at the Tiger Swipe, but no, he's just going to find the bonds. Bonds once again is going to play. He's going to banish the Tiger Swipe from the graveyard as well. One card remaining.
We gone wide,
and that
Robert just decides that is it. Zachary is your Australian Nationals champion 2024. Wow.
And just like that, Zachary Gardner is going to be your Australian national champion, just like you just said, Phil. What an incredible run of the games that we have seen thus far. He played some incredible flesh and blood, making the most out of incredibly difficult lines and finding just the right way to squeeze the most amount of damage. There's a moment throughout this tournament where we saw his heart sort of like jump out of his chest when he bricked on that Art of War, and didn't find a singular one in this game here, Phil, but what an incredible run.
Incredible run, Zachary. We've seen him play absolutely wonderful throughout this top 8 as well, and it was no slouch. Robert really putting the pressure on, getting those disruptive effects with those weakest links. At pivotal moments when Zachary had those Transcend cards, really putting him off Transcend and get those inner chi in his deck. But the triple bonds, able to seal the deal, and just, that's the power of Zen, baby.
Well played, Zach. Well played, Robert. You should be very proud of yourselves. Played very well.
Hear the judges.
I just wanted to clarify, because one life can mean a lot in this game. Yeah. But thank you for clarifying both of you.
Yeah, just listening to the judge have a conversation now.
I don't know. Does Jack want to present? Yeah, you'll present. Yep.
Yeah, so we're just going to cut immediately through to the presentation now for our national champion.
That was too close to my heart. Joel, did you want to open it on stream? Yeah.
See the massive conversation. You see Melbourne crew rallying around him. You know, they came here together. I believe we have a little bit of a special guest before, but we actually have a gold foil. We're going to open some gold foils on the stream as well. And then I believe we're actually going to get Zach in for an interview as well, Phil.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah, see a lot of love for Zachary with his locals there, all giving him a hug. He's fought absolutely amazing. But excited to see what Robert pulls out of this gold foil.
Rob's first.
So Rob's going to open his gold foil from making top 8.
Absolutely wonderful job by Rob Piper. Coming on second place with Enigma. And probably not a very super favoured field for Enigma, but getting the job done.
First one.
Grim.
I'm not even sure what chess piece that is.
It looks like a warrior chess beat, the Soulbound Resolve or something like that. Looks like we got Joe opening his gold for as well on stream.
Yeah.
Hey, you can always trade.
So we'll see how we go.
Ooh, Meridian Pathways. Robert, probably, yeah. Asking to trade, maybe. Oh, my goodness.
Love seeing these gold fours opened.
Me
So much
too.
suspension action. It's great.
Yeah, as I do believe we're going to be getting, in just a moment, our national champion coming in for a quick little interview as well. Just for getting set up, but Phil, what an incredible day of Flesh and Blood. Truthfully, what an absolutely wonderful 2 days in particular, but the top 8 has been incredible.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely incredible games. Everyone playing out of their minds. Obviously showcasing the absolute peak of play that Australia has to offer, and it's been an absolute pleasure to be able to commentate, cast, and watch these games happening.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been an absolute joy. I think Spencer currently is off to grab Zach, just so we can interview him on the stream as well. But yeah, it's been some incredible games, some incredible representation as well, Phil, of some just variety of decks. You know, if we cut to what the entire sort of day looked like in regards to all of the decks that we had represented. Zen obviously taking it and being our most represented deck, but Nu, Aelia, KO, Enigma, Prism, all sitting in relatively similar amounts, which is amazing. And yeah, it's been excellent.
Yeah, really has been. Really has been. Oh, I'm getting
yeah, he wants to open his envelope on stream.
You can see a bunch of these gold foils being opened. It's great to see.
Yeah. You have to, right? If it's one from an event that you played, you have to open your gold foil. Zen chest. Oh!
Gold for Scalper and Cross perhaps. And Aelia is quite a big meta contender, so
Yeah.
I'm sure there'll be even if Zachary is not an Aelia player, I'm not sure what other decks he likes to play.
Yeah, and
But
regardless of whether or not, it's definitely something that he's going to be hanging on to. And just remember as well, all of these people have qualified for Worlds as well.
indeed, so Zachary will be able to hoist the Australian flag in the World Championships at Osaka, like happened at Sam Sutherland last year at Barcelona. So it'll be a great showcase.
Yeah, and look at him just taking some time for himself, just sort of making sure that he really is soaking it all up. He's surrounded by his Melbourne representatives. You see Darren Tang in the background. Another prolific ninja player, incredibly strong player as well. Part of his locals and something's definitely incredible. Just trying to get a hold of him now. As he just packs up his things, and if not, that's okay. But I thought, might want to have a bit of a conversation with the camera as well, just to sort of really live in those emotions.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a long day for him, so hopefully we get him on stream. If not, it's been an amazing time nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we can see the judge grabbing him now. He's going to come in. As I know, I've also got Spencer sitting there as well. Spencer will say goodbye in just a moment, but I think Spencer is going to let us, because Spencer, our man on the ground, is there, and so we'll use his setup to allow it to go through, which is awesome.
It looks like they want to open some judge packs as well.
Oh, they want to open. Oh, okay. They want to open some judge packs as well. All right. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
He's got your faces there too.
So we'll just open a couple of the judge
some of
packs
our
before
lovely
we jump in.
judges. Big shout out to the judges taking their time and effort to make sure this event runs smoothly, and whenever anyone has any questions, being able to answer them.
Yeah, I don't even know what's in this run of judge packs. There's a few. The IP penalty one. I love that card. I think it's so cool looking. Hey, you got the adjudicator.
Well done.
That is the one I wanted to pull.
Brutus.
I love the fact
Lovely
that
cards.
there is a variety of them as well. So you've got like the
I did not need a
you've got the cold foils and that sort of thing. Cold foil versions of the cards, as well as the special judge specific ones. But yeah, I'm not sure whether or not the interview is going to happen, but I have my two oh, hang on, Spencer.
Oh, he's off.
disappearing.
Man on the ground.
Yeah. Man on the floor, maybe going to go abduct him. I hope. I don't know. But yeah, thank you. First of all, thank you once again. Big shout out to Fluke and Box for hosting National Champions here today. Please remember as well, the channel you're currently watching us on, out of 5,000 subscribers, is going to be giving away a Welcome to Wraith Alpha box. So big shout out to him. Make sure if you're not already subscribed. Just confirming about this interview. Yeah, currently, as imagined, he's being swamped by people.
Yep.
We're trying to.
Might be needing to get out of the venue. I'm not sure what the time to get out of the venue is, so
I will say
time constraints there. But
yeah.
I think we finished in pretty good time with
Yeah.
the disaggro meta, so it shouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, do you remember the Nationals when it was, the older meta, and it was, very much a long grindy sort of day. So being able to get out of here before 4 o'clock, I know for a fact that the players will be excited about that. Spencer has him. He's calling his wife currently. Okay, so Spencer's bringing him back, and we'll have a bit of a quick chat with him in just a moment. But yeah, I got to call the loved ones, tell them that you've just become Australia's national champion for Flesh and Blood in 2024. What an achievement, Phil! Just incredible. And obviously there are bigger events, but in regards to like pro quests and callings and stuff like that. But being the national champion is something I don't think that anyone will ever sort of let down, because that, it's your home, it's your place, and I think that's why it's so exciting for these players.
Yep, it is a major milestone. And we do see Zach has joined us.
Yeah, we just got to unmute the Discord is the only thing. But Zach,
Hey, boys.
first of all, congratulations on becoming Australia's national champion. Tell me right now, how do you feel?
Oh, it's unreal. Yeah, seeing everyone after the game and hugging half the hall was, it's unreal.
Yeah.
I feel so loved.
Yeah, and trust me, you were loved by so many people. We saw so many people in the background of your game while you were playing, just like gritting their teeth while they were trying to just focus on their phones, looking at what was going on. Zach, it was definitely not an easy run. We saw the moment versus Hayden. I believe it was versus Hayden when you played the third Art of War and just drew into not much. How did you feel in that moment?
I was having flashbacks. I played against Hayden during the Swiss
Mhm.
and had a Harmony Art of War pop-off turn that just drew into 3 red bonds. For go. And I saw it like, oh no, it's happening again. But I think the Zen State got me enough space to get that one.
Oh, and speaking of the Zen State, is that a play that you make frequently? Because we were sort of doing the math on it, and it saved you like almost 6 points of damage throughout those 2 turns.
Yeah, always. Aggro mirrors the Zen state's sort of the plan. It's in the name of the hero. Just gotta find your center and get there. If you can get a life lead and have the extra chi, it's awesome just to shut the door. Or even if you go first and you have the extra chi, fantastic, just jamming it out, and it's a 1 card 10 sort of thing. So,
Yeah, amazing. Zen, obviously a new hero coming through from Part the Mistveil. Is it the sort of what drew you to this deck initially? What were you playing prior to it? And I'm assuming, you know, now that you've qualified for the World Championships, do you think it's the deck that you're going to be playing there?
Yeah, as long as nothing changes with the deck, I'll definitely keep playing it. Yeah, it's crazy good. Previously, I was on Dromai for about a year and a half. That's sort of my favorite deck. Went around getting all the marbles signed across the world to complete the deck, and I felt pretty hopeless since it's been gone. But yeah, the new set came along. All 3 heroes look sick. I tested a bit with all of them, and yeah, Zen just seemed like a good choice for this early point in the meta. Yeah,
and speaking of marvels, you're definitely not short on those. And, you know, hopefully soon the armory is going to come out where the Kakaya is going to be available. And so finally be able to cold foil out that weapon as well.
100%.
Yeah, no, it's incredible run. Phil, do you have any questions here?
Oh, no, not real questions. There's huge congrats making it all the way through this through the weekends. Did see a couple of points where the weakest link in that last match when you had those transcend cards really disrupting you, but managing to get through there pretty good.
Yeah, it was so brutal just playing out the transcend cards for nothing and just trying to stay a high enough life that I can hop off.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, Zach, any words to the people out there, anyone who's been watching along at home or the people there, anything you want to say to them?
Oh, 100%. I want to shout out my wife, Chloe, for supporting me through this whole season. She's been so great at, you know, testing as well as being my sports therapy. I always go to her saying, "Oh, I need to. Olympia's a broken deck. We need to buy 3 copies of Grains, and this is nothing can beat this." And then next day it's Arachne can fatigue every deck by damage. And she's like, "No, just play the good deck. You know, it's okay. You don't have to commit to this nonsense deck." And she doesn't really play Fab, but she's gotten so into it and really into my ramblings, and I feel so loved and supported that I get to do this and have someone there. All my friends and testing group from Melbourne, we've played so many games this season, just already testing, and I feel like I developed way more than normal because of all their help.
Yeah. Incredible. Well, Zach, we'll let you get back to those friends right now, but thank you so much for your time. And once again, from all of us here, congratulations on becoming Australia's Flesh and Blood National Champion for 2024.
Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day, mate.
You too.
Awesome. Well, yeah, we'll hand it back to Spencer there. But Phil, we're coming to the end, and anything you'd like to say before we sort of look at packing up?
Just thank you everyone that's stayed around and watched the stream. Hopefully you've enjoyed it and you've enjoyed the amazing games players. A big thank you to the players that played, the judges, Flick and Blocks for hosting the stream and setting up the cameras. And of course, I want to thank my 2 co-casters and commentators, Spencer and Matt Brandwood. So that's what I'd like to say.
Yeah, Spencer, any words from yourself as well?
Yeah, I'd like to thank you guys as well. It's been an awesome experience, casting, and I don't know, the games were amazing, the plays were tight. I keep seeing new things, and I keep learning, and I don't know, I just love the community, love being here. It's been such a great time, and I just need to thank everyone for coming and supporting everything.
Yeah, and again, a big shout out to LSS for creating the best trading card game on the market as well. To the both of you, it has been such a pleasure casting alongside the both of you this weekend as well. Holding down the draft rounds by yourselves is just, I know what those days are like, and you guys absolutely nailed it. But ladies and gentlemen, from us here at Fluke and Box as well, my name is Matt Bramwood. I'm here with Spencer Horton, Phil Nagel. Thank you so much for joining us on this journey. We will be back. There's plenty of Flesh and Blood remaining. There's heaps more national championships going on the rail. So please support good Flesh and Blood. Go play your armories, go play your events, and get to these events, because soon, this person who's just won, it could be you one day. So thank you guys so much. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your afternoon. Stay safe. Have a lovely rest of your day, and we'll see you at the next event. Thank you so much, guys.
See ya.